The empire of Adrasha, Wild's capital, spotted one new stranger slipping into the Adventurers Guild, and the girl clocked him instantly. Even the other adventurers recognized that face, too, until he slammed someone else's horn down on the counter. That was the real horn of the Minotaur King, an ultra-rare AAA rank monster, and the hero tore it down alone, no backup, just pure skill. The girl thanked Silver for grinding his hardest, then handed him an award like it was pure victory. The hero thanked her, and she blurted out how unbelievably grateful he should feel, because he was one of only 5 S-ranked adventurers on this metric, stationed right here at the Imperial Branch, a badge of honor. Then she leaned in and asked him why he even needed the money. Silver lit up and said he wanted to buy everyone a drink, and if any high-level quests were out there, she should tell him. Then the young man took off. He's the kind of adventurer who only accepts top-tier missions, so the guild hits him up first every time danger goes off the charts. And yeah, not everyone likes that, because some adventurers just want a way to blow off steam instead of getting dragged into the toughest jobs. Because of who he is, he can't show his true colors in the open. The man yanked off his clothes and his body shifted, transformation complete. If the prince's real identity as an adventurer ever gets out, everything explodes. Because he's the 7th prince of the Adrasian Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler, and the butler is warning him, be careful. The young man snapped, asking how many times Arnold had told him not to barge in without knocking, and Arnold swallowed the apology and begged the prince's pardon, while still huffing that he refused to sit through yet another lecture about what this stupid prince was doing all the time. He's got a twin brother, and this guy is pure fire, brave to the bone, sharp as a blade, and easy to like. He's a genius who can nail every single task without a single flaw, and the moment he moves, people can't stop praising him. Girls swarm him non-stop, and even though he's your brother, his attitude still grates on your nerves. Meanwhile, he's got zero drive, zero ambition, and doesn't care about anything. Just a useless, talentless prince who brings absolutely nothing to the table. As a kid, he always played around, but every tutor who tried to teach him just slammed the door shut. Before long, word raced through the capital and then exploded across the entire empire. And what was supposed to be good in his name, his brother ripped it all apart. Even now, the people in the castle glare at him with pure disdain, even though he's royal through and through. So Sebastian steps in and tells the boy, don't worry. With his fame, nobody will ever notice what he really can do. Alfred isn't panicking. He's forcing himself to swallow the truth of how he's being treated. Why waste breath lecturing him about a prince's duties? The butler gets it, but it's still crushing. Alfred has to get back to the castle, because General Dominic is gone. The Imperial Guard's most legendary general spent over 50 years carving his name in frontline blood, then finally hung up his sword, retiring to advise the Empire from behind the scenes. In his twilight years, sickness kept piling on, but that wasn't the real reason his end felt like a nightmare. All I can think about is murder. Sebastian admitted the details are a mystery. For now, they're hunting down whoever did it. He could make enemies in a heartbeat, but there had to be one solid reason to put him down. Because he jumped into the fight for the throne, mocked every prince and princess in sight. And yet somehow he backed just one prince. Then yeah, it could be a threat, but he's just a general, so his death won't shake the empire. The culprits likely scrubbed it clean, saying he died of illness. And the only one who'll truly bleed from it is the prince. He's just lost a loyal ally. This prince's name is Leonard Lakes Adler. Leo's got a twin brother, and somehow he managed to naturally find an ally, not because he was plotting to grow his power and grab the throne. The scariest part is that one tiny move gets twisted into power rising. And because of that alone, Prince Leonard's been branded as the next enemy, dead set on standing between them and the throne. The Empire of Adrasha, same year, 3 years after the crown prince and the emperor's line were cut down, and now his children are ripping the throne to shreds in a brutal fight. The throne only has 3 real contenders, the second prince, the second princess, and the third prince, all with a legit shot at winning. Until Leo steps in, right after his kindness draws General Dominic's eye, and suddenly he's the 4th contender. For every heir beyond the first 3, the road splits into just 2 choices. Team up with the faction, or stay neutral. Or you go full rebel, hunt down the throne, and become their enemy. Leo absolutely needs to be on the successor list. This isn't the time to play ally or hide in neutrality anymore. Sebastian straight up asked him if he'd even consider becoming emperor. Arnold snapped back that he was the one who dumped all the boring junk on his brother, and then he made it clear he wasn't done yet. He's chasing the dream of living free, like an adventurer with nothing weighing him down. But he's not ready to die, no way. Still, it's brutal and he's got no choice. For his beloved brother, he has to stay in the shadows and handle everything behind the scenes. Vild, the Empire's capital and the Holy Sword City, pulsed with power as the man bowed to Prince Arnold and grinned, saying he looked wide awake today, then gave him his thanks. Then the man clocked how the young guy looked carefree every single day, and it burned him with envy. Prince Leonard drills every single day, no excuses, unlike the others. They've heard he's set to join the fight for the throne, and Prince Arnold, he can't afford to lose this battle. It's downright brutal seeing them get compared like that. Sure, they're twins, but the talent gap is obvious from the start. They shoot apologies through the air for their rudeness, and the young man assumes everyone's mocking him, until he notices them bowing their heads in respect. Out of the whole royal family, he's the one cursed with no power at all, and the entire aristocracy, even the ministers, spits on him with open disdain. That's why he does whatever he wants. No one cares, so he keeps running wild as silver, and to him it's just normal to stop, switch it up, and carry on like nothing happened. If he can do whatever he wants as prince, then of course he'd land right in this mess. This is exactly where that attitude gets you. He barged into Leo's office, shot to the desk side, and stared at his brother in pure shock. Arnold snapped that Grandpa was dead, and not just dead, but likely murdered, and then he demanded to know what Leo planned to do next. He shot back that he wanted no part in the family brawls, and the hero just knew. He'd say exactly that. He'd never meant to grab the throne. But now, if any of the three men who hold power sinks onto it, a brutal, dark future could slam down on them. If Leo and he ditch their family duties, and he dares to run off with his mother, execution is coming. No mercy. Even if they somehow slip through, it won't be easy. So this is their only play, because they've already been branded as enemies. Leonard, if you don't step into the fight for the throne, we're all dead. Your mother too, he said, choking on an apology. Leonard's brother snapped that he stop apologizing and lay out the plan instead. He shut his eyes tight and let out a long, shaky breath. He said, I've got no choice. I'm stepping into the fight for the throne. He was certain the problem was all on him, because no one as gentle as he was could ever handle the weight of being emperor. Then Arnold hit him with the truth. His brother had no choice but to step into that role, and he swore he'd do everything in his power to help him. Right now, his mission is crystal clear. Grab allies and crank up his power, because once he grows stronger, it gets way harder for anyone else to stand up and go against them. In this fight, whoever grabs the most raw power wins. But the other three are stacked with serious strength and plenty of resources, and with Leo's current level, he can't stand a chance against them. Arnold is going to scramble for as many allies as he can. But don't set your hopes too high, because most of them have already pledged themselves to the three strongest. And after Leo thanked his brother, he basically admitted he was born to be emperor, not Arnold. He snapped back that if he ever dreamed of becoming emperor, he'd be wasting his chance, because his real plan was to chase a beautiful wife and ride straight into a happy life. Leo has to seize the throne and become emperor at any cost. Arnold clocked that his brother was trembling, couldn't ignore it, not even with Leo's insane talent and the sheer weight of three monsters. And he knew, once the ruler took the throne, victory and prosperity were basically inevitable. Even the strongest aren't untouchable, no matter how tough they look. If these three square off, Leo's got a real opening. Next, they'll hype up their allies and finally talk up their father. In the end, the father makes the final call, choosing his successor himself. Then they face the real question, how do we earn His Majesty's approval? And right there, the twins' fight for the throne ignites. The hero fires, so you've never heard of him. Because the man standing there is Silver, an SSS-ranked adventurer, and he's in town to meet Duke Kleinert. The boy shot back everything he'd heard. No word had come from the Adventurers Guild at all, and then they told him to get out. The hero demands to see the guild map, crafted with a secret method that no one can fake, and the guard snaps that he doesn't need to see it. Arnold can't stand this guy. He's so sick of him that he's ready to blast magic straight at his face. A few minutes earlier, he and Sabas had mapped out what came next. Then he pushed for the big reveal, calling himself Silver, and the young man shut him down without hesitation. Revealing his identity has big perks, because ever since his great-grandfather plunged into ancient magic, he snapped and went mad. That kind of magic is taboo now. Only one person even knows who he really is, Sabas. And it's locked down so tight that even his own younger brother doesn't know. He's throwing around forbidden magic. And for Leo, who lives for the throne, it's a nightmare if everyone finds out his older brother is using that kind of power. Silver comes with a whole stack of wins and a spotless reputation. People call him the most powerful adventurer the Empire has ever seen, and Prince Leonard would be crazy not to want him on his side. Arnold shot back that it was still too early. This was their ace, their only move. As long as Leo kept clawing for the throne, he could stay stuck as the fool prince nice and easy. This way it'll be so much easier for him, Seba even said. If that's what you've chosen, you can't fight it. Still, what's he supposed to do now? If he won't reveal who he is, there's no way they can help Prince Leonard. From Leo's eyes, it's tiny, pathetic, and begging to be rebuilt. So he wastes no time, pushing for a plan to grow it fast, then bluntly asks, "Are there any duchies sitting out the war for the throne?" Seba said it straight. Out of all of them, only one stayed completely out of the fight, Duke Kleinert. The ducal house is top tier, either tied directly to the royal bloodline or tangled in it through family ties. And this war hits them like a life-or-death turning point, because if they back the next emperor, their income could explode. That's why the ducal house stays glued to the succession candidates, so nothing goes wrong while he's on watch. And when the hero asked, he immediately wanted to know what was worrying everyone. Sepha snapped back, "Yeah, I figured." Sure enough, monsters had started swarming their territory, so they begged the guild for help, but the situation still wasn't fixed because the guild nearby just wasn't strong enough. And now, it looked like they were running out of options. Why can't Arnold just crush this problem already? Sabas is thrilled with the idea, and now he's already plotting how he's going to tie Silver to Prince Leonard. He'll just tell Leo what he wants, and his brother won't fight back. Then it'll be easy to explain later. Track the steps of an SS-ranked adventurer who never dares to leave the capital, because every move could tip the spotlight onto Prince Leonard, and then Prince Arnold's secret tie to Silver might get uncovered. Arnold shot back that they had the upper hand. If they even suspected Leo was tied to Silver, they'd hold back. And as long as things were running smoothly, it was way too soon to unveil who he really was. If the hero is that confident, Sabas won't block his way, yet he makes them stop and remember. An announcement is one thing, a revelation is something else. Arnold told him only what he knew, then declared he was out and rode away, and getting to Duke Kleiner takes several long days on horseback. But with his teleportation magic, he vanishes and pops up there in an instant. Like the whole empire is his backyard, except it burns through way too much mana, so he has to use it like a weapon, not a habit. So yeah, he finally made it there, only to get yanked to a stop by that obnoxious gatekeeper. He didn't even come for himself. Prince Leonard summoned him. Turns out the prince is way too nice. The guard snapped back that he just couldn't wrap his head around it. This guy was a total suspicious exchanger. Sure, they were probably short-staffed because of the monsters, but they still handed the gates to someone like him. And trust me, this family is about to pay for it. To hire an SS-rank adventurer for extermination, you've got to cough up 3 rainbow coins first. That rainbow coin is so ridiculously valuable that even a peasant will never so much as lay eyes on it, and even the Duke struggles to make a move like this. Yeah, he dragged himself in here on his own request, but right now, they're ready to call him a fraud without a single shred of proof. He couldn't even stand up straight to face the Duke, but he still had to terrify him, so he froze when he spotted a dark silhouette staring back from the window. It was some girl. She watched him like he was about to make the biggest mistake of his life. She didn't look like a maid at all. She looked like Duke Kleiner's daughter, and the hero instantly remembered everything Savas warned him about her before he even left. Kleinert's daughter, she's the blue seagull and the kind of beautiful that can steal your focus in a heartbeat. Don't let her distract you, or you'll lose sight of your goal. She's pretty sure, but right now that's not the point. The guard just shoved the young man away again. He stepped into the forest and insisted everything would be fine, then started casting some strange kind of magic. Sebas blinked, and suddenly he was back home fast, like he'd slipped back before anyone could even notice. Arnold said they were heading for the Kleiner Duchy, and the man shot back, "Didn't you just leave there?" Arnold nodded and then smirked. "Yeah, but as Silver." Now comes Prince Arnold, and with this Duke backing him, there's only one thing left to do: weep, beg, and swallow our pride for Leo. Because it's basically the same as hauling him straight into their trap. 5 days later, Sabas and the hero rode hard toward the Kleiner Duchy on horseback. Elmer von Kleinert, the Duke of Kleinert, stepped forward and greeted the young man, because it had been ages since they'd last met. The last time was on the Duke's 10th birthday. Since he snatched the title of Duke at a young age, he's ruled his territory as a steady lord for decades, and his workers still can't get enough of his honorable, noble spirit. One of the Emperor's trusted dukes, Arnold, apologized for drifting apart from the ducal lands, and the Duke snapped back, saying it was on him. He'd stayed in his territories for ages and never once showed up in the capital. The young man cut the nonsense and went straight for the heart of it. He clocked it instantly. The Duke was the worst possible person to ask about why they'd come, because this felt less like a question and more like a demand for payment. And even though his brother Leonard wanted none of that, the throne wasn't won by patience, so he couldn't admit his doubts in the middle of that fight. He showed up just to hammer this point home, because if Duke Kleinert was even a little grateful to Leo, then he'd need to back him up. Arnold didn't buy that the man didn't get what the prince meant by gratitude, so he snapped, asking if he was really playing dumb. Leo caught the struggle in his eyes, then stepped in and did everything he could to help. The Duke doesn't get it at all. He's furious and apologetic too, because their duchy has heard nothing from Prince Leonard. The young man is stunned, and Seba just shrugs. Looks like that guy really has no idea about any of this. He pressed the Duke for answers about whether he knew Leo had just dumped an SSS-ranked adventurer here, right when the throne fight was shaking the city at its worst. So yeah, that's why Silver bolted. Elmer demanded, "When you say silver, you mean real silver?" And the young man nodded. Then Leo snapped to attention after hearing about the monsters ruining their lives, wrote a desperate letter begging for Silver to be delivered, and took off at once. Silver's got ancient magic in his blood, and people swear he's using lost spells to teleport straight here. No excuses, no chance he didn't make it. Still, the Duke won't believe a word of it. Rage lit up the prince's face as he questioned whether Sabas really meant to call him a liar, and Sabas snapped at him not to lose his temper, because just looking at the man, he didn't look like someone who'd made it up, so something must have happened. He offers the Duke some breathing room to investigate, and if Prince Leonard calls him in, he's sure he'll lay the truth out. So when it comes, you'd better listen to Silver's side. Arnold tells them, "I'll give you time to investigate, but if you try to stash anything, Silver will rat you out. If the trouble's on their side, then no more adventurers will be tossed into their territory." Elmer demanded they hold still for a moment while he grabbed answers from the house's workers. Arnold grinned and said it all was running like perfect clockwork. Sebast called the whole thing a sinister chess match, and the hero snapped back that calling it chess was despicable, because they were the ones who walked away empty-handed with their silver, and his words just dug the knife in deeper instead of ever closing the wound. That Duke probably wouldn't budge for a guy who won't even swing a sword for the throne, so the play is simple. Recruit Silver, one of the mainland's 5 SS-ranked adventurers, because if his pride gets crushed, no adventurer will ever step foot in these lands again. Savas clocked it. If the hero got chased off, he'd slip in unnoticed, but instead he grabbed the opening and left. Then he turned up the arrogance to hype up Prince Leonard's greatness, and still chewed him out for being such a brilliant strategist. Leo is pure kindness, so why is it that only a handful of fish can survive in clean water, and he's trying to get someone to ruin it for him? Sebas said, "If this is your role, I won't stop you, but you're the one who will pay for what happens." And Arnold shot back, "Everything's fine," because right now all they needed was Leo's reputation. He didn't care how far his own dignity got dragged into the dirt. The butler swore he cared. So did the hero's mother and Prince Leonard, because with just those three, he thought he could handle everything until they all froze at a sudden noise. So the Duke finally digs up everything he needs, but what's next? Where is this information going to shove him now? Gilmer apologized. Arnold snapped at him to quit apologizing and finally spill what happened. Then the Duke admitted Silver really had shown up 5 days ago, but his idiot son chased him off before he even bothered to look. The boy shot back, "So you really think my father would be fine with an SS-ranked adventurer barging in out of nowhere? I'd call it a fake, too." Then his father snapped, "Shut up." His son snapped him back to reality. Booting any man out of here was literally his job. And Elmer, he had zero memory of agreeing to kick an SS-ranked adventurer out, too. Those sharp eyes tell the hero he's stuck in a split-second battle, lie or tell the truth. And in moments like this, the safest move is to keep his head down and stay honest. Arnold told him he might lay into his son after this talk. But honestly, it's not only his kid he's blaming right now, it's the Duke too. The Duke gets it, nods along, and asks, "So what do I do to make this right?" After the prince's SS-ranked adventurer Silver got chewed up and his dignity got shattered, the loss will haunt them. Silver will probably never cooperate again. Elmer rushes to beg forgiveness for him and for the old man and promises they'll make it right with compensation. Someone warned that he'd give his life for them, so the daughter of this house stormed out of the room. She begs for forgiveness, first for her brother, then for her father. Arnold stared at her, and his eyes shot wide with shock. The girl shoots the boy a direct question, locking eyes as she speaks. Her father's jaw drops when he hears the choice his daughter makes. 2 years back, the emperor ordered a local craftsman to forge a hair brooch shaped like a bird. And right away, a gorgeous blue seagull snagged his attention. The emperor watched it all, then swept up the prettiest girls in the whole country, straight to the capital, and declared that only the most beautiful one would get to wear the brooch. Even at just 14, she was still crowned the most beautiful. She was Theon, Cleyneart's daughter, the Duke's bloodline, and she's the one who got the blue seagull brooch, a jewel so magnetic men across the whole country started copying it. She dropped to her knees and pleaded with the prince to save her father and brother. And when Silver finally showed up, she couldn't look away, because if someone had done wrong, then she believed the blame had to land on her. The whole family started piling on apologies, and then, boom, Arnold was revealed as a total scoundrel, not at all what he expected when he went in to face the Duke. Sabas demanded to know why the hero couldn't just choke down his aggression. After all, the ducal family bends over backward for them, and if they simply apologized to Silver, he'd finally understand. Even if Silver cracks the problem in this territory, one truth won't vanish. The Duke already trampled their dignity, and it's still right there to see. Sebas said, "Talk to Prince Leonard." The hero snapped, "No point, he'll wipe it all from his mind." And the butler shot back, "That's exactly why people even bother with you. They're brothers with Prince Leonardo, and the people he's pulled in have locked arms with the prince. If the hero tries to sabotage his bond with the Dukes just to help his brother, it'll blow up his power later." So Arnold nodded and went along with the plan. He ordered the Duke to hunt down Silver with his men, and once they had him, he'd talk straight with him. Because they'd finally carved out a solid compromise. Now all that was left was to settle the trouble here, and then the Duke would be fully on Leo's side. From the Duke's eyes, Leo's just a nobody, an interruption to his brother's kingdom. And that's exactly why it's good news, because only Leo is meant to inherit the throne. Finna whipped around and locked eyes with Hero. She begged to tag along with the hero. The young man didn't expect Silver to still be in town. So when he replied, he said he figured the hero would dispatch someone for him. But he never guessed that idiot Prince would actually show up in person. Yeah, it was all an illusion he cooked up with magic. He blasted the guard with it, claiming the weirdly dressed guy had been there for 5 straight days. He made it look like Sebas had found Silver. Then after that report, he rushed to meet him, only for Finny to insist on tagging along, forcing him to juggle 2 roles at once. And yeah, he was basically impossible to pin down. His voice couldn't be detected at all, thanks to that monster mask. It can warp his voice and body with magic, and it even leaves behind a false touch on the target, so even if they crossed paths again and again, nobody would ever guess that he and Silver were the same guy. Finny stepped in, offered a bright smile, and told the adventurer it was an honor to meet him, because her dad is a monster slayer and she's here on his orders. And this reunion wasn't new either. They'd seen each other just 5 days ago. She apologized for that rude welcome, and Silver snapped back that she didn't need to apologize. He'd already wiped his schedule clean for their home. And sure, he'd heard she'd been in a wise home where people were cared for, but all of it sounded like empty words. In a country crawling with monsters, real adventurers are few and far between. So if this place actually cares about its people, it better open the gates and take whoever comes willing to fight. The fact that her brother kicked him out without even getting the full picture screams how unprepared the Duke was. Finner agreed it was a blunder on their house's part, and Arnold never once imagined he'd be forced into doing something like this. He'll prove to her with his own words that he can talk Silver around, and when Finny spills every last detail to the Duke, that mission will be done, because he's sure the Duke will side with Os. He told Silver to press on with his mission, only for Silver to stare him down and say, "I'm right here, so yeah, I'll continue," then promise he'd prove it soon. But could the foolish prince actually win the Duke as an ally? Silver answered, "I can't yet. I still haven't gotten his consent." Just like we all expected from a fool of a prince. He's nothing like his brother Leo, and it looks like he'll stay clueless forever, unless he finally snaps out of it. The young man swears he'll get it together, and Silver demands a promise. Full cooperation. Then, if the Duke signs off, Silver will handle the rest. He's got his reasons for pushing his brother, Leo, to become the next emperor. And the real kicker is why he ditched the capital to come here. He wants Prince Leo and the Duke locked in an alliance for that exact purpose only. After hearing how solid Prince Leo and Duke Klainer's reputations were, he decided to step in. Then, because he got turned away back then, Prince Leo's name took a small hit, all because Prince Leo had been the one who asked him to help in the first place. Silver snaps back that protecting him now is pointless. Once the trust between the houses shattered, nothing matters unless the Duke steps up and promises Prince Leo support. Arnold pushes him to give in, team up, and help wipe out every monster. Then the Duke will finally side with Leo for sure, but Silver is stuck, torn, and hesitant. The hero drops to a bow and begs the adventurer to get it. Then Finny's jaw hits the floor at what he's just done. For someone like him, with zero pride, bowing his head before anyone is effortless. Right in front of the illusion he himself had built, it didn't even shake him, because it couldn't touch him. Silver just called him out, saying he didn't have the imperial family's pride. Arnold doesn't trust him for a second, but he's still Leo's brother, and he needs the adventurer to wrap this up fast, because he's done messing with these problems long-term. So he pushes him to finish off the monsters. The adventurer swore he'd wipe out every monster in the area. Then he agreed to Finn's request and pushed right past the fear, because he still had a wish for her house. He begged her not to forget their deal. Finn smiled, thanked him, and promised they'd do everything they possibly could. Arnold's riding in the carriage, swearing he'll never do something like that again. Then Finny suddenly turns to him and thanks him, and he's left totally baffled, like, "Why are you thanking me?" She told me the prince bowed his head for them, and she didn't dodge the truth. Everything that happened was their own fault. But he even talked Silver into agreeing for the sake of everyone, and she was overflowing with gratitude for him. I think she's misreading the whole situation. She always hunts for the good in everything, and that mindset has to be shut down fast. If she's convinced he's a good guy, she's dead wrong. The real problem is this. It'll be brutal for him to move on. Arnold says he only bowed for his own gain, and she totally misses the point. Finny then begs to keep the confusion going, and she still doesn't realize His Highness is a monster. Right when she said it, she admitted it. Yeah, it was her fault. So he dropped his head for his own survival, not to protect the people, and definitely not to protect their family. But she's praying he'll forgive her for that brutal misunderstanding. Then he stares at her, absolutely stunned. He remembered, back long ago, when their mother hauled them outside to watch a meteor shower, something that only strikes once every decade, and the night sky filled up with falling stars so beautiful it felt unreal. The joy and happiness hit him so hard back then, and now the exact same wave crashes through him again. Heat rushed to his cheeks as he spun away, and for once a mess like this didn't seem so terrible. Arnold says this is a dire mess, and Seba snaps back that the Duke sent 4 B-rank and 2 A-rank adventurers, but somehow they weren't good enough for the job. They were fighting a mother slime straight out of nightmares. It churns out countless new slugs, turns into a twisted, complex monster, and with one brutal trick it can swallow anything, digest it into nutrients, then spit out even more of those monsters. Saba orders the hero to wipe them out fast, because if he doesn't, this nightmare never ends, and she insists that to protect the trust resting on them, they won't back down from any intrusion, even if it comes from an SS-ranked adventurer. Arnold tells them he's already accepted the assignment, just don't expect it to happen fast, depending on how close they are. The hero snapped that he had no time for this, hoping the local adventurers would get it, then told Sebas to turn back, because he would take care of everything himself. He stormed into the adventurers' camp. A man stepped out and introduced himself as Abel, the leader of the crew, and he turned out to be an A-rank adventurer, while Silver introduced himself too, and yeah, Abel clearly didn't like him one bit. Abel learned they were coming as reinforcements, but if he just said yes and turned his back on the quest, he'd be done as an adventurer, and messing with someone else's quest would be a direct slap in the face of the adventurer code. If he really gets it, why is he still standing here? Someone this skilled shouldn't be starving for quests. Yet the hero insists what he's saying makes total sense, and you can feel his disappointment hitting hard. But since he's an adventurer too, he should press the question, what can they do about it? The girls confessed they tried to confront them, and somehow it ended with them getting handled with nothing fatal in sight. They're clearly short on firepower, so another A-rank adventurer steps in, a young woman who's ready to back them up. Silver gets why they won't drag him into the search, but he won't back down. He demands to report this to the guild headquarters and pushes them to squeeze out permission for him to join the quest, because he'll go, then come right back here. If they can wipe out those monsters by then, he'll make sure no one stops them. But with these coming days, the whole security of this territory is on a knife's edge. And as an adventurer, he refuses to let the danger spiral any further. Abel clenched his fist, dropped onto the box, and snapped that he was in, because they didn't have the power and Silver could do whatever he wanted. The guy swallowed his pride and apologized to his team, because even though Abel could have gone solo, he chose to look out for every one of his people. That's what a real leader looks like. Because their attacks are so weak, they barely scratch the damage. So at this level, parties only ever ask for them if everyone else is A-rank too. Abel burst into laughter and said the moment he'd been waiting for finally landed. Because the guild had done everything right, the SS-ranked adventurer was already praising him, and everyone was going to be grateful. The hero isn't being sarcastic at all. He's genuinely grateful from the bottom of his heart, feels like he owes him everything, and will back him up the second anything goes wrong. So Silver thrusts his hand up. He cracked his fingers, and the magic finally came alive. He's the god's messenger, carrying heaven and earth's orders in his hands, because the hour of justice is finally here. Tremble, sinner, rejoice, innocent, because his voice is the word of God, his strike is God's own hand delivered, and in his grip burns a fire that can scorch the whole earth. O heavenly flame, burn the sinner down to ashes. The hero unleashes the skill. This time it hits with perfect, unforgettable execution. The adventurers are staring in disbelief at what's happening right in front of them. After the adventurer unleashed their attack, there was nothing left standing, just emptiness. He wiped out an entire mountain, like it was nothing. And the girl swears he did it with ancient magic, the same lethal stuff SS-ranked adventurers are known to wield. Silver said everything's finally okay now. Then he grabbed hold of the idea that he needs to leave a report for the guild about Abel, right himself, because he's the hero who saved the duchy, and the others didn't do a thing. Silver shot back an apology, saying he wasn't interested at all, because his sights were set on bigger goals, and he was chasing them with everything he had. He shoves the rest onto them and vanishes into thin air. This is the Duke's mansion and this room. It's reserved just for Prince Arnold alone. Later, he'd file the report. Silver had crushed the Slug Queen while he stayed by the Duke's side. Then the Duke would swear to back him, and that would finally be the end of his mission. Suddenly, a sharp noise snapped his attention. He spun around, and there stood Finny right in front of him. She swore he'd just blinked out of existence and reappeared somewhere else, like teleportation. And she shot the question, "Is this suit Silver S?" And the young man realized with a jolt that he'd been careless. He started spiraling over his options. Should he play it off as a misunderstanding, claim it was just his hobby to dress like that, or was he really going to end her? But none of it made sense. She was the Emperor's favorite, and if she vanished, the Emperor himself would come investigating. Finny told him she'd baked some treats and wanted to drop them off, but when she knocked and got no answer, her stomach sank. Something had to have happened. The hero squared up to her and blurted, "You know my secret now," refusing to let her slip away. She swore she wouldn't tell a soul that Silver's real identity was Prince Arnold, yet somehow she was already screaming the truth to the entire world. He slammed up a soundproof barrier. No matter how loudly she screamed, not a single word crossed it, and then she thanked him. The young man leaned in and demanded, "Didn't you think I might do something to you, and even mock you while I do?" Then he made it clear, whatever she tried, she wouldn't be able to cry out for help. Finny insisted it was impossible, yet if he truly could, she'd have been left with no choice. So she would have said yes. And still, Arnold can't remember her trusting him that deeply. If he's really Silver, then the monsters are already wiped out, and he didn't even come here as a nobody. He rolled in as a prince and kept putting on skits, all to back up his brother, which is exactly why she trusts him. A guy who moves for other people can't be bad. She's genuinely the kindest soul. She can trust someone with her whole heart, no doubts at all. So now she knows he's Silver, and she clocks that every move he made was meant to earn the Duke's help out of sheer gratitude. And somehow she still trusts him, even after finding out all of it. He refuses to fail her, no matter what it costs. Sebas is the only one who knows his secret, and he's dead sure he'll never spill it, because if the truth ever slips out, he'll never forgive her. Even if he whips out magic and convinces her it's all just a dream, she'll eventually snap out of it and realize the truth isn't that simple. Because if Finny's character is any clue, she won't confess what she knows, and he won't hesitate to go to extreme lengths to keep his secret buried. Finny wants him to snap out of it and grab some sweets, because after all this time, he can't believe his secret is about to come out like this, and she's already ready to pour him tea. Abel wrapped up his report, and the Duke praised it as top-notch. Then Abel couldn't stop apologizing for how hard it must have been, calling it a small gift from him, and begging the Duke to accept it. The guy promised the mission reward would be plenty, but he already spelled it out in the report. Silver handled the whole problem, not them. And that stung, because adventurers like them need their self-worth to matter. The man nodded and promised, "If it happens again, I'll come back and call you." Abel replied, "And when the time hits, we'll do everything we can to make your hopes come true, just us." The Duke still didn't show enough respect to His Highness, so he'd better thank the prince, not just anyone. Albert demands that those thanks go to Leo, because Silver and he are here for one reason only, to take care of him. Their ducal house throws every ounce of support straight behind Prince Leo, calling the shots from start to finish, because they've already set their sights on helping Prince Leonard climb onto the throne. At the same time, everyone hungry for a chance rushes in to back Leo, because the emperor has finally seen his worth and crowned him as the next real candidate for the throne. And yeah, they're basically already standing at the starting line. The man demanded, "Do we have enough allies?" And the answer came back fast, "No." So they had to kick off negotiations with the other nobles who'd been lurking on the sidelines, but first they needed people they could truly trust. Those words lit a spark in him. Now he's seriously considering handing his daughter over to them. The Duke was still reeling from what Finny told him just yesterday. She's desperate to help the prince at any cost, and that kind of request is way out of character for her. And when he heard it, he couldn't help but feel completely overwhelmed. Finny's the talk of the capital. Get her on their side, and she'll be a game changer for them, handing them countless advantages. It's true, nobody saw it coming, especially her, when she suddenly begged to head for the capital. But she learned his real identity just yesterday, and now she's chasing answers. The capital is packed with chances to mingle and dig up information, because you never know where the next clue will show up. Finny tears herself away to say goodbye to her father and brother, and they beg her to look after herself, no matter what happens. She looked Prince Arnold in the eye, said she might not be much help, but since she was in his hands now, she begged him to take care of her. The young man's stunned, because the throne fight is about to explode and nothing but dark, bloody battles lie ahead. If she still decided to turn back, this is her last chance to change her mind. She told him, "I get it," and then, still with fire in her eyes, she insisted she wanted to stay useful to him. If she stayed close, he could watch her with ease. So the young man claimed he'd worry a lot less as long as she stayed on her own turf. If he tells her his secret to a girl like that, is he really going to be okay? Leo already knew his brother was famous, but he never guessed he was connected to Silver. Arnold said he'd reached out to him, and now, to prove he trusts him, he's helping recruit Duke Kleinert. So he spun this tale that his brother begged Silver for help, when the truth was, it was his fault for not getting permission after it already happened. Leo snapped back that everything was fine, but his brother wasn't buying it and stuck to his own view. For now, the hero figures he can trust this guy, but the truth is, he's a mystery. He won't say what he's really after, not a word about his motives, so trust him, not fully. Silver takes the lead instead, and that gives him the opening he needs to move the plan his way. Thanks to him, the Kleiner Duchy was finally saved, and they won the Duke over. No question, he's a good man. Once again, Leo only sees the bright side of everyone, and he even pointed out that Finny showed up here too. The girl slid the guy a cup of tea, and somehow, even though they just met, they already felt like old friends, like she had real talent. Leo leaned in and asked how Arnold wanted Finny to help them. Arnold said, mostly as a negotiator. First, Finny would be traveling from his mansion in Nim straight to the capital, proving the Duke's support in one bold move. The herald demanded whether his brother had snagged allies in the capital. He said power players had already flocked to one of the three sides, and now he was fighting tooth and nail to sway the stubborn nobles who still refused to pick a team. Even if everyone knew the Duke had sided with Leo, nothing could be changed. Only the stubborn nobles had the power to act. Finny cut straight to it and demanded the rundown on the other three factions. Leo practically froze. Her brother still hadn't told her, and it showed. He snapped that she'd been chasing useless questions from the start, and he just didn't have the energy to spell it out. The girl rushed to apologize. "Don't worry," he told her, like it was only natural her brother carried that kind of weight. The hero snapped, "Turn it down," and said refusing those questions only makes everything worse. Then he reached into his pocket, tossed out the idea, and told them to think of it as three factions. All three of them are surging in power, clawing toward the throne like it's theirs to take. While the rest of the imperial family can scramble too, they don't even come close to these three. The second prince, the third prince, and the second princess. Every faction is packed with allies, and the nobles are exploiting that edge, boosting their power while the war of succession rages on. It all began 3 years ago, the day their eldest brother, the crown prince, died. Finny had heard the news, and her father had always warned her. If he'd survived, the war for the throne would have never ignited. Arnold points out that, at least this way, everyone else got a fighting chance. Because their older brother, the better version of Leo with a heart of gold, was taken down so fast on the battlefield. They're gone, and those three won't hold back for a second. Then the only shot left is for him to step in as the elder brother's replacement and seize the throne as emperor, no detours, no excuses. Leo gets it, but dread keeps grabbing his chest, like he knows he might not survive the weight. Arnold slapped his back and told him to chill. He'd handle it and make sure everything was perfect. Finny burst into laughter as she watched her brothers, and right then, someone stormed into the office, threw in a rush of apologies for the interruption. It was Marie Verker. She stumbled into Leo while hunting for a job, and when they saw her potential, she got chosen and now works as Leo's assistant, even though she comes from civilian life. The brother stepped in and made the girls meet each other. Leo insisted Duke Kleiner was firmly on their side, courtesy of his brother, and Marie nodded, saying His Highness had crushed it. As always, she stays stone-cold and silent. No warmth, no emotion. And with his carefree, reckless vibe, it's pretty obvious she's got zero good feelings for him, which hits even harder the moment he's in her space, because honestly, he's struggling to take it. The girl shoved the report into his hands about the two groups he was about to trap, and once he read it, the young man's mind went blank. He couldn't wrap his head around how any of this could have happened. Count Siegfried is kneeling beneath Highness Sandra, while Baron Ballman bows beneath Highness Gordon, and both sides have pocketed a fat fortune. They're stuck with it, tied to the merchants as allies, and the truth is simple. Money won't make them win. Baron Ballman is tied to the Minister of Defense. If he sways him, Gordon could grab control of most of the military in one shot, and right now the Minister of Defense isn't even seeing any of the key successors. Marie set out to win Baron Ballman over for Leo, but the mission didn't go the way she hoped. Even so, real progress has still been made. Finny's here with them, so things will finally get easier from here. And the girl, she swore she'll do her absolute best too. Arnold called for a quick break. Maybe it was all that writing because pain was chewing at his back. Finny and the hero surged into the city, and she pointed them down this exact road. A few days had already cranked by since Finny first showed up in the capital. The city streets became a daily stage, and the capital's folks couldn't stop staring. Then whispers exploded that Duke Kleiner had backed Prince Leo, and suddenly it feels like this tale is slipping into something far sweeter. A full-on love story with Prince Leo and Finny. So once rumors start flying and sounding good, the real danger hits if someone spots them together. Exactly why they keep their identities hidden. Arnold tells her to just call him Al, because if the prince is seen with her, it'll turn into a disaster, so the girl grins and says his name right back. Arnold says it hits him with nostalgia. Back then, he'd slip out of the castle and run wild with the boys in the city. Sure, he was a prince and shouldn't have been so reckless, but even now, every once in a while, he still bumps into the very friends he used to play with. Finny envies that guy, because honestly, she barely has any friends left. The hero promised that once she gets to the capital, she'll find tons of people, good ones, bad ones, the whole mix, and he even said she'll be amazing if she can finally make real friends. Time doesn't get a vote in friendship. It doesn't matter that they're friends only right now. Suddenly, someone doused Finny with water. The kids barreled up to her, scrambling to apologize, then peppered her with questions about how she felt, until they noticed her and their cheeks instantly flared red. Her clothes clung like a secret, and the young man yanked her hand and dragged her off before she could even react. She pulled herself together, dropped to her knees, and Arnold told her he knew the boss of a nearby place, then promised he'd go get her some clothes. The man gushes, "Isn't it wonderful?" All that innocence, then the hero snaps, "Don't go telling everyone, got it?" The old man swore it was something brand new, and seeing him step out with a girl is practically unheard of. So Finny burst out of the dressing room and demanded the hero's opinion. He said it fit her just right, and she practically beamed because even Ao himself had picked it. Then the salesman leaned in, asking if he'd pay the same as always, and Arnold snapped back that yes, he would, then promised he'd tell Sabas or whoever else a little later. The old man smiled and wished them a date full of joy. The girl's cheeks flared red, and the young man shrugged, claiming he'd only been running into her around town. They kept roaming the city streets, pushing deeper into the chaos with every step. A girl knelt by the fountain and splashed around in the water, laughing like nothing in the world could touch her. The hero realizes the sun's already slipping away, and it's time to sprint back to the castle. But then he runs into someone he absolutely didn't want to see. G.D. von Horvath. Ever since he was a kid, he's been nothing but trouble for Leo. From the day the adults dumped him, he started bullying the hero, and even though it stuck in his chest, the truth was this. He was the eldest son of a respected, high-standing family, and he was also Leo's childhood friend. Arnold said, "It's rare to see you here," and his friend shot back, "I just saw a pathetic face that didn't look like any prince, so I figured it was the hero." The guy swung his cane and caught the boy in the leg, but if anyone noticed, they'd just shrug and stay quiet, because the boy warned him that if he beat him, it would blow up fast, since they had the same face. A friend snapped that he was Leo. Everyone knew it, and honestly, you couldn't spot royalty in his behavior for anything. Then he swung hard and clocked the main character. Right then, Finny jumped in to back him up. Jide froze mid-move, then realized exactly who the girl was. Arnold shoots her a silent look, begging her to keep it simple. Because if this turns into a massive spectacle, whatever happens next, it'll only pile on even more trouble. A girl named NP60 introduced himself, and the moment she heard the name, she realized he was Duke Horvath's son, the famous one, and that hit hard. What a letdown. She'd been expecting someone far more dignified. She snapped at him, asking if he truly believed it was fine to run wild just because he was a foolish prince, especially when he showed zero respect or loyalty to the royal family, and the hero feared it would turn ugly the moment Finney publicly humiliated Guide. The girl shot him a look and demanded, "Do you honestly think I'd ever choose to go out with a prince I don't even respect?" Arnold caught Finney's gaze and instantly saw where this was headed. There was no way out. He snapped that he found it disturbing. He knows rumors will set everything on fire, so he steps in and plays his own brother, on purpose. The hero leaned in and introduced himself, Leonard. Guide started rambling to justify himself, and the kid shrugged it off like everything was fine, claiming he knew exactly what he'd done to his brother, then said, straight-faced, that as long as Guide didn't say anything, he wasn't stepping in. The heroes decided to leave, but their friends snapped back that it'd be a tragedy to turn Leo, who was about to rise as the next emperor, into an enemy. Finney and Arnold exchanged a few sharp words, then bolted, while every passerby's eyes stayed glued to them. The hero pressed the girl for answers. Was it really on purpose? She dropped her gaze and blurted, "I swear I'm genuinely sorry." If everything stayed the same, the only thing that would have taken a hit was his reputation. But now he's going to nurse a grudge against her and his brother for it. And on top of that, rumors are flying that Leo's impersonating him, making life even harder from here on out. Tears gathered in the girl's eyes, and he didn't bother blaming her for what was already done. He just told her to remember this when she makes her next move, because if she doesn't think twice, trouble will come back fast. But he finally gets it. She did all of this for him, and that realization hits hard. He thanks her, she's glowing with joy, and he turns back to make things right by apologizing for the bitter taste he left behind. Finney admitted she'd been careless, swore she'd be smarter next round, then begged him to show her the city again. He nodded and promised he'd come back next time with a proper disguise. That girl is glowing with joy, and the guy is already grinning like, "Your smile is worth dragging you through this city again." Leo said it was wild. Their dad almost never calls them. Al shrugged and said it's usually once a year, so this wasn't just another ring. Maybe he had something to say, and they were praying it wasn't bad news. But Leo knew it in his bones. It didn't mean anything good. Leo tells him to trust the good and wear his brother's mantle the right way, or Dad's going to come down on him again. They stormed into the hall, and there stood the third prince, Gordon, the second prince, Eric, and the third princess, Xandra, staring at them with pure disdain. Looks like every prince and princess has already flooded into the capital. Emperor Johann even admitted it might have caught them off guard. But he still wants them all squaring off against each other, and just a plain strength contest. That's too dull for him. To make it happen, he's determined to resurrect a festival the world forgot decades ago. And every night, a hunting festival is about to ignite again. The winner gets a massive head start on the road to the crown. And when that hit the air, the brothers were completely blindsided. Leonard and Arnold are dying to get into this festival, because once they do, they'll rocket ahead toward the crown like it's theirs. Gordon grabs the mic and tells us to cut the chatter, so why not settle it with a straight-up strength contest? Gordon, this war-hungry general and the strongest fighter among the princes, gets the emperor's seat and kicks off an endless empire expansion, dragging everyone into a brutal war they never even asked for. Johann tells Gordon to hold up, because how on earth is a 10-year-old supposed to stand a chance against him? The 10th prince is Rupert. Xandra grabbed her brother's attention and begged him to think for a second. Yeah, even a walking muscle like him has to have at least a tiny spark of logic. She's the cruelest one of the bunch. She's gone deep into necromancy, resurrecting the dead like it's nothing. And if she ever takes the throne as emperor, the entire empire flips into a magical superpower where monstrous experiments get greenlit. Gordon bragged he could flatten a weak mage like her with one finger, and the girl snapped back. Was he really the same guy who always preached warrior honor and death on the battlefield? Around them, the other princes just watched in silence. Arnold knew these two were still just as deadly, but there they stood, right in front of the emperor, when a stranger suddenly stepped forward and apologized on behalf of their brothers and sisters. Eric, the empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs, handles every move the outside world makes, and everyone knows he's a genius, sharper than even the crown prince, sitting at the very center of power right now, closer to the throne than anyone else, and if he ever steps into the role of emperor, you can bet the empire will be rock solid. Johann swore everything was fine. Competition was crushingly good. And that's how he climbed up to become emperor. He even broke down the festival's soul. Every imperial knightly order fights in monster hunts, and the winner is decided by how rare and how big the monster they bring back really is. Back when the empire was crawling with monsters, they held this festival to survive the chaos. But now adventurers are so unstoppable that the festival isn't needed anymore. Eric warns that the monsters are getting way more active lately. Because if that's true, then the adventurers would be out of work, and the guild would never sign off. The emperor tells him not to stress. He's already cleared it with the guild. Last time, they couldn't handle the monster rampages across multiple areas, so they're thrilled to finally get his help. The empire is probably shelling out the guild's bills, but somehow the monster attacks won't slow down. So the guild is stuck walking a razor-thin line between the empire and the adventurers. And if they don't strike back fast, people, their crops, and even the adventurers are going to pay the price. So yeah, sending elite imperial knights to hunt monsters is a genius move, and the festival won't just rake in profit. It'll keep the people safe too. But one thing's still a mystery. How is he actually planning to work them into the festivities? Eric pushed the idea that they should run the nightly orders, because the emperor would hand those tasks to them personally, and they could either ride out hunting with the orders or just sit back and pray the outcome turns out good. Knights won't pledge loyalty to anyone who can't even stand and fight beside them, and that crushes every claim to the throne hard. Gordon decided to press for the reward. He snapped back that the winner would seize the title of the Empire's plenipotentiary ambassador. Sabas realizes the truth hits harder every second. Nothing's gotten easier, it's just gotten worse. Finney thought this was their big chance. Everyone would get the same number of knights. The young man just laughed, and that laugh instantly set her rage on fire. Al insists this is Leo's golden shot to become an ambassador. Send him away, and they'll treat him like the next emperor, giving him a real chance to stitch peace between the two countries. But that sealed hole they shut will crawl back open. Unlike those two, they can't clench their teeth and stay out of it. So if they do, they'll get kicked out of the succession war. The hero leaned in and demanded to know if Sabas had any leads. Sabas shot back that he hadn't collected nearly as much as he'd wanted. Turns out the knights only found this out yesterday, because the emperor and his advisors hammered the decision out behind closed doors. And if that's real, their choices will be razor-thin, with luck and skill deciding who gets the crown. It doesn't matter if they run into some rare monster, or if one single strike decides the whole fate. Because if he never gets the opening to flex his power, it's all wasted. The Knightly Order is clinging to one dream, that this festival will finally light up the Empire's eastern side. The worst of the monster damage hit the east, and now it looks like they'll be forced to relocate there. Because if the Eastern District becomes the festival's new hotspot, tourists will swarm in, and that'll make rebuilding the wrecked areas way easier. The Knightly Orders are being shipped straight to the eastern lands, and they'll only touch down in a couple days, where they'll tear through the hunt, battle for the kill count and the rarest trophies, and in the end, the Emperor himself will pick the final winner. Big shots from every corner of the Empire are coming to watch the festival, so things are about to get brutal. Finney just said she's got an idea. She's dead sure Al should grab first place. Sebas and the hero exchanged a weird look, like something about her just didn't add up. The butler insists, Arnold will keep playing the silly prince. If he shows his real self, everyone will get suspicious fast. Al says her plan is workable, but warns that if they go through with it, they'll burn their ace in the hole, and that'll crush Leo's shot at becoming emperor while splitting their own popularity in half. Bottom line, it's a terrible move, no matter how you slice it. They've got no trump card, no way to flip the game, and nothing to play. So the other three will either bait a rare monster toward the eastern side or hunt down its location, but they're short on manpower to pull it off. Finney can try the same trick, crush all those monsters eastward like a wave of silver. But the moment he even thinks about it, Finney's screaming that he can't, that it won't work. The young man couldn't shake the feeling she was just like Leo. And if he followed through, the folks in the eastern side would get hit even worse before the festival even started. So they decided not to do it, and his brother wouldn't back it up either. The girl blurted out an apology for speaking before she thought, and he shrugged it off, saying everything was fine. Then told her to say whatever she wanted, because her opinion was always spot-on and fair. Finney couldn't figure out what Sebastian was saying, until he explained that the hero liked her exactly as she was, and the girl instantly blushed. Arnold swore he didn't remember saying any of that. Sebas immediately figured he must hate her, but the boy shot back that wasn't true, and suddenly everyone was stuck wondering if he actually liked her. Oh man, Leo burst into the room. Arnold said they're about to talk about appointing him the Empire's ambassador plenipotentiary, and Leo immediately pushes for it, because he's convinced Al has that rare gift for forging ties between states. But the hero can't take the hunting festival. Only his brother can, and the moment Leo imagines their opponents are brothers too, it rattles him to the core. He says that if life gave him room, he never would have thrown himself into this fight, because the weight of his brother, his mother, and their future is all on his shoulders. If he doesn't win, it's over. No one else gets to enjoy life for the rest of their days. 3 of them are going in with zero mercy, because they've got no other choice. Even after the crown prince was cut down, a little humanity still clung to them, but this long, brutal fight for the throne has crushed that humanity out of each and every one. They've all but cut off their hearts from their families, so they're forced to jump into the fight over the inheritance, because it'll decide the future of everyone in the Empire. And if Leo doesn't claim the heir title, they're in for serious trouble. He's got the same goal in mind, and out of all the princes, he's the closest match to the crown prince. But Leo, he's no cold realist. He's an idealist, and one spark of emotion can sweep him right off his feet. He jumped into the fight, not because the general was assassinated, but because he'd been in awe of the crown prince ever since he was a kid. Arnold is absolutely sure he's going to seize the crown prince title, but Leo snaps back that raw power won't cut it. He wants the power handed over to him. The hero nodded, no hesitation. Cerberus, the monstrous AAA-ranked beast, rampages in and attacks without mercy. Silver lunges in and starts throwing punches of his own, straight up striking back at him. The guild summons him twice a month, so yeah, there really are more monsters crawling around the Empire. Out of nowhere, someone whipped around and demanded to know, was that explosion really his doing? He whipped around and demanded the stranger introduce herself first. Then the moment he saw her, his eyes blew wide with shock. This is the Empire's midnight command, every night on the dot. 3rd Corps Captain Elna von Amsberg. Elna's here because she heard Cerberus showed up, but the dude already wiped it out. Even the assisting countries would shake to their core the moment they heard that name. They're the bloodline of a legendary hero who ended a demon lord's reign that rattled the whole continent 500 years ago. Yet when the emperor tried to lock him into the Empire, he slammed the door on titles like Marquis or Duke, refused every reward, and demanded to hit the road and travel instead. Then the emperor tossed the hero a rare new peerage and rule over an entire continent, turning him into the spark that ignited a brand new brave house. Above princes, these aristocrats held the top rank, so high they bowed to no one except the emperor himself, and nobody dared object because they truly had earned every bit of it. The heir to the Empire isn't just someone. Elna is the heiress worthy of that title. She didn't just protect him when he was a kid, she hammered him into shape with Spartan-level training. And she, total opposite of him, still he couldn't help it. He snapped that what she was doing felt like nothing but cruel mockery. But his face stays hidden. Right now, it's not Arnold at all, it's Silver. And he's got no fear of Elna. He even asks her straight out if the lady of the Brave House has vision problems. She grilled him about what he'd just said, and the hero snapped, shocked, like the anger from his past had finally exploded out of him right now. Elna took one look at him and said he had to be an SS-rank adventurer, Silver. She clocked how brash he was for a failed adventurer, and it screamed trouble to Al. If he kept pushing Elna like that, nothing good would come, and someone had to fix the mess fast. The second he planted himself in the capital, people started whispering that he was her guardian, like it was destiny. And honestly, he didn't choose that name. Arnold's about to prove something loud and clear. He isn't her enemy. Alma pressed him. Did he really mean to suggest the Armsburg house was okay with a puny nickname like that? Because either way, it sounded like a provocation, or maybe he was about to say, "No, that's not what I meant." From the second she met him, Elna decided he'd never get a fair read. Everything he said would land wrong in her eyes. And Elna hated losing with her whole soul, so the moment someone picked a fight, she stayed swinging until she was the one wiping the floor with them. She knows this brave house clings to its reputation like gold, and the moment anyone else gets praise, petty jealousy takes over. One snide comment about her house, she won't forgive a single person. Silver clocked it. She was the only one here acting all insolent. He'd already slaughtered the monster for the guild's request, but after everything she'd said earlier, it sounded like she'd planned to kill him too. The girl insisted she hadn't, and then her focus shifted again. She was thinking about the people. He tells the captain, "Even if this was just a misunderstanding between us, if the adventurers' guild is calling, then we take the blame. So we've got to hurry to the capital." She leans in and tells Silver to remember, This empire, the brave house, the knights, and the soldiers stand because of them, not those adventurers. The hero swore he'd remember it forever, then immediately realized he might forget it right away. Elna spat a brutal curse at the guy. He stared up at the sky, Elna pressed in his arms, and a rush of pride hit him so hard it felt unreal. Now he finally understood revenge, raw and childlike like a bully's nightmare. Still, none of that erased one ugly truth. He'd just made an unnecessary enemy. If House Arms Bird decides to come at them with hostility, then it'll be on them, every last bit of it. A few days later, today hits different. The door opens, and an Imperial Corps captain steps in to join him. Subbaz argues that, to keep the power balance in check, it should be one of the top captains. Al declares everyone will rise to the occasion, except Elna. She's an extraordinary kid from the brave House of Armsburg. She joined the Knightly Order at 11, snagged the captain's rank at 14, and if she ever backs them, wouldn't that be amazing? Her powers are undeniably impressive, but he can't handle who she is. People know her for her spotless, high-moral character, and yet rumors are flying that she might just become the next head of the Knightly Order. Al says that's all they ever saw, her outer face, because neither the knights nor the people had a clue about her real nature. And deep down, this woman is pure devil. Elna snapped, "Who are you calling the devil here?" Arnold tells Saba to summon the guards because the devil has shown up. Yet Saba snaps back that nobody's coming. The strongest knights are already here. The girl leaned in and told him that Elna von Amsberg, Imperial Knight's Order and captain of the Third Corps, had finally reached him, and even though years had slipped since they last met, he still looked exactly the same. He clocked it right away, pure sarcasm. Elna leaned in and told him, "You're everywhere in the capital," because everyone there only had one nickname for him, the Foolish Prince. Even after years apart, they're still locked in as childhood best friends, because somehow they know each other better than anyone, even with him wearing the crown as an imperial prince and her standing as the daughter of a brave house. Arnold demanded why she was there, and she snapped that his attitude was downright rude, because she had to personally petition the emperor just to become his captain, and they launched right back into sharp verbal sparring. He gets why she did it with him in mind, but it doesn't match his plans at all. If she really went to her father asking for something like that, he'd have wanted her fighting for Leo, not against him. Elna being here basically screams that he's climbed into the favorites. So now every move he makes feels 10 times harder, and nothing comes easy anymore. Elna doesn't need stealth or tricks. She demands the spotlight the second she shows up, and that's exactly why it's a disaster if she hooks up with someone else, because with her at his side, things don't get better, they spiral. This isn't some compatibility issue at all. He didn't want her anywhere near him. She insists she'll win that competition for him personally, and they've got to make everyone swallow their words back. But the young man snaps, "I don't need any of that." Alma grabs his attention and begs him to stop acting like that, because she already went to the emperor and promised she'll take care of him. That's why he's getting a special training session from here on out, starting with a quick test. She wants to see how far he's come in horse riding, so they head straight for the training ground. Everyone warned that a headache could turn deadly, but Saba snapped back that it was really a mental disorder, a false illness, and if he trained his mind and heart, it might vanish. Arnold snaps at them to back off and leave him the hell alone. Arnold's back muscles ache like crazy, and the night's festival is breathing down his neck, because no amount of last-minute training is going to change anything now. If this keeps going day after day, he's basically a goner. So tomorrow afternoon, he's forced back into the next training session. Finney leaned in and demanded to know if Silver was just as strong as her. Sebas told everyone that Arnold was a specialist in ancient magic, which meant his raw strength was way below normal. And to make it worse, he couldn't ride a horse, couldn't fight with a sword, and didn't even have modern magic. He never put real time into those skills, so of course he never managed to shine. She froze in shock because the hero basically admitted the truth. He said most adventurers are strong, but he's not. Ancient magic is what props him up, so he skips training his body. The last time he skipped teleportation magic, he was still riding a horse to Klainer's estate. Yet he still pushed his body harder and harder because Elna's right. Without ancient magic, he's basically a weakling. Sebas snapped that it all came down to how you saw it, whether it was tough for him or not didn't change a thing. This was a huge shot for Leo. The hero nodded along. Meanwhile, Finney just couldn't make sense of what they were even talking about. Elna is hailed as the strongest knight, but even if he takes the win, nobody will credit him. If Leonard can't secure victory, then Arnold has to steal it instead. They're holding the strongest hand, and everything hinges on it. Even if the hero just stands there, Elna will shoulder the whole fight for him. So long as he doesn't play games with her mind or get in her way, they're winning. Savas explains that's why the Emperor let her stay close to the boy. He figured the kid would pull pranks, but nobody predicted he'd accidentally forge a team by uniting the strongest knight with the strongest adventurer. Arnold tells them straight up, no matter how grim it gets, he'll still come out on top, but honestly, Leo should win, because he's way more built for the ambassador role. Phineas guessed the hero just couldn't handle finding the ambassador's spot, but the young man stayed silent. Then the girl and Sevis let out heavy sighs. She asked if he was putting too much pressure on Leo, and she totally got why he was worried. He was doing everything for him. Subbas then snapped that the hero just couldn't handle it. Arnold shrugs and says it's just an old habit he can't break. He'd even give up the throne or the ambassadorship if it came to that. While Seppas snaps that he doesn't buy this way of lying to the girl, and Arnold fires back. I'm not lying, I'm just misleading her. Finney's basically seething with envy, because how can he have a childhood friend so caring? And when he says it, he calls her kindness just annoying, especially all the extra, totally unnecessary stuff she keeps doing. Elna stormed in right then, fired a question at him about his words, and pure rage burned on her face. She heard he couldn't even crawl out of bed because muscle pain was wrecking him, so she rushed over with ointment just for that. While Arnold insisted he was fine. Yet she'd already handled him again and again, even softer than anyone else, and that's when the girls finally met. The knight never expected to find Finney in Al's room, and that smile wasn't the one she normally wore. It was the grin of a manipulator. Elna grabbed his collar and hauled him straight into practice. He kept insisting he was fine, training time had arrived. Then Al shot back, that's not what I meant. He screamed that he was in agony and hurt, but the girl snapped back that muscle pain didn't count as a real injury. It would fade with time. Night falls, and the hero trudges down the corridor with every step screaming. His whole body aches all the way through. He slams his magic into the wall, unleashing power on it right then. The door swings open, boom. A staircase drops into view, and he storms down it without hesitation. He told someone his magical research was even more incredible than ever. This is the spirit his grandfather planted in him. The boy leaned in and asked his grandpa if this endless sitting ever made him feel tired. Gustav Lecky Adler, the emperor from 2 generations ago, and his great-great-great ancestor. He taught him ancient magic, but the old man just shook his head. After all these years, the real secret of magic is still nowhere to be found. In the end, his own research got him trapped in a book, and people started calling him the Mad Emperor. The man snapped that it was a horrible mistake to fear his body would be seized by a demon. Then he blamed Al's grandfather as reckless and frivolous, and said it was his fault the boy had to live in hiding with powers that no one could see. A demon took over his body and wrecked the imperial capital, and the history books swear he snapped while digging into ancient magic. So the imperial family bans that power for good. Gustav tells the boy to see it a whole new way. Locked away here, he's learned ancient magic, and even that silver mask becomes his secret weapon. He sneers that the hero is an ungrateful great-great-grandson, then presses the question. Why is he really here? What did he come to talk about? Arnold brought up his brother fighting in the battle for the throne, and Gustav shot back that if he's truly capable, he'll win. Because that's exactly what the war for the throne is all about. The hero felt the same, but he still had to dig deeper. Someone might have intentionally pulled him into this trap. And if it was the enemy, he'd step right into the open and settle it face to face. That's what kept haunting him. No matter how much the old general sided with Leo, he never posed a real threat to the others until the general was killed early on and they were suddenly forced to make a choice. Their real goal was to hide behind those agreements, and Leo, to spark a full-on war for the throne, and Gustav even said that if he'd been the 2nd or 3rd prince, he would have murdered the crown prince. That old man isn't just old. He's the eldest son, and he's clawed his way through countless assassination attempts. So when people claim he offed himself, he shuts that theory down as total garbage. Maybe the tracks were scrubbed clean, or the emperor's own inner circle pulled strings. Maybe even the emperor did it himself. Either way, it's painfully suspicious that the crown prince died like this. He tells his grandson to picture his own brother on the battlefield, and swears he'd do anything to keep him safe. Anything. Then the young man nods and blurts the same answer. Because there are tons of people out there who feel exactly that way, and even if they couldn't actually protect him, it still crawls into your bones like a conspiracy. If my hunches are right, what comes next isn't just fate, it's someone's written script, and that night's festival has a whole darker secret. Then he demanded to know if there's magic out there that can control monsters. The grandpa's eyes lit up at the talk of magic, and he leaned in, demanding his grandson spill everything. Lately, monsters have been exploding across the empire, and the scariest ones, rare, ruthless, and powerful, are showing up more than ever, and he's convinced someone out there is pulling the strings. The old man said, "If it's only a couple of monsters, magic can tame them, but not some kind of magic that can control monsters scattered over an area that huge." He couldn't shake the thought that Princess Xandra might be pulling the strings, until Grandpa said that kind of magic doesn't exist, and crushed that idea so hard it was done. So if monsters suddenly swarmed in greater numbers, it had to be pure coincidence. Gustav snapped that magic like that doesn't exist, then pointed to a real ancient artifact that hums a monster-loved melody and lures them in. This flute was called Hamelin. Play it right, and if you've got enough insane magical power, you could unleash monsters all across the empire. Think of an age where magic was light years ahead of today, and their artifacts were so far beyond anything we've got now that it feels unreal. Some countries dug these artifacts out of ancient ruins and crowned them national treasures, but others got hit with surprises, freshly showing up out of nowhere. The young man even told his grandfather about the nightly hunting festival. They couldn't afford to blow the festival, not even once, because if the other side had the flute, they'd be doomed. Gustav said it plain: play the flute the right way and the win was locked in, but they refused to stoop to something that reckless. Yep, if even one of his 3 relatives grabbed an artifact like that, the other 2 would snap into pursuit, him included. And even in a succession war, if he sparked trouble for the Empire, there'd be no slipping out. He'd be hunted down. No matter who he's tied to, if he can sweep the whole empire with monsters or wreck the country in any other way, then being an ambassador plenipotentiary simply won't cut it for him. And listen, this isn't only about winning the festival anymore. If they don't unmask whoever's pulling the strings, then the hunting festival won't be a showdown for the ambassador plenipotentiary's spot. It'll turn into something far worse. The hero demanded if the Hamelin effect could be stopped somehow, and Grandpa shut him down fast. Unless that artifact is wiped out, it's impossible because silencing that flute sound is brutally hard. He just has to lock in on the festival because they've been using those monsters for something else long before the announcement. There's no way this is all harmless, not with what's really behind it, so he can't drop his guard for a second. The young man strode through the corridor, then someone snapped, "Don't move." He showed up way faster than the hero ever expected. Then the stranger smirked, claiming he knew exactly who he was, promised he wouldn't kill him, and ordered him to just get some sleep. Arnold snapped his head toward him, and in the blink of an eye, he trapped him inside a magical cage. He shouted to stop anyone from killing him by mistake. Then it backfired hard, and in that split second he whipped up a barrier that trapped him in place. Around the edges, deadly search spells are set in place, so there's zero chance of sneaking up unnoticed. Arnold leaned in and demanded to know who had smuggled him into that tightly guarded castle. The stranger leaned in and warned him not to blink. He'd rather die than spill the client's name. He's trying to stop him from joining the nightly hunting festival, so Elna has to fall back, and the whole scheme is easy to spot. 3 relatives hold the power to sway the castle's security, and everyone else would have to grind way too hard, so they're basically out of the picture. The stranger flashed a smile and said the same thing could be said about him too, then demanded someone take care of him. Seba suddenly burst in and claimed he and the whole team were 4, but he'd already taken down the other 3 himself, and when the hero praised him, the man's face screamed shock. Saba's shot back, asking if they truly believed he'd let Arnold handle the talking. And honestly, it felt like they'd grossly underestimated just how far he'd take it. The hero blasted the criminal with magic, slammed him with a confession demand, and watched the man clutch his head, shriek in terror, then beg forgiveness from whoever hired him. Xandra, the second princess, sent the assassin, so the loyalty wasn't earned with kindness. It was hammered into him with terror right down to the bone. Sandra went after him with full intent. She wanted the ambassador plenipotentiary seat, and nothing was going to stop her. Since she's pouring her heart into this festival, luring out the monsters isn't exactly her job. At least, that's what the hero said. He even claimed that telling Sandra the truth wouldn't hurt her, but if they kill him, then they've got a whole new nightmare on their hands, figuring out how to get rid of the body. The young man was told to stash it somewhere out of the way, because it could save the day when it mattered. A few days later, the young man is rattling along in a carriage, eyes sharp as he wonders, who in the world set this up? Finny leaned in and demanded what he was talking about, but he waved her off like it was nothing. Then she stared out the window. She said a building was already standing right there, and Arnold snapped that it was the festival's nightly hunt, called Kiel. Kiel's at the night's hunting festival, the night before the tournament, and all can't stop thinking about his grandfather's warning that something big will happen. He refuses to let his guard slip for even a second. Finney snapped out, then hurried over to the boy and apologized for making him wait. She wore glasses. Then the hero stumbled on them in his grandfather's room, and once they're on, they can cast a subtle illusion on outsiders. So right now Finney just looks like an ordinary girl. Yeah, this wouldn't fool seasoned mages or anyone who knew her, but in this city, those glasses could still be clutch. Finney thanked him for taking her up on the invitation and then teased, "Come on, tonight we're going to have some fun." The young man had zero reason to say no, so they set off to wander the stalls, talking with the girl as she promised she'd win it all. And when he said that couldn't be true, he still nodded and swore he'd give it his best shot. Finney clutched her stomach and blurted that she was completely stuffed. Al told her, "If you want to conquer everything, take it slow, one bite at a time." And she blurted back that she felt mortified eating in front of the person who had cooked all those dishes. She said the food was straight up delicious, and the young man laughed that even just staring at the view, without taking a bite, could be fun too, and Finney couldn't believe this kind of fun even existed. They decided to take a quick breather and then push on, and that's when they spotted Leo and Marie chatting with the guards. The girl couldn't help but wonder what went down, while the young man shot back that it didn't look like a date at all, more like they'd shown up for work. They met and traded hellos, and Leo immediately thought, "Oh, this is a date," but Finney confirmed it. Then the young man snapped back, "No, it's not," and the girl went from annoyed to genuinely upset. Arnold grilled his brother, asking where he was planning to jump into trouble again, and his brother shrugged, saying thefts pop up everywhere. The hero asked what they were hunting for, and the guy snapped back that it was precious stones, so Finney had better watch herself. Then his gaze dropped straight to her hairpin. Arnold offered to take it off, and the girl said, "Sure, but it's a gift from your majesty and my favorite hairpin." Then, just like that, she added, "If you're worried, I'll remove it." Right in that moment, something slammed straight through the hero's barrier. It was some kind of wild beast, something that felt alive in the worst way. He sprinted up to Finney and started rubbing against her, and a weird jolt hit him, like he'd seen this exact thing somewhere before, right in the back of his mind. He demanded, "What are they called?" And Marie shot back, "They live in the western part of the continent, weasels or common weasels." The brothers snapped to attention. This detail hit them all at once, and then the animal exploded forward and leapt. It slithered straight under the girl's clothes. He bolted straight under her dress, and Marie lunged to help Finney. Then another tiny creature popped into the scene. And he reached under her dress too, while the brothers scrambled, clueless how to help them, until one of the weasels suddenly snatched Finney's hair clip. The girls crumpled to their knees, and Marie snapped that they couldn't just leave those people behind. Leo snapped that it looked like they'd been played. Those caresses were the jewel thieves' little trick. Finney's temper flared, and Hell demanded she go apologize to her father. He wouldn't punish her for it, but it was smarter to swallow the drama. Nothing was taken from Marie. Turns out these guys only snatched jewelry, and maybe there was more than one robber. So the heroes pack up and leave, and Finney blurts out that she'll be back. She called Arnold just to make him rest, but somehow she's dragged trouble back to him again, and honestly, she should have stayed out of the way. The hero gently stroked her head and swore he'd calm down as soon as she was by his side, then promised he'd track down her hairpin in a flash, because finding those animals was a piece of cake for him. The girl fretted that if he taps into magic right now, he'll run short for tomorrow's festival, while the boy shot back, saying that even if those little creatures are clever, they're still animals. He's not hunting animals, he's hunting the person who summoned them. Sure, they can be trained to slip under girls, clothes, and snatch jewelry, but if they start carrying that loot off into the distance, trouble's guaranteed to hit, especially with everyone and their cousin out roaming around these days. Then the culprit is close by, and if you're going to pull moves like that, don't hide behind excuses like weasels. There's gotta be a trick somewhere. He followed their trail until he stumbled on a box packed with a sound stone, a rock that blasts a recorded noise at a fixed time, the kind people use to bait monsters. After a set time, he blasts the female's cry through the stone, luring the male straight to the spot he wants. Then he hands his partner a hair clip as a sweet gift, while some people use their powers for nothing but their own advantage. The heroes slipped into that cramped alley and started tearing into the boxes, one after another. Finney spotted something and sprinted toward the hero. Then she ate it, tripping hard over a rock. The young man lunged and caught her, and in the next heartbeat they were pressed so close their faces were almost touching. Out of nowhere, a weasel popped up and started gently caressing the girl, and she told it, "We'll help you now." Arnold's heart sank as he realized they were already right there within reach. They're hot on the weasel's trail, and now they've finally found the criminal's hideout. They decide to go after him. Arnold, wearing Leonard's disguise, slides up to the guards and orders them to round up knights nearby, because they've finally located the jewel thief's lair. He couldn't believe it. Turns out even the Eastern Knights could read Leo's every move by sound alone. Arnold snapped his gaze to the girl, and when he demanded what went wrong, she grimly said it was Leo who caught the thief. It was Al. The young man told her straight up that the Knights wouldn't move an inch for anyone but him, and if he ran, they'd get crushed. "So don't worry," he said, brushing it off like it was nothing. This was Leo's moment to swing the fight for the throne. Finney just stared at him. They stormed straight into the robber's house. That criminals still can't wrap their head around how they tracked him down and found him here. Finney locked onto her hairpin. She couldn't help but smile when she found it, because the knight said, "Don't touch the stolen stuff yet." And Arnold told everyone, "Don't worry, we'll figure out whose they are soon." Then he leaned in and told Finney, "Take off your glasses." Duke Clayneart's daughter, the Blue Gull, is the one he's sure they know inside and out, and that stolen hairpin was hers, so he hunted down the person who took it. If his father learns that his gift got stolen, the watchmen and guards will get crushed with reprimands, and the knight might pay with his head. They might squeal to someone, but either way, it's them who'll take the fall. He prayed they'd finally understand. Then they snapped back that they hadn't seen a thing, and the heroes turned and walked away. Al says the only thing left now is to spill every last detail to Leo. Then Finney steps up and thanks him, and Al shrugs, saying he didn't do anything special. She stopped cold and said she didn't care if the world never knew his achievements, because as long as she did, that was all that mattered. She'll never forget how insanely gifted and wonderfully special he always was. Arnold grinned and told her, "I'm counting on you big time for what comes next." She swore she'd someday write a book and brag about his deeds without holding back. Yet everyone shot the idea down like it was useless, and the girl couldn't wrap her head around why. Two guys stare at the crowd swirling around a roaring fire, and it hits them. This is exactly what a real community celebration looks like. Non-stop energy, loud laughter, and pure, "Wow, this is awesome" vibes. The boy can't stop thinking how badly they need a blast of fun. And it all clicks because his father handed out the money, letting everyone enjoy the festival, even though the people in the eastern part had been terrified of the monsters. He storms in and tells him that's where he's been, then, boom. He realizes it's Elna, greets her, and asks how she's doing. She exhales that she's mentally wiped out right before the competition. The whole area looked like it was cracking under the weight of too few hands. She'd been keeping an eye on the restless commoners, hunting down troublemakers and swallowing missions she never even wanted. And when she finally asks what they've been doing, he answers like he always does. But you can hear the exhaustion in his voice. After all, he's just gone around the villages that got wrecked by monsters, and he's dead set on the Imperial family doing its part to lift that suffering. Plus, if he wins, he gets paid. And if he wins and throws in his own money, he can truly give back, so she turns to the other guy and asks what he was doing back then. He grins and says the festival made him feel satisfied, clutching the tail of a roasted earth lizard. And then she tells Leo that if he had just one virtue, she'd finally feel better. Leo stepped in like a hero. He caught a jewel thief as his contribution, and the knights of the city erupted in praise. One knight even said, "Your brother just hides his real virtues so nobody notices, and they'll keep that secret." That Leo helped him. Even if this gets exposed, nothing changes. And if anyone finds out they can swap identities and pretend to be each other, it's going to blow up into a disaster. Leo's brother leans in and says it was all expected, then promises to hand him a piece as a reward. They trade help back and forth, but Erna stays tight-lipped. Leo can sniff out delicacies in the market like it's magic, yet that talent is completely useless for a kid who's supposed to be the Imperial family's scion. The Emperor's speech is about to kick off, and the man rushes in to report that monsters just attacked their country, so they've only now started fighting back. Then he blurts out an apology for having such a stupid emperor. He realizes the exit is almost within reach, too close to waste a second. Then he spots Krista, and at first his brain swears it's Finney, because that third princess is standing there holding a toy in her hands. He leans in and asks if anything's wrong, and she shrugs that everything's fine, it's just people. Then he snaps, "All right, so what you see this time?" The girl swears she saw the city ringed by monsters, and the boy's jaw drops. Krista, meanwhile, has magic flowing through her from birth. Magic is usually something you grind for through training, but real, natural giftedness is a rarity, and when it happens, that power is insanely strong and worth its weight in gold. Christ's future sight is one of them. Back when the crown prince died, she stood over him, trembling with grief, and cried out that she'd seen her brother's death coming. From that point on, he demanded she report every sighting to him alone, terrified that anyone eyeing the throne would twist the truth for their own gain. She can catch glimpses of the future, sometimes of events that are about to happen. But it's shaky and never guaranteed, yet it's too dangerous to ignore. And when he asks if she's ever seen someone die, she just confirms it. He pats her head, praises her for coming to tell him, and says it's about to be way easier to move now. Then she asks if he'll go, he snaps back yes, and throws out an apology. If the city's crawling with monsters, he'll strike right out in the open, but his eyes narrow and he asks, "So what do I do with Krista?" A girl bursts in asking if they want sweets, and the guy instantly clocks it. Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. Then he introduces the girls, and Krista steps up like she's already familiar with her, saying she knows her, because she's the most beautiful girl in the entire empire. He asks the girl if she'll stay with Krista, but she shuts it down. Then he tells him he can trust her even more than he can trust himself. He winks at her and whispers that she's got some top-tier sweets on her, then hands her one and watches her take a taste. She suddenly lit up with a grin, and the guy even said he liked it. So she stayed with him until he and Leo came back, all while he banked on Finny to back him up, and Finny handed the girl another candy. The boy thinks his father's finally done talking. Now it's time to show the townspeople who he really is, because the girl can beg all she wants while they snap at her to stop making that face. But she can't change it since they're imperial family, and Nee always dodges out. Arnold cuts her off, says not this time, and tells her to leave, so she fires back, "Did you finally decide to play nanny?" Then smirks, "Or did you get the genius from the Armsburg house?" He tells his sister that it may be rude, but it's natural for an older brother to look after the younger one. That's what elders are for, and she bursts out laughing, saying it's hilarious how brave he is being cheeky even while he realizes she's irritated and asks what's really bothering her. She tells him, "Get ready," then promises to show him, right then and there, using an example how worthless that strong sword he got is. If he can't use it, the scar-faced man will demand answers, so she has to figure out how to explain the truth. He turns to Arnold and offers him a sword. Then he pressures his father to get it done, too, and his father fires back by demanding he complain about how it won't pay and admit, for once, that he's the one who fits it best. Arnold darts toward his brother and blurts out an apology, claiming he never had that kind of courage. Same kind of jab you throw at Dad's choices, right? Because deep down, he's terrified of his father. Then the man growls that if someone that talented is allowed to fail, he'll just smash everything in their way. The girl snaps back, "Those were my words." Krista blurts out that she's terrified, but he forces a grin and promises everything's fine. Finny's coming with her, and if anything goes wrong, he'll be there to rescue her. Then Leo shows up and cuts right in, asking if she's betting everything on just their brother. She clutches both of their hands and swears she's calm. Then Arnold turns to Leo and asks where he'll patrol. Leo says he'll take the south, where the monsters barely touch anyone, so only he will be heading there. Sure, running the festival and serving as the official ambassador matter. But to him, nothing beats one thing: wiping out the monsters so the people of the eastern region can finally feel safe. He couldn't stop thinking, could he really pull this off? But yeah, there was a real shot. After he overheard people trading rumors about that small kind of destruction, he started digging. Ever since the monsters swallowed the south, everyone else had gone cold and stopped coming anywhere near him. If he beats him, there's a real shot at victory, so he slipped into the area to scout first, then went there to show his sympathy, because sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Now Arnold isn't panicking. Leo warns him. If his brother doesn't push harder, Elna's going to haul him into trouble. At the festival, the Emperor declares that the Imperial Knights will kneel and swear allegiance to his kids, demanding respect for the Knights, and promising the Knights will serve them with absolute loyalty. Because when they stand as one, they'll crush those massive monsters together. They're the Imperial family, bound by duty to crush the Empire's enemies, and letting their kids and knights march forward and take the fight to them. With a fiery snap, the Emperor raises his hand and blasts. The nightly hunting festival is officially open. People are yelling at Prince Eric to push harder, taunting Prince Gordon like the advantage is already in his grasp, and demanding Princess Sandra unleash some brand new way to fight. At last, Prince Leonard earns real support, because the first time they've ever seen kindness like that, they can't help but wave back at him too. Arnold figures it's not scary once someone's using a secret trick, because he's ready to smash their plans the moment they start. A girl on horseback swings her sword and drops the monster, then freezes, realizing that was the very last one. Arnold's jaw tightens as he wonders if she's the kind of person who's a master at everything, wiping out an AAA-ranked group in mere minutes. She tells them Arnold's squad wiped out 32 bloodhounds, and the battle's results get etched into a magical item and rushed straight to the city and the main camp. So the townspeople can watch for themselves, and right now, from the interim report, they're sitting in first place. The festival rules are brutal. Beat the biggest monster, or lose and someone could get ahead, but they've got the upper hand if they stay cool. So he warns them, don't let emotions drive you or you'll get disqualified. The Emperor's kids wear magical bracelets on their wrists, and the squad captain's has one cruel trick. Step too far from her, and it snaps like a curse. The knights can't move an inch without permission. The girl blurts out that more monsters are ahead and she has to chase them, but the guy snaps back that everyone's already exhausted. Maybe she's not, yet the others definitely are. Still, it's day one of the 3-day festival, so no one needs to panic and sprint. The girl insists they have to win, but he snaps that he's the commander and demands to know if she's going to defy his orders. She complies, and then the boy orders her to head straight to the nearest town. Arnold sits there and grinds through the noise, and the girl tells him this whole festival was the Emperor's play. He used it to calm the people's anger. Arnold leans in and says, "If you want answers, knock on the door." She asks, "Do I really have to?" And the guy fires back, "Put yourself in my shoes." She threatens him, then he shrugs like, "It's just pity." But she snaps, "You don't look like you're part of the imperial family, so why are you acting so bothered?" He tells her, "Sure, you're a knight, but you don't even know what these drinks are worth." Then he shoots back, "And don't lecture me, not when you've never gone farther than the capital." She asks if it's even worth getting drunk at all, since tomorrow she'll be wrecked with a hangover. Then Arnold stares at her, dead serious. She asks where he's even staring, and he snaps back that she hasn't grown up yet. So she grins and insists she's just late blooming, then promises she'll turn out just fine. He tells her she's only in danger of gaining weight, and rage flares as she jabs her fist up in front of him. Then he insists everything's fine, and that's when she's suddenly itching to stretch after dinner. Leonard tells her she'll grow up to be a beautiful young lady, so she needs to calm down. Then she snaps back that he hasn't changed a bit at all, and he fires off the question. What illusions did she ever have about him? She says it's just what an ordinary prince has to do so he won't get laughed at. Then he turns to her and asks what's haunting her, because she's been treated like a fool for ages. Before he was even born, Giulio snatched everything. Effortless, talentless, and bone-lazy. Like fate itself handed it to him. And that's why he's talking differently now, because he's boiling with upset and resentment over his own attitude. She asks, "Do you even understand?" And he just stays silent as the aristocrats sneer at him, laughing like he's a joke, because he thinks they're arrogant enough to act like a worthless nobody has any value, and then he snaps that he's useless. The girl jumps in again. "Are you offended?" Since for him, unlike back then, everything changed the moment childhood ended. He leans in and asks, "If I win with your help, will those nasty rumors finally die down?" Because that's what she wants, so she tells him he has to prove his intentions are real and serious. She's dead sure he's never taken anything seriously, always been like this, and she just waves it off like it's nothing. The worse Leo's reputation sinks, the higher his climbs, so he doesn't even try anymore. Then it hits him. She's clocked him. If that's true, she's going to have to see what he does next. He admits that what's happening right now is good, then tells her that once the festival ends, she must never come near him again. So they tried to kill him, and the girl is left staring in shock. He downs a drink and blurts that, while he was roaming the castle at night, he got attacked. Then admits if Sabas hadn't stepped in, something terrible could have happened. This festival matters more than anyone realizes, because the ambassador plenipotentiary seat is on the line, and her presence turns him into the prime target to win the throne. But his brothers hate that, and they move to crush him without mercy, willing to do anything just to lock in their victory. None of them will back down, no mercy ever. If even one of them, him or Leo, doesn't become emperor, then both of them get executed. Chances are his precious relatives are about to move in on Elna. No swords, just politics, so he refuses to let her get dragged into their mess. He should steer clear of her, because if the wrong people gain power, the attacks will kick right back off, and she'd get pulled right in. She shoots him an apology and hurries off, but he waves it off. "Don't stress, I've got this." He swears he'll go all out at the festival so she can finally sleep in peace. The nightly hunting festival is already in full swing on its 3rd day, and the girl on horseback suddenly clocks it. There aren't any monsters out there. So why are they still running the show? If this keeps up, they'll get swallowed by whoever's catching them. She fires a question at Al. "Are you just going to stand there and do nothing?" And Al snaps back, telling her to hold on while he wrestles the decision in his head. It's no shock they vanished. Once they sensed a threat from Elna, they stopped showing up because every adventurer knows that gut feeling, and that's why he didn't even bother her. His whole plan was to get all those monsters to march south to Leo. Gordon and Leo are clawing up the standings behind them, and yeah, they could still win. But Leo's the best bet, so he picked a plan built to boost him, and so far it's working perfectly. Now it's time to slam the brakes and go for the decisive move. He blurts out an apology for getting lost in his thoughts, and Eric and Sanda go weirdly silent, too suspicious. Monsters don't just come when you call, so she won't believe it if they snag even 3. Then, out of nowhere, someone speaks directly to the girl. She stares into the orb and her breath catches. Prince Carlos is in first place, but then the numbers flip. He's already taken down 2 monsters, and the only way he could be there is if the captain is an SS-rank adventurer. No way. Under his command, she won't admit he's weak, because she knows he's simply not built for that. Arnold is dead sure Carlos lured the monsters out. And now he's pulling the strings, controlling them from somewhere, and it's crystal clear someone's using Carlos, because Arnold's too dumb to believe he could pull that off by himself. Deadlines hit tonight, so they'll throw everything they've got at it. Ratings be damned. A mere ambassador's authority won't make him happy, and as he pushes forward, he can't stop thinking about the girl's warning. The city is boxed in, surrounded by monsters. If you trust Grandpa's warning and Krista's nightmare, then the worst-case scenario is already creeping toward them. Because right then, they suddenly hear something. The girl refuses to believe it, then Arnold blurts, "What happened?" And she drops to her knees, pressing her head to the ground. Elna shrieks as a whole army of monsters barrels toward them. Then they all charge together like an avalanche crashing down. This all goes down in monster-filled streets. Because it was their asterisk doing, they dragged them here and now they're charging in, one after another. It's weird as hell, everyone's sprinting the exact same way, and he gets it. If they're running away from Elna, that stop and start noise is right up close. Carlos is probably the one blowing the flute that commands the monsters. They try to buy the Emperor a few seconds to flee. But it's pointless, because the moment he escapes, the people will flip out over the tsunami and a full riot will explode. So the plan basically wipes out innocent lives, and whoever cooked it up is a villain. The boy asks, "If I order you to save Kiel, will you do it?" And she nods, no fear, not even of death. Then he turns to the knights and demands their answer, and they back him up too. They'll save Kiel, and he's furious about every single word he's forced to say. He demands a survival vow from them. Swear on the sword you won't die, swear it without hesitation. And if anyone tries to step into the fight, he shuts the door on them. She slammed her sword into the ground, dropped to her knees, and declared that Imperial Knight Elna Armsburg swears on his blade. She vows she'll survive no matter what, and when the knights do the same, that guy just grins. The girl warns him there are monsters everywhere, and they'll claw back their power, yet the guy snatches the bracelet anyway. He swears it was a total accident, pulling the plug on their status so they can finally slip out and grab a drink. Then he warns, "If I tag along, I'll just be a nuisance," tells the girl not to worry, and flat out admits he did it on his own, no one forced him. He begs his father to admit, "I snapped this bracelet," then whips his head toward the knights, watching as they fall silent and listen. He orders them to guard the Emperor and every citizen. Loss of a city doesn't erase lives, and he's made that clear. The girl nods and does what she's told. Krista and Finney are still trapped down in the keel, terrified and needing comfort, and the girl promises, "Don't worry, I'll keep Arnold safe." Sebas slips out from behind her and tells her she doesn't need to worry. She's stunned, and he urges her to hand everything over to him. He admits he's been worried about His Highness, and the girl quickly agrees. She swears the knight, Elna Armsburg, will carry out His Highness's will, sword raised, life on the line, promising he'll beat every enemy and rescue Kiel. The protagonist shouts, "Save us," then grabs everyone's attention because from this moment on, the dark horse is finally stepping into the spotlight. Massive battles between people and monsters are erupting near the city, and those bird monsters are swooping over the walls like they own the place. The girl bolts away from one of those birds, then snaps at it to stay back. Suddenly, the Emperor bursts onto the scene and cleaves the monster in a single swing. Then he tells her to hide inside any building, and she nods without hesitation. A knight snaps up to the Emperor and demands he get out, because the monsters are already tearing in, and then declares he won't run, barking orders to lock down the defense. He lifts his sword and roars that no one will ever hurt his people again, let them protect them instead. Then, out of nowhere, a laugh cuts the air. 2 men in robes sneer about how pathetic the Emperor looks, and honestly, that's the kind of sight that makes them grin. The Emperor locks his gaze on them and demands, "Who are you?" And out of the two, one answers to Sam while the other is Dean. He leans in, studies their fangs, and his stomach drops. They're vampires. Not just any vampires, either. The clan hunted these ones with a rage-filled hatred, and the Adventurers Guild has already slapped a bounty on them. If he's remembering right, these monsters are S-class. The vampires smirk and admit it was exactly like that, because it was them. The guild had tossed them aside like worthless monsters, and that insult? Unforgivable. They haven't let that humiliation fade, and neither has the burning hatred they felt for everyone who dared to mock them. The Emperor swears he's got a long memory, but every one of those people is already dead. So now the question is, did he want revenge? They shut that idea down fast because their lifespan is so much longer than ordinary folks that playing petty games like that would be pointless. And that's why they chose revenge on the whole empire that still rules the lands their descendants live on. Because his smug speeches are about to shut down, they'll drain him dry, and then drop his body right in the heart of their beloved capital. The man realizes they're the ones who dragged the monsters here, and tells the vampire, "If my knights were standing with me, I'd tell you to try this. If it works, even after he dies, the empire won't collapse." The vampire praises him for his courage, but that loud bravado still can't erase the brutal gap in their power. Then dark energy surges to life in his hand. The vampire lunges in, snarling that the man should die and regret turning them into enemies. Then, right on cue, a girl bursts in and smashes his attack back. The vampires demand, "What is this obstacle?" And the Emperor tells Elna she did the right thing stepping in to save the day. Then he presses the question, shouldn't she be protecting Arnold? Elna swallows hard and admits she couldn't carry out his order to fight as one, and she apologizes for it. The man beams and says it feels amazing to see his son become such a wonderful person because of her. He tells her Arnold sent her, and she fires back that she answered his call and somehow made it on time, making him grin like crazy because now maybe she'll finally prove just how sharp a knight she's become. The girl whips around with fearless confidence and declares their next move. She's going to show him the full power of the Armsburg sword, right there in his face. The vampire leans in and declares there's only one of them left. She's the knight stuck with that worthless prince, and it's exactly because he's so useless that they couldn't push any farther up the tournament table. The vampire snaps that his brother's plan blew up, and Dean tells Sam, "Don't drop your guard. Don't treat her like she's normal even if she's gifted. She's still just an ordinary person." The girl launches forward and declares, right to their faces, that they're too weak to spit out the words she hates most. Then she demands they brace for immediate death. A vampire barrels in to stop her, shouting that she's just human, and she'd better not underestimate him. When the fight erupts, the vampire's smugly convinced she's faster. Meanwhile, she's throwing him for a loop, just like any knight of the Armsburg house would. And it's no wonder she gets compared to a legendary hero, because once she's done, he's going to regret ever blocking her path. The Emperor slays one of the monsters, smirks as if the pressure has finally eased. Then the enemy hits back and still overwhelms them, even with the illness squad at full strength, and the sun turns its gaze on the Emperor. The guy blurts out that Carlos is here. He stormed in right after crushing a whole army of monsters. The prince gets told to move aside because this place is too dangerous, but he laughs it off and insists he'll be the hero. Then the guy snaps in, thinks it's Carlos, and starts unloading on the nasty vampires. He's convinced that the moment he shows up, they'll back off, because that's the deal. He'll hold this city together, and once it's done, they'll crown him a hero. The vampire finally gets it. He's really here now, and this prince isn't exactly sharp either. His brother snaps at him to ignore the lowly small fries so he can focus on the enemy right in front of them, and the girl blurts out, "How did you even dare?" The guy roars at them to never slow down, because they've got to reach Kiel as fast as they can. Then, out of nowhere, a figure in a black robe steps right in front of them and stops. The guy shoots, "Are you Silver?" And he bows, blurting that he's the real deal, saying he's thrilled to meet them, then swivels his attention to Leonard. The guy snaps that he doesn't have time for this back and forth, then asks, "Is this the right moment?" And he answers himself with a sharp, "Yeah, it is." But he can't just keep going. He has to stop mid-journey, and the guy fires back, asking what he's even talking about. Packed with folks he'd better not run into, he still tells himself. Once he's sure he can't stop, maybe he'll finally save someone's life. Because if he keeps charging forward like this, saving people is going to blow up his life in 1,000 ways. They lean in and ask if those knights crowding around him are really on his side. Because if he doesn't know, something awful is about to explode. He demands the count of their troops, knowing he won't be able to stop it. Then he fires one last question. Are his father and sister covered? Are people guarding them? If they get hurt, he swears he won't ever be able to forgive himself. Silver swears he never said anything like that. Then he insists they need time to ready his forces, because the Eastern Knights should have already closed in around him. The boy blurts out, "Are we really surrounded?" And the prince's power suddenly looks way overrated, because getting the knights ready is going to take several days, and they'll report everything then. Silver steps in and tells him to hand it over to him, then presses for the prince's true intentions. Silver insists there's still room for error, so does that mean he really might slip up? Now he's being grilled on just how serious he is about saving his family. He tells them straight up he doesn't care a thing about the royal family status. He's perfectly fine staying a lowly knight. Now explain it to them. Then the knight whips around to face him. He had to dig deep and steel his nerves, so here's the plan. He'd cast a spell to crack the gate open, and once they slipped through, they'd rush to warn the knights waiting there. A knight couldn't swear promises, not when anything could go wrong for the prince, and he couldn't shoulder that risk alone. This is a high-stakes disaster. Only a handful of knights are left, and it's downright terrifying, like they're burning magical power for nothing. But if everything goes right, Leo will come out on top and crush this fast, ending the whole mess immediately. He declares, "I'll do it," and you can feel it. Maybe his older brother will jump in and try too. Silver claims he doesn't think. He just acts. But deep down he's not sure, because his brother's got this special, unshakable determination, and somehow Silver still swears he makes decisions faster than anyone in the room. Silver folds his arms, and boom, a massive dark circle tears open in front of him. He strides into it, with Leo right behind on his horse. He snaps his gaze around and realizes this is transfer magic. Silver cuts in and says, "I brought them here using it." Even this place now has magic that can teleport it. Everything. S been switched on and ready to go. Leo hears knights charging in from the east and demands, "Listen to me." He throws open the truth. He's the 8th prince. Then he reveals the nightmare. Tragedy struck the eastern side of the city. It's fallen into chaos and now serves as a dangerous transit hub. They need troops to rush there, and if the knights catch his signal, they should sprint through the closest magical portal. He tells them they don't have to beg the master for permission. He'll take the blame himself. The knights must stand between the danger and the people, and anyone who charged ahead and followed him with courage, he believes in them. One of the guys slips through the portal and freezes in shock when it actually works. Then he suddenly spots Leonard. Hans, the boy, blurts out that he's a knight from Hesse, then says he's coming with him and he's grateful. The knight lays it out. All he needs is a small house. Since the day he heard the emperors saving villages across the world, he's been dreaming of fighting under him, and he's not the only knight who's heard the rumor. Volker, Lord of Alma, steps forward and shouts that he's teamed up with the young prince, bringing 500 knights with him, and with raw strength and fearless courage backing him up. The boy can't help but thank him for showing up. Soon, the ranks keep swelling until about 3,000 people are packed in. Volunteer soldiers ready to step into the chaos for a horrifying, jaw-dropping spectacle that'll cost a fortune. I can't help but wonder if this turns into a bigger problem. Then the protagonist thanks Silver for his help, says it was nothing but pure initiative, and even asks to talk again after he saves Kiel. The protagonist agrees. In the Lord's mansion, a knight barks orders for everyone to get back in their seats. Don't they hear him? One guy demands the door open, and a girl snaps, "Stop." Hasona points at the knight itself and commands it to open up. He obeys instantly. So she steps forward, tells everyone they're free to enter, and demands they call her the Segel Princess. Everyone's like, "This is the Emperor's princess, his daughter in all but blood." And then one of the men blurts, "No way, it's Guido." The girl orders everyone to drag kids and the elderly into the mansion, focus hard on the sick, pack in as many people as they can, and fling the gates wide open. Soon a swarm of monsters is coming, and life won't matter, because if one slips into the city, everything goes bad fast. They'll buy time by distracting him, and then she will swing the gate open. Guido swears it's him. She blurts out that she remembers Guido, and he snaps, "Why won't you just let me through?" The girl shoots back, "Don't you dare shame him, he's just trying to reach a safe place." Then it hits. They tried to start trouble with the Emperor's Majesty, and now. He can't shake the question, should Duke Halvet be allowed in with the old crowd at all, so he blurts out, "Who are you?" She just shrugs and says, "Names don't matter, it's the princess's call." Then she adds, "If you really have no choice, go find the Emperor later and tell him every last one of your complaints." She tells him she thinks it's smarter to stare at the fire where he'll be punished, but he snaps that she shouldn't worry, because Prince Leonardo is right behind her, and he'll never let her off the hook. She tells everyone to come in, and they rush to her, ready to help, carry the furniture over and pack the entrance as tight as you can. Then, when that monster finally crashes in, you don't hold back. Delay it, drag the fight out as long as possible. If they're worn out and struggling, they can finally catch a breather. Her Highness calls someone over. The girl climbs the stairs, heart pounding as she thinks Her Highness is calling, and she has to track down every last detail. A sobbing girl clutches a plush toy and warns that countless monsters are about to swarm in. Then someone tells her, "Come closer, say it." She realizes the girl's fine, scoops her up in a hug and blurted, "I lost my whistle." She's like, "It's okay, I'll find it," then asks the girl, "Will you tell me what happened?" She blurts that she can't because she's dead, then insists, "Everything's fine," smiling like nothing hurts, and adds that they'll come to her rescue if danger ever strikes. She demands the full truth and presses for every detail, because she swears she saw the clock tower crash down and then watched the whistle vanish. Back then, he sat her down and spilled the whole history of the city and its monsters, then told her exactly what came next. She's convinced that whistle has a deeper reason, because she can't just fight like that, but maybe this will finally help. She finally nails the first vampire midair. Then the second one roars at her to stop messing with his brother and charges straight at her. One vampire grips a pipe and plots how to summon more monsters, and the girl spots it, screaming at him to stop. Then she lunges straight at him, but he slips the attack with a sharp dodge. The pipe slips from his hands, and he snaps his eyes to it. Then he lunges after it, grumbling that this is the worst timing, and he tells her to stand still. He's sure he promised he'd wipe out that black whistle for good, because if he failed, he wouldn't live. Then, the very next second, the girl in the tower window snatches the whistle with her own hands. The vampire lunges for her, snarling that she hand over what he wants. Then she gasps, screams at herself to run, and just as she does, the tower crumbles and falls in an instant. As she drops, the girl whips the whistle through the air, and Elna snatches it mid-fall. The girl breaks into a grin. The vampire's rage explodes, and he charges for another strike. He slams into the girl as she crumples to the ground, sending horrifying shockwaves through Elna. The girl shuts her eyes, convinced this is finally the end of it. Then bam, hands yank her back as a magical barrier snaps up, shielding her from the vampire's brutal assault. The vampire snarls, demanding to know who in the world can defy his magic bullets, then orders the guy to hand it over, bragging that he's a member of the Adventurers Guild for His Majesty, the Emperor. An SS-class adventurer stormed in, straight here with one mission: wipe out these vampires. The vampire grins and says the SS Prince, the SSS Prince, and the class adventurers look like they genuinely love chasing adventures. Then the girl laughs and admits, "Yeah, it was a great idea." The adventurer is about to whisk the girl away, but the vampire lunges after them, only to slam into a swordswoman who blocks his path and snaps that she won't let him through. She admits she feels strange, high up, and wrong, and the adventurer pleads with her not to lose her mind. Then he leans in and says he'll drop even lower for her, and just like that, they head back to the Lord's chambers. The girl stares at him, nerves screaming, and wishes him luck, but he stops her and tells her, "Keep it for yourself." The vampire seethes, barking that they're a total nuisance, and another vampire snaps that they must not throw a wrench into his brother's plans. Then he's stunned, because he never expected SS-class adventurers to show up. The adventurer blurts that he's stunned they've been waiting for him. "Were you not scared of an SS showing up?" And the vampire-class adventurer snaps back, "Stop messing around and don't interfere with our plans." Their brawl got smashed to pieces the moment a monster crashed in, and just like that, their shot was gone. The vampire leans in and taunts them, "So you already feel like you've lost." Then the whistle is snatched away, and he's like, "Fine, if more monsters show up, you still walk out victorious because you'll leave." The adventurer sure as hell wasn't ready to juggle enemies back to back. The girl grins and goes, "This is kind of exciting, there's someone to fight." The vampire snaps at them that they don't belong here, scram before she proves how deadly she really is. So the girl dares her to show her what she can do, and promises to wipe them all out. The adventurer behind her lights up, cheering her on, but he insists he can take care of it solo, then tells her, "Fine, you go." The girl blurts, "Wait, did I hear right? You want to steal every last piece of my loot?" He smirks and shoots back that her ears are the real problem and she's just the Emperor's knight, so just let her slip away because once she's out of the way, he'll slaughter the rest of them. She says she wants to fight, so let him go, and she's the first one to charge into battle with them. Then he asks her, convinced she thinks the Emperor is finally defenseless. The Emperor commanded her to stay put, no retreat, not even once. Then they hit her with the words she hates most, and that was it. She swore she won't back down. Now does he really want to block her, so she ends up killing him too. He's terrified of that outcome. The vampire claims he can pay for it and brags he's a hero and an SSS-class adventurer, so the real question hits hard. Does the adventurer really think they're equals? He presses them. The vampire snaps. Wait, did we seriously get this wrong? Then he blurts that the Emperor is about to get killed, so why aren't they storming in together to save him? Adventurers are tied to the Emperor, and right now the Emperor matters more than anything. The adventurer blurts out that he's part of a guild the Emperor can't control, and his whole job is simple: protect the people across the continent, not the Emperor. Honestly, the Emperor's dying and he couldn't care less. He guards the city's people, while the ones in power sit back, comfortable. He shields the whole country, never its rulers. This world even has folks who were promised protection, mostly knights, but they've got no heart, no principles, just empty honor, so he never planned to hire them. The knights get barked into action, fall in and follow Prince Leonardo VIII. An order as sharp as steel, and they swarm to guard the city. The vampire's jaw drops when he sees an entire army. He snarls for them to stay out of his way, and the girl immediately tells him she'll handle it. She tells the adventurer she'll hand him something, no matter what he does, and he grins. That's not a bad offer, and takes it without hesitation. The vampire spits out a furious command, "Try it," and all four of them snap into action as they gear up for a brutal 2-on-2 showdown. The girl sprints down the road, spins back when the chaos of battle erupts, and her mind won't stop racing. Arnold, please be okay." He whips out of every vampire strike, rage ignites in him, and he repositions to unleash his next attack. He finally gets it. He has to go for close combat, and right as the thought hits, the vampire is already breathing down his neck, face to face. The vampire slams the guy straight in the stomach, and he crumples in pain. Then the enemy slips away from the attack with terrifying ease. The enemy taunts him for moving too slow, slams him from above, and drops him hard onto the ground. Then the vampire spits. "What's going on? You call this strength?" The girl storms in, furious, and basically says, "So what, you're really that weak?" Yep, turns out he's nowhere near as strong as he bragged. Or maybe he's just holding back, thinking it makes him look cool, but it only makes him look pathetic. His enemies already sneering at him, and his own allies roasting him too. Being an adventurer really isn't as glamorous as it sounds. For the sake of his good brother and the knights who got dragged into this because of him, plus the people of this city, he'll swallow every bit of this pain. The vampire sneers that he's a fool for being scared and hiding, as if he isn't just a man. Everything has a breaking point. Arnold rises and declares that proves it. He really was hiding. Even vampires eventually hit rock bottom. The vampire hanging in midair stares at the upright guy, stunned, because it finally clicks that none of its tricks are working. One knight grips his wounded arm and howls in agony. Then a blinding glow erupts, and his arm seals itself back together. Arnold can't believe it. The wound is already healed. It always goes down like this. They beat him up while he's busy, and when the vampire asks him not to say he was erecting a healing barrier in the fight, Arnold grins and admits it. He's almost right, because that wasn't the only one. Another barrier just got finished. A massive magic circle erupts in the city, and the vampire's shock hits hard when he realizes those circles aren't just here. Someone's planted them all across the whole city. Suddenly, a black chain rockets toward the two vampires, shocking them mid-breath, and snaps around them, locking them in place. The vampires snarl for Arnold's freedom, and he shuts them down hard. There's no choice in this. Then he leans in and asks if they're ready, because the moment for their punishment has finally arrived. He says ancient magic is trapped in the orcs. Chains, touch them, and the curse crushes your strength. Vampires, though, sip from massive magic reserves to fuel their power, and when it comes to brute strength, they're really not that different from humans. Arnold tells them, basically, just seal their magic and you'll have nothing to worry about. Then the girl snaps, "So why are your chains chasing me too?" He's fuming because she just wrecked the moment, and even when he apologizes, it looks like they'll toss him in the same cell as anyone who comes at him hostile. She demands to know why he'd throw his own ally in chains, and the guy snaps back. Those chains won't bite anyone who calls him an ally, but she'd been too aggressive toward him, that's all. And honestly, she'd be fine with the chains. She knew exactly why he'd been holding a grudge from last time, and the moment he slammed into him, she got scared out of her mind. The guy even claims everyone around him should be stuck in their own work, like it's some kind of game, and he's downright enjoying it. He blurts out an apology, says he got pulled away for a second, then asks where they left off, because what's the point in panicking over a vampire when its magic is sealed? The vampire girl snaps that he shouldn't look down on them and tells him to let them go, and the moment she's out, he's done for. He tries to pitch one last escape plan, but she shuts it down, trying to break free won't work. Arnold sets up 2 brutal strikes and declares it's time to repent, even if they don't get a word at the end. The vampire tells them to wait, and you can hear it's not rage aimed at them. Letting them walk free would put them in his debt. Arnold snarls that anger is too small a word. They ask what they did. Then he admits he didn't show up at the guild's request, and if he truly wants them dead, it has to be because the guild ordered it. The guy shrugs and says people are complicated because nobody ever truly understands where those grudges start. And yeah, he's still an adventurer. His job is to shield the villagers from monsters, no matter who gave the orders. The vampire insists they're not monsters, but the guild won't buy it, because to them, he and his kind move just like monsters do. Will they spill anything else? If they ever name the mastermind who ordered this, he might shut it all down. But he doesn't think they're loyal to anyone, just terrified. Either way, this whole plan screams genius, so deadly even bounty hunters fear it. The girl screams at them to speed up, or she'll kill them. But these proud vampires refuse to take orders from anyone. The girl snaps, "Time to end this, I'm done preparing." And the guy begs her, "Don't say you're going to summon the sacred sword, the magic alone will be enough, unless you're ready to wipe out the whole city." She's trying to fine-tune the power, so while he's busy holding off the enemies, she can summon him with surgical precision. And she's no random fighter. She's the representative of the House of Amsberg, sworn to wipe out the Empire's enemies. She shoots her hand up and demands they hear her voice, then calls him down to the shining star sword because the hero needs her right now. The protagonist can't stop thinking about the fact that 500 years ago the very sword the hero used to crush Demon King Aurora is now in their hands, just as the girl urges them to brace themselves with the blade ready. The protagonist scoffs at how repression is even a thing. Because this sword is a meteorite-forged monster that slices through everything in creation, won't tolerate any evil, and was sealed by the first Amsberg hero's house for its insane power. Only people fit to be heroes can summon it, and the current hero didn't manage it until he turned 12. He shrugs, "So be it," and lets her handle them. She growls that, first and foremost, they're her prey, and he should have asked her permission in the first place, while the guy steps in and says, "Let's just leave it at that." He's a usurper. His takeover is darker than the underworld, deeper than the abyss swallowed by night itself. The birth of Death's shadow come to drag everyone back from the darkness they clawed out of. The protagonist unleashes endless darkness and vows to bury every single monster in one final grave. The knight standing beside the emperor cranes his neck to the heavens and blurts out, "What is that light?" And then he snaps at everyone still trapped in the heart of the fight to get out of here right now because he can't promise it won't hit them. The emperor roars at everyone to fall back to the castle wall, because right now, that guy is demanding they stop attacking the monsters. The girl yells at her enemies to clench their teeth right now, because the moment of reckoning is here. Vampires shriek in pure terror as the attack finally kicks off. Then the monsters start evaporating before a massive explosion rocks everything. All that's left is a barren wasteland, and the emperor stares at it, convinced he's erased the monsters from the face of the earth. Silver and the girl are suddenly standing right beside the emperor, and the guy can't shake the feeling they might have gone way too far. And yeah, everything's fine because the heat is landing only on Alma. He tells the emperor, "This time I came as a private man," while begging him not to start disrespecting the guild, and the guy nods, thanking Silver for the help. The guild can keep its name clean, and they'd better not go chasing the empire, so he drops to his knees and begs for forgiveness. The girl whips around to Silver and demands, "Any complaints?" Silver just asks once, she cuts it off with, "That's enough," and refuses to talk about it right now. Today he saved them with a special thanks for stepping in, because this girl meant the world to his childhood friend. Silver asks if the talentless prince is who she means, and the girl snatches her sword, furious, swearing her childhood friend is the best prince, and that she'll never forgive anyone for humiliating him, because she's ready to throw down to protect his name. Silver admits it's gotta be brutal growing up with someone like him, and says he'll need to slip out, until the girl grabs the moment and tells him to wait. Silver tells him, "If it stings this much, you shouldn't have called me a talentless prince," and the next thing you know, he's apologizing. Still, man, it's painfully sad. The man runs his hand over the horse's silky fur and swears it's straight-up imperial quality. Then he leans in and asks if anyone from the imperial family is staying here at this inn. The man gives the guy a grateful nod for his work, hands him tea, and then the guy returns the thanks, only to get blamed immediately. The man looks the guy dead in the eye and says, "You're wiped out. You spent way too much magic." Then he pleads for him to get the rest he needs. He thinks drowsiness is finally creeping in, exhaustion hits just like he expected. So he thanks him with everything he's got for the grind, then turns to Arnold and blurts, "You were amazing." 3 days after the incident, the man leans in and tells Arnold, "The meeting starts the moment we get there," which means they're all stuck waiting on him, and Arnold can't shake the fear they're about to mock him again. The girl snaps her gaze to her brother, and Arnold leans in, asking Krista how she's holding up. She's terrified, but Arnold just says he's relieved she's safe. He storms back home and they rush in to welcome him, and he finally realizes no one's hurt. Elna, and when they ask if Leo pulled everything off in time, he shrugs and says Silver had his back. Exactly what you'd expect from an SS Kala's adventurer, because the guy's clearly got skills. Then Elna leans in and asks what part of him ever gave her the sense he was human. Arnold demands, "Did I save the Emperor?" And she answers with steel in her voice, she's certain it was an accident. "Even if you just got lucky, it wouldn't change a thing, you still saved him," she snaps, then adds that it's downright unfair to drag Krista over and try to turn her to her side. Arnold can't stop thinking, did she mean later? And the guy with glasses snaps, "You're late," then unloads what he'd been doing. Arnold blurts, "Is it you, Eric?" Eric shoots back that he's sorry he's late, then instantly twists it, saying he doesn't care, he's not sorry at all. Maybe Arnold just didn't get the point, because Eric has always been exactly like this, and Arnold figures he never even bothered to make it anyone else's problem. He brags that he's someone worth listening to, and he swears letting Elna go first was the right move. Because if he ever matters to her like Leonard does, he won't dare mess with him. And yeah, he already sounds like he's set to become an emperor. He declares, "I'll be the future emperor." And no matter how hard he, Gorduan, or Xandra struggle, nothing can stop it, so they'd better remember that. He warns Leo not to get too presumptuous, then leans in and explains to Eric exactly what he means. This was more than a threat. It was a full declaration of war, forcing everyone to stop pretending the strongest contender for the Emperor's seat wasn't coming. Still, it's just a warning. The girl's freaking out, but her brother leans in and promises he won't hurt her. They're going to be okay. He tells Arnold, "Time to go." But right then the kid grabs his sleeve and insists he'll hear him out first because his father's waiting. The Emperor praises everyone for a job well done, then pulls the spotlight onto a select group. Only the people who truly need to hear this, because what he's about to say is locked down as confidential. Last night, Carlos, broken and seriously injured, finally snapped back to consciousness. After digging through the clues from the last few days, he snapped to the truth. He was tied to the two vampires. Carlos had been out there chasing the monsters they lured with that flute and came out on top, taking first place. Then he teamed up with them for the hit on Kiel, but he made one deal. Once he showed up, they'd fall back, and in return, he'd give up their rewards. The Emperor slams his fist and shouts that this is all nonsense. Then Eric fires back, asking if Carlos really planned it from the start just to bait this monster out, and the answer is a blunt yes. In the end, those vampires used him for their own schemes, but you can't deny it. He chased it for himself, and every move he made threw them and even the Empire into danger. And now, he refuses to ever forgive that betrayal. Eric pleads with the Emperor to go easy on the punishment, because no matter how foolish he's been, he's still the Emperor's brother. Arnold instantly clocks it as a total lie. No way they're asking from the bottom of their hearts. They're only doing it because they know it's exactly what the Emperor expects. Like his father, he refuses to kill Carlos, even after Carlos is left bedridden for life. Yet the Emperor's drag to this room showdown, the open rage on full display, is really because the Emperor can't forgive himself. He's begging Eric and the others to help him forgive Carlos, because if they won't, he can't hold onto a shred of dignity as Emperor. The Emperor tells Leonardo this might be his very first win, and asks what he thinks about it. Leo fires back that the Emperor shouldn't pardon him at all, he should just execute him. For a few heartbeats, everyone goes stone still. And then the Emperor finally snaps, asking his brother why he's talking like that. Leo snaps that he isn't just his brother. He's a traitor to the Empire, first and foremost, and if Leo lets him off, it'll set a deadly precedent. He'll make sure the knights who bled for them understand that. The Emperor insists the people and the knights will never hear a thing. This stays locked between them, no exceptions. Leo snaps back that this is still not acceptable, and that he has to stay fair no matter what. Even if he's his own son, he still has to judge him for the sin he committed, then hold up the rebel's head for the people to see, proving the Emperor's justice, so everyone can finally breathe easier. Arnold leans in and asks Leo if he truly gets it. Leo shoots back, "Are you sure everything will be fine?" Arnold nods but adds, "Yeah, as long as it's me pushing this proposal. It won't just help him, it'll help everyone." If he saves Carlos, it won't mean he forgot Leo. So even with him stuck in third beside Gordon, everything clicks into place, and he ends up as plenipotentiary ambassador, all because his father's dream demands it. The Emperor claims he truly respects Eric and the others, so Carlos will live. Yet Leo's accomplishments can't be brushed aside anymore. The Emperor orders that Leo take the sword, even though none of this was planned. He declares Leonard the winner of the festival, and the boy drops into a deep bow before snatching the prize. The man claims Carlos got disqualified like Arnold, leaving him and Gordon to snag third, while Leo rallied the knights, stormed in to rescue Kiel, and shot his fame through the roof across the east. So yeah, he has to win, plain and simple, to calm the crowd's rage, whether Gordon gets it or not, because the people are ready to do whatever he says, even if he doesn't feel good about it. The girl demands to speak up and begs to overturn Arnold's disqualification, claiming he did it to send the knights sailing to defeat. So how can he be punished? She's pleading him, insisting his act deserves praise. The man demands, "Did you break that bracelet by accident?" And the boy snaps back, "Yeah, honestly, it was a mistake." The Emperor slams down his verdict. The disqualification can't be undone, not unless the boy had done it on purpose. But rules are rules, he roars, so Leo's walking out as the winner. Arnold thinks that even if he admitted he brought her here on purpose, nobody would buy it, so he shrugs and settles for being stuck with that idiot prince, the one who accidentally smashed his bracelet. The man insists it's all true. Elna is the one who saved him, plain and simple, and that means he landed safely because of Arnold's screw-up, the kind that absolutely deserves a reward. So he taps Arnold as deputy ambassador, then sends him to ride along with Leo and help, only to immediately blurt that Arnold might not have the skills and tells him, "Just leave everything to Leo. At least let him land a job he can actually handle and show everyone he's got the skills," because this twist is totally out of character for him. The man slams the brakes on the talk, saying everything ends here and an official announcement is coming tomorrow, so they can finally breathe. The woman is thrilled, but he shoots her down, warning her not to contact him anymore. He understands it isn't her fault. His father's behavior probably spiraled out because of his own carefree choices. So yeah, the blame lands squarely on him. Arnold can't shake the feeling. His plan has collapsed. Their whole faction is doomed while he and Leo are stuck in another country, and he's got nothing to say. He grips the mug and tastes it. This tea isn't like anything he's had before. It's bitter, rich, and smells unforgettable, like the exact tea his mother used to love. She swears she made it work with a totally different recipe, maybe even Oriental tea leaves, and insists her mom taught her the method too, passed down straight from her home. She looks him over and says he's worn out, and this tea will bring him back to normal, so she tells him to drink every last drop. The main character thanks the girl for everything. Then she cuts in, telling him he should be thanking her for his help because she's always the one causing him trouble. He insists it's not true. If it weren't for her heroic act, that tsunami would have wrecked so much more, and it wasn't some pointless sacrifice. Just promise me you won't let her gamble with her life like that again, because she truly believed she was going to die. But the second he showed up, her whole world lit up. He downed his drink, ordered another, and she begged him to slow down, then he snapped back that it was his own fault. She's convinced nothing about him has changed since the day they first met. Back when they started calling her Princess Chica, she was terrified of meeting the Emperor, and he still managed to lift her spirits with just one conversation. From that exact moment on, her heart was Arnold's. When he finally showed up at her house, she didn't even bother pretending she was happy. She just stared and thought, so he really has changed because he's angry now. But the truth was, he was still the same guy as that day, so she went to her father and begged him to help. Just when the main character finally drops into sleep, the girl slips in, tucks him in tight, and brushes a kiss to his cheek. Then her face snapped bright red. She blurted that it was burning up and demanded she get some water right away. She slides right beside him, flashes a smile, and begs him to let her stay close. Then she grabs his hand. A fresh new moon hung in the sky, its cold glow spilling into the room where Xandra sipped her drink. Then, right on cue, a visitor burst in. A shadowy stranger leaned in and told her she'd received a letter from Madame, then pointed out time was running out fast. She yanked the glass from her lips, and in a split second her smile fell right into sadness. She was crushed by the chance to become a full-fledged ambassador slipping through her fingers, but she refused to sink into despair. Her face vanished behind the shadowy glass, and mystery clung to every word she said, because she wasn't about to beg any other states for help. All that mattered was which resin she had, right there in the imperial capital. Through the glass, Xandra's two young men came into view, the ones she'd been betting on, because they were forging ties beyond their borders, and the lady was determined to keep the Empire's grip firmly on power. That man's face lit up, because finally it was their turn. After years of waiting, they landed someone as the minister, and the woman couldn't help but smile at the win, especially since every ministerial seat had been locked down by Eric. Then it hit her. Those messengers sent to Arnold never came back, and now suspicion was snapping at the butler, like he'd quietly erased them all. The woman's frown deepened. She realized she'd misjudged that servant, but she swore next time would go flawless. Still, the butler was the only real danger, moving like a threat in that twin tandem. This guy was a legendary assassin, the so-called god of death, yet Xandra couldn't wrap her head around why he ended up serving as the butler to a talentless prince. His own talent got buried in the ground like it was dead, and somehow the servant ended up tangled with the Amesburg house. She couldn't stop wondering why those priceless treasures ended up in the hands of people who didn't even understand their worth. And her guest just pushed on, swearing that before long, everything would be hers. A smug grin snapped onto her face as she shot out of her seat, thrilled to the core, because she was going to make sure that throne landed in her hands. Xandra's heart blazed with inspiration. Now that she'd finally seized power, she'd do anything she wanted, and soon every rival she hated would be finished for good. Her cheeks burned red, and she couldn't wait for this moment to finally hit. Young recruits marched into the Imperial Sword Palace's inner chambers, and the moment they stepped inside, one of them rushed over and told his mom about his and Al's arrival. The woman swung the door open and invited them in. She'd actually pulled off baking a batch of sweets, so she practically begged the guests to take a bite. The young guys slid into their seats with the hostess, and the host's mom kicked things off by reminding them how long it had been since they'd seen each other. Because yeah, the young man was thinking the same thing. It had been way too long. That mom tossed it off as a joke. Maybe her son got swept up and just forgot about his mother. And maybe he even found himself a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Mitsuba was an oriental dancer everyone knew, and the wild part was this. Al's father locked eyes with her at first sight, fell hard, and proposed right on the spot. The young man shot back without a flicker of emotion, picked the first option, and that calm attitude instantly annoyed her. Like really, he could have told her his love stories by now since he finally bothered to show up. Then it hit her, why were they alone this time? The young man told her he'd been appointed ambassador plenipotentiary, and his brother was assigned to ride beside him as his assistant. So who knew, they might have to leave the Empire, which is why the boys wanted to warn her ahead of time. She couldn't help but grin. If her son snagged her some jewelry, she'd get to stash a tasty souvenir too, even if it made her feel a little awkward. Arnold frowned. Mitsuba somehow still settled into the inner palace like she owned the place, even while a ruthless power war raged there. Then Leo finally blurted out, asking if she wasn't worried at all, only for his mother to treat him like just another kid again, not about to lecture her 18-year-old sons on what they should or shouldn't do. But if the Emperor had handed them a job, she figured he'd already judged them and decided what they could handle. Leonard beamed and swore he'd handle his duties with full confidence, while Arnold practically lit up that his father had finally handed him a job, so he promised to give it his all too. Then Mitsuba stepped in, grinned, and told them to work at their own pace, because nobody would come down on them if they messed up. The room's door crashed open, and a girl stormed in clutching a toy, shouting at the top of her lungs for her mother. Mitsuba beamed at her daughter, greeted her warmly, and then slid over some sweets, because to her, Alan and Leo were way too little. Krista pressed her brothers for the truth, and the boy insisted she could feast on anything she wanted, especially because her real biological mother was gone before she could even remember her. Mitsuba stepped up to take custody of the child, and right then Krista started treating her like a real mother. Watching them, the young man and his brother were slammed back to their own childhoods. The woman remembered Elma had just shown up to see her, apologized for Al, and even then her mom still couldn't pin down what he'd actually done wrong, while the boy insisted she'd messed up, and that mistake was what dragged him into trouble. Krista snatched the toy's paw, jabbed it straight at her brother, and declared that only he could cause trouble. Then the poor kid felt his stomach drop with unease. Mitsuba burst out laughing, Leo followed, laughing again and again, while Al just stood there feeling more and more awkward by the second. The young man went to take a sip of tea, but just then his mother snapped back, remembering she had something else to ask them. She couldn't stop wondering which one of those boys would end up marrying Miss Fine, and that wild question blindsided them so hard they just stood there, stunned. Leo told his mother that he and that girl shared something way more than ordinary, but she still side-eyed it, thinking it was strange for both of them to be hovering around a young woman. Still, she decided they must be close, because everyone's whispering that Fine and Alon are a pretty great match. Leo stared at his brother with wide, frightened eyes, and even his hair stood in wild, messy chaos. Then Krista cut in and told Mitsurba the bombshell. Fine was Al's girlfriend. She gushed that she was pretty, said they made a great pair, and Mitsurba's eyes widened as he didn't see it coming. Then he shot it down fast. He told her they'd only been together a little longer, thanks to that Duke Kleinert mess. So nothing real had happened between them yet. But the woman kept pushing, insisting he should have known everyone in the Empire crowned Miss Fine as the most beautiful woman. The woman locked eyes with the girl and demanded, "Confirm it!" But the girl shook her head and denied it. Krista clung to her adoptive mother, swearing Mitsuba was the most beautiful girl she'd ever seen. Then she thanked her. Mitsuba smiled right back with the same sweet thought. The young man only sighed, utterly content, watching them. Then he pushed back from the table and Leo leaned in fast. "So your brother's heading out." But it turned out Al had to go meet someone. Still, he let the second twins stay with their mother for a little while longer. Krista was hoping we'd meet again, and he nodded right away. Then, right as they split, Mitsuba told him to look out for himself, since he always piled on too much pressure. That young man shrugged off every lecture like it was nothing, because he was sure no one lived and moved the way they were preaching. And after all, he'd carried himself with dignity his whole life. The woman didn't fight with her son either. She just stepped back and let him do whatever he could. He burst through the gate, snapped his gaze to the sky, and determination blazed in his eyes. Then the prince called in Savas and demanded he rip apart the neutral faction's nobility by finding their weak spots, no matter what it took, right there in the capital. Arnold realized he couldn't keep living in the moment. He had to plan for the future, and with defending the house now his duty, that meant he wasn't allowed to rest one day. He and his loyal butler planned to keep their secret scheme going. Arnold stormed up to Count Bertz's estate, slipped inside, and greeted the Count right away. The chief of the Ministry of Construction waved the prince inside and fired off a question. What in the world could have dragged someone like him here? The Count had zero ties to the battle for the throne and wouldn't pick a side. So when the young man showed up, it was only because wild rumors pulled him there. But the moment he started talking, he didn't even get what the visitor was trying to say. Then the guy spelled everything out, like how his wife absolutely crushed it and had a blast every single night. The prince couldn't stand how she indulged like she belonged to royalty, and the court started whispering hard about where her money for all those thrills really came from. So Bertz panicked, swore it was all a lie, and tried to make it sound like his wife enjoyed pleasure, just not to that wild degree. The prince started to believe the Count was telling the truth, because Sabas's reports proved he'd already spilled it to his friends, so the twist hit hard. The Count wasn't even happy with how his own wife was acting. But the big question still burned. How deep was the Count really in this? So the prince leaned in and told him a whole new rumor. Arnold blindsided the man by dropping the bombshell that he'd heard about how he was using the state treasury for his own personal stash. Terrified, Bertz hurried to the prince and blurted, "I never would have dared. I'm a loyal subject of my empire, and I swear I've always fought for our country." The boy wanted to trust him. Then the fact that he showed up at the estate hit like a bomb, proving that the rumor had already slipped into the main castle's walls. And everyone knew what would happen the instant the king found out. The Count dropped to his knees and begged the prince for help, but Arnold wouldn't lift a finger for a criminal. Bertz swore he'd never touched the treasury money, yet the young man didn't believe him, especially once he started seeing funds piling up. And with all that, his title still couldn't protect his wife. Bertz swallowed hard and admitted it. At first everything was fine and his savings could cover it. Then suddenly the money vanished. The Count had to scramble and borrow from acquaintances and even merchants, and Bert felt painfully embarrassed telling his friends, because now the merchant's debt was due and he didn't know what to do next. She practically storms into the room, eyes blazing with outrage, already convinced her husband has shortchanged her. And the prince can't help but stare, wondering why in the world he ever picked her as his bride. The man rushed to soothe Bettina while he and the prince talked through something huge. Yet she shot a wary look at the guest and didn't buy a word he said. Arnold Rexardler spun around and hurriedly apologized to the estate's lady for barging in. The moment she heard his name, Mrs. Bert snapped her smug smile shut behind her fan, but her eyes dripped with cold contempt, like she was sizing up someone with royal blood who didn't deserve it, because she'd already heard Prince Hardspat's son brag about a worthless prince who soaked up all the good traits. Yet this boy had zero talent, so she couldn't understand why he was even here. And her words hit his highness so hard his eyes went wide, and the Count beside him turned as pale as a sheet. He shook all over and begged her to go. Then the woman blinked, asking if her husband really told her to leave. In the very next moment, he finally snapped back control. Then he burst into shouting, while his wife snorted in disgust and stormed out of the room. Once she was gone, the Count slid into a bow to the prince and apologized for that wise, rude comment. Arnold took it in stride, but the Countess was brutally blunt, and Bert admitted with clear annoyance that he'd met her when he was 17. She came from provincial aristocracy, stunning and wildly popular, and the moment that man saw her, he fell head over heels, bombarding her with gifts until he finally married her. He kept granting her every wish, but her demands only escalated day by day, until Bettina started thinking of herself like she belonged to the very top of the nobility. After hearing Rex's tale, Parky snapped that she was mostly at fault. Yet the Count wasn't off the hook either, because he should have shut her down right away to prevent the whole mess from spiraling again. His Highness guessed the Count hadn't even dared to file for divorce, because he personally threw out the marriage proposal himself, though that wasn't the only thing blocking Bert's. The king was downright thrilled about the engagement, showering the newlyweds with gifts and even hosting a massive feast. Arnold finally got why the marriage had to end. Count Bertz's hunger for power didn't stop there. The young man's father had been shoving bribes into his hands, demanding he serve faithfully. If the emperor had found out, he'd have ordered the whole thing to split. But the prince needed a go-between, so Arnold figured Bertz must know exactly why he was being brought in. The Count figured the young man was gunning for his support in the fight for the throne, and Rex would have loved to watch his new ally a bit longer to confirm he was legit. But the clock was already screaming, so the kid decided he'd finally rush back and tell his father everything that was going down in the Count's domain. Then he told the man straight up, if the king wouldn't object, file the divorce right now. No need to stress about his wife, because the prince would send a letter to her family. Yeah, it was pretty selfish on his end, but it was all to protect the throne, and Bettina could cry herself out all she wanted since it was her own fault. With that, the young man got down to business and told the Count to write him a letter. The moment was here to prove the prince was truly a good man, and when he heard that Bert's wife was refusing to save their marriage too, he snapped into action. Because this couple had to learn how to click, or they'd keep tearing each other apart with arguments. The Count was born royalty itself, yet just one woman shattered his happiness, and that's when the prince finally started treating his wife choice with ruthless seriousness. He already had 2 girls picked out, girls who wouldn't hesitate to marry him. The young man let out a heavy breath, wrestling with doubts in both situations, yet somehow still choosing ordinary girls. So he sat there thinking, and right then the Count finally capped the pen on the letter and asked if this answer would satisfy him. Arnold snatched the sheet of paper and started reading, eyes locked in as the words hit. It felt like a curse clinging to the prince's skin, yet he only snapped out loud that the man had nailed how furious he was at his wife's moves, then warned his ally. Don't walk into that trap again if you're stepping in to help. Bert promised he wouldn't fall for her twice and swore, on faith and honor, to serve Al and Leonard. The boy snapped at him not to get the wrong idea. He was only meant to help and nothing more. The emperor was still the Count's true master. Arnold stood ready to leave, letter clutched in his hands, and he could feel the verdict closing in, just a few days until the results hit. The Count dropped into a deep bow before the prince, thanking him like his help had just saved everything. The young man caught a woman glaring at him from the window, and rage in her eyes couldn't shake him, because his time left to suffer was running out. Leonard read the letter his brother delivered and just couldn't wrap his head around why anyone would get married at all. But Al slid in and snapped him out of his confusion in no time. Their father finally signed off on the divorce and ordered a formal letter confirming it, while the prince won Count Bertz's backing, his power and influence growing just a bit more with every word. The girl shot him a doubtful look and asked if he was really sure, but he just didn't get what she meant. She was laying out his plan to flip Bert into his ally. She thought she could see his side and still feel for him, but she couldn't ignore the truth. The man himself set all of this in motion. He showered his young wife with gifts, and when things spiraled out of control, he ended it with a divorce. Al nodded along, admitting the Count looked downright grim from this angle, and then her friend leaned in and asked, "Are there no other allies, better ones for the job?" Bettina hailed from the 5th princess's bloodline and was a far-off relative of Count Kruger, and since she was the 5th princess's child, she also shared a connection with Xandra. Arnold got every detail, yet it didn't hit him like it should, so he leaned in and ordered her to recount how Fine and their rival were connected. The girl put it all together. Prince Eric was a civil servant, Prince Gord served as an officer, and Princess Xandra taught magic. She nailed the answer, and the prince lit up to confirm it, making his friend grin like crazy. Then he leaned in and asked who, in her eyes, was the capital's weakest link, and she nearly choked because he wasn't talking about the empire at all. She slotted Prince Eric right where the mightiest one was supposed to stand. Then Highness Gordon stormed in, because with that officer stuck on the front lines outside the capital, he was basically the weakest link. Albert was sure her logic was bulletproof. Then boom, her answer still got slapped as wrong. Some officers never hit the front lines, and the right pick was Xandra. The girl fumed that she'd been mistaken, but the real sting was bigger. Why was the princess even labeled the weakest? The young man tried to break it down for her in the simplest way, so he grabbed a cookie and split it in two. He spread the pieces across the room, then used their positions to show something wild. The civil servant and the officer kept sinking tons of time into the capital, until the magic instructor stepped in, and everything flipped. With him, it could be a local aristocrat or a border officer, and that's why they were scattered in every corner. The girl finally got it. Her Hainasandra almost never showed up in the capital because she had barely any supporters, so no one dared to carry her message to the emperor. The young man shot his friend a quick. Was all of this clear? And she nodded, smiling back, because if the princess didn't have allies who could show up for the most important meetings with the highest dignitary, then this wasn't just bad news, it was a full-blown disaster. The prince felt the same, and that's exactly why Xandra kept shoving her supporters straight into the government. The guy she was talking to couldn't wrap his head around it, because in his mind, only His Highness the Emperor got to decide. Even then, loopholes still hid in the shadows, because in modern times, the minister became the lion, and he picked the bird from all the candidates for the job. So every time, fate picked the exact right person for the job. The girl finally got it. After everything, with full rights in his hands, he could erase him for good. But she couldn't shake the question, what did all this have to do with Count Bertz, and where did he fit into it? The young man finally let out a tired breath because the answer hit hard. This guy was the deputy minister of construction works. Princess Xandra pulled the strings on Batina, using her for her own agenda. Recently, she even ordered the countess to start dating the current minister instead of her own husband. Arnold's wife was one of the emperor's closest friends, and there was a good chance the ruler himself had brought them together, and if the king ever found out, he'd explode with fury. Arnold knew that for sure. The girl snapped her hand over her mouth in shock, stunned by the realization that it all might have been set in motion from the very start. Xandra cooked up a cruel scheme. She'd lure the count's wife and the minister into each other's arms, then crush the count for his decision, while also plotting the minister's own downfall. The young man clocked it just in time and lunged into action to save Count Bertz, then rushed straight to the emperor to warn him of the betrayal, like fate itself. And somehow the prince ended up gaining a brand new minister as a solid ally. Suddenly it hit the girl like a bolt of lightning, and the young man kept talking. He'd been grateful to the princess for years of effort, but still, somehow, she managed to get even in a few ways. Turns out that guy had just stolen her plan, and now he was certain she'd be furious. Right as she and Mr. Leo were about to leave the capital, his friend exploded with outrage and tried to stir her up. So when the prince calmly confirmed her story, he had to scramble for a way out. If the three found him, he'd have zero chance to fend them off. But the real danger was throwing everything out of balance. And after her plan got stolen and she got slapped in the face like that, the princess should have been shattered, totally thrown off her game. Eric and Gordon refused to look away. Arnold could be taken out any second. But Xander was exposed right now, and one wrong move could clip her wings, so when she realized just how far he'd already planned, she was genuinely shocked. He still didn't pull it off alone. Savas came in clutch. He leaned on the assassins until every key detail spilled out. Then he exposed Count Bertz's dire situation too, and that's what let them completely unravel Xandra's whole scheme. The girl couldn't shake the question, who was this butler really? Arnold froze. He couldn't believe he'd never brought that up. Sebas was a true master, famous across the whole continent as the god of death. And now she couldn't stop wondering how someone like that ever ended up as a servant. The prince kept writing, saying it was a long story he'd share later, then leaned in and asked if she had any questions about his help for Count Bert. She shook her head with a heavy heart, feeling awful for the poor man. The young man nodded along, because from the day he married, he'd been kissing up to everyone, trying to play nice and get ahead, and now it was obvious the Count would keep doing it, only for the prince himself. He crumpled the papers shut and declared it was done. Then his friend cheered him on and demanded to know what he'd written, so he shoved the package over and said it held the full scoop on the Minister of Construction's betrayal. Using Count Bert's seal, Arnold aimed to warn his father and kick off their hidden war with Xandra for the throne. then slammed a marker in place that screamed the fighting was about to explode. Gordon and the princess were itching to throw down, and they needed a perfect excuse to start, so Eric couldn't just sit there and do nothing. While the brothers are away from the capital, their rivals step in and do all the heavy lifting for them. The man shoved himself away from his interlocutor, pure hostility blazing, but he still pleaded for mercy, because he insisted a terrible mistake had happened. The emperor treated even a single touch on another man's wife like a disgrace to the heavens, and since the culprit was a minister, there was no way he didn't know it. The minister scrambled to defend himself, tossing blame onto Bettina, claiming she'd wanted to commit the crime and he was just dragged into a trap. This answer didn't calm the ruler at all. It lit his fury even brighter. He couldn't wrap his head around how the minister could fall for temptation and end up with his subordinate's woman. Then the emperor pushed harder, taunting him. "Go on, if the princess herself called for you, would you do the same?" The man couldn't give a straight answer, and the king took one look at his hesitation as proof. He'd once again pinned the blame on the woman, never on himself. The emperor threw him out as minister and ordered the culprit locked inside his own home to think over his sins. Yet as the guards hauled the aristocrat away, he kept begging the emperor for mercy, only to watch his majesty shut him out and insist that Count Bertz be brought straight to him. The men slammed into each other in the hallway, but the guilty husband never even glanced at his battered wife. Then the count stormed in front of the ruler and begged forgiveness for not keeping her in sight. The emperor cut him off and declared that, starting right now, Bettina was no longer his wife, then snapped that he didn't want to talk about this anymore, adding that the man must not torture himself over what had happened. His Majesty had zero plans to lecture the count. Mess with him again, and he'd handle it personally. Bertz was stunned by the ruler's fury, and a blush even crawled up his cheeks. The king figured that this man was the type who stayed stone serious and burning with passion for his work. So he decided he'd love to have someone like him sitting in the role of minister. His Majesty didn't waste a second. He slammed him into the empty post of Minister of Construction Works right away, then ordered the count to throw himself fully into the empire's glory. Bertz bowed and swore he'd never forget the sovereign's favor, and he sealed it with an oath to the Holy Family that he would never, ever disgrace the emperor's name. Prime Minister Franz Seebeck stormed into the hall and declared that the first strike was already landed, though the ruler didn't even flinch, because in a fight for the throne like this, betrayal felt inevitable. Then he ordered everyone to stay razor alert and cut down anyone trying to trick him. Seebeck didn't buy a single word of the king's call to slap Biads into the role of Minister of Construction Works. Even if the emperor got played, it didn't faze him, because to seize the throne, you had to know how to pull strings and outsmart anyone. The man froze, remembering how on his rise the king's majesty had ordered him to run the same kind of play, only for the ruler to shoot back that he needed to see what his underling could really do. And that very test ended with his throne getting stolen. The minister grinned, brushing the sovereign's words off as a joke, because he was certain he could seize the throne even without lifting a finger, and that certainty never wavered. Back in the day, the emperor dressed up as a full-on fool, and as the eldest son, he earned the nickname the debauched prince. He thought rushing for the throne was pointless, but his son had already blown it. France swore there was no proof of his murder, yet it still couldn't quiet the king's doubts. A gut-deep conviction crushed him. He was sure his son was already dead. The young prince was pure gold, just way too kind, while the emperor would have been satisfied if his son simply stayed close. The minister nodded along, but those four factions out there right now, they were downright irresistible. Prince Leonard oozed charisma, but someone was pulling strings behind his back, because if they weren't, there's no way he could have boosted his power that fast. The emperor's guest slammed into Arnold, who looked just like him, and then he dove right into the role, acting the fool. But it still couldn't be ruled out that his majesty was just seeing things in his head. He wanted to help, sure, yet Leonard wasn't strong enough to take the reins of power and run the show. The minister was right, but the ruler still got choked up. He never really liked Al's face. France let out a quiet chuckle, and then it was time to find out what the Dark Twins could reveal to them. The Tsar loved that title, because these two boys looked like one living force. Leonard stayed on the righteous path, casting the shadow, and Arnold was that shadow and his right-hand man, giving them a real shot at climbing straight onto the throne. Still, every contender deserved the throne, and any family could rise again in the next generation. But it was way too soon to even guess who'd win. The emperor loved every second of it, because fighting for the throne forged brilliant minds, and that meant the empire could finally breathe in peace, even as he secretly prayed for as little bloodshed as possible. A subordinate rushed to the ambassador and warned that Viscount Helmholt was finally starting to move. And then Leo shot up from his seat, yelled that he'd confront the people himself, and ordered everyone else to stop him from recruiting anyone to his side. Then they handed the prince a report on the Imperial Guard commander, Rimmer, caught by Her Highness, Sandra, and the prince slammed down the order. No more reinforcements. From now on they'd send only fighters who could actually counter her. Arnold listened to his brother with a laid-back grin, then blurted that he wanted to tag along with everyone, because things were going badly fast. Leo demanded help, and he made it crystal clear this whole mess was his fault. The young man didn't even argue. He'd promised to rescue Count Bertz himself. Then Leo's brother nodded too. Leo was ready to beg for forgiveness over the mess he caused, but then he realized if they hadn't moved like that, they would have gotten hit and dragged into an attack. So yeah, this was the safest outcome. And honestly, at this point, he couldn't see any way to help. Arnold shot his brother a wink and warned him that his modesty would drag him straight to the grave, unless he stepped out, convinced the crowd, and gave the faction's backers a reason to switch sides. The second prince didn't even blink at how polite his twin was. He'd always known he could do that. But when it came to handling the ambassador's work, he still couldn't exactly help out. As soon as Leonard was gone, the young man snapped, asking Sabas what they were supposed to do with Princess Xandra. He paused, stared at the cookies, and then told them to go for Madame Fine. Yep, the young man's gut feeling was right, because he'd already figured it out. Only this girl could step in and help them while they were gone. The minister grilled the prince, asking if they should have left her to rot in the castle, even though it had been ages since he'd last seen her. But the castle didn't feel safe at all, and from where the man stood, the only place that made sense was right next to Al. Xandra looked like she wanted to rip that young man apart. So yeah, there was absolutely zero chance of anyone staying safe. Sabas demanded to know if it was a blunder to win Count Bertz over, because now the princess finally realized the prince wasn't a threat anymore. But the young man couldn't stay idle forever. It mattered, and the girl might even think he had done most of the work. Sabas knew Arnold always goes for the counterattack once he figures out the enemy's game plan. But this time, Arnold had no choice, because he got shoved into pure survival mode, and it all traces back to Lady Fine. He didn't even deny it. How could he, with Prince Klainert's daughter standing there? Losing her would have trapped them, steering them straight into a dead end. Suddenly, he caught the man staring at him like he knew a secret. Then the guy winked and pushed him with the question, was that really all there was? Arnold couldn't figure out what they were trying to say, but the minister snapped past it instantly and pivoted to the one thing everyone cared about, how Mrs. Mitsuba would be thrilled too. The young man bolted toward the exit, and the assistant snapped, "Did you leave?" But the prince shot back, "I'm not. I'm making sure Fine is okay." Sabas claimed he had a real concern, so he could slide into the meeting like it was the perfect reason. Then curiosity slammed into him. Where could that young man possibly have stashed the girl? But he wouldn't spell it out, convinced his subordinate already had the whole picture. She was tucked away in the safest corner of the capital, right beside the most powerful man there. Everything clicked in the man's mind the moment they finally reached the hero, Amsberg's mansion. Then he nodded, sealing it. His master was right. No enemy would ever make it past this place. And when they finally closed in on those giant doors, the guard stepped up and greeted the prince. The guests finally dropped into the room's cushy seats. But before the chatter could settle, Anna von Amsberg, Amsberg's wife and Erna's mother, walked in, and it had been ages since she'd laid eyes on the prince, the hero's highness. The young man nodded, and the mistress snapped her focus to the attendant, because this time he'd actually brought Seva with him. The servant stepped forward and bowed deep in greeting. She suddenly realized her husband wasn't home, panicked, and blurted out an apology, then kicked herself for not speaking to them more formally. The prince didn't see the point and told her to just carry on as normal. Then, with his okay, Anna stepped in and explained that Erna and Fine were in the bath. Then the woman shot him a quick sideways look and casually invited the young man to join them. But the boy cut her off instantly, refusing point blank because he still wanted to stay alive. Ms. Amsberg saw no issue with it because she'd been close to him before too, back in their early childhood, yet her daughter had always been out to hurt him. After that brutal swim, the two came back drowning in tears, Arnold wailing from the endless training beatdowns, while Erna raged and sobbed that he still wouldn't get stronger. Years later, hearing it as an adult, the prince finally understood how irrational it all was. He even started to wonder if that girl was his natural enemy, and then the woman told him to wait in the back living room while she had Sebas pour the tea. He reached the right door, grabbed the handle, and yanked it open. He'd planned to bolt home after everything he'd handled there, Then the second he stepped into the room, his words died in his throat. Two girls in their underwear were trying on clothes. Fine held out a white dress, but her friend snapped, "No," and begged her to stop dressing her like some doll. Suddenly the friends felt someone there, spun around, and the whole room went dead silent. They definitely didn't expect a young guy to be there, so they burst out shouting, furious and offended. The prince's stomach dropped as he realized Anna had tricked him on purpose, and the girls immediately scrambled for clothes, trying to cover themselves fast. Mrs. Amesburg flashed an innocent smile and apologized to Arnold, and Arnold insisted everything was okay. But the sharp sting on his cheek from that blow told the real story. Fine's cheeks burned with shame as she begged for forgiveness for her reckless snap, while Erna fired back, insisting Fine was innocent and that Arnold alone was guilty. Anna had a bad feeling the girls were hiding in the bathroom, but the guest clothes were all stacked in there. The woman picked the exact moment Fine slipped out of her clothes to strike, and Erna was so furious the sight of it made her hurl a pillow at the intruder, even eyeing her sword like she might go after him. The boy felt her malice in the air, but chasing her was pointless, and all they'd earned back was some eye candy. Yet his stunt was basically nothing more than gawking at a bride as she changed. Anna wouldn't have fought him at all if the prince decided to step up and take full responsibility. They never saw those words coming from their hostess, and the moment they hit, both of their faces flared with a blush that mixed shame and pure excitement. She spun toward her daughter and spoke for her like it didn't even bother her, while the girl fumbled for excuses, claiming her knight status like it could save her. So it all pinned itself right back on the Kleinert family, and Anna couldn't miss how wildly popular that young man had become. Sabas backed her up and pushed for contacting Lady Fine's family, but she went pale, because they were demanding to talk to her father. She clapped her hands over her face and pleaded for them to stop making every choice for her. Then Arnold shut it down too, not feeling ready to marry at all, while she kept pushing him, insisting he had to accept the responsibility. But her plan fizzled out, and that young man still wouldn't budge, leaving her with a sharp pang of disappointment. Fine was burning with shame, and Erna tried to mask her embarrassment with a hard, stern stare. Then Anna abruptly set her cup down and snapped, "All right, we're doing this." She realized the young man wasn't just here to drop by. He came to see them straight up. The young man knew his request would sound outrageous, but he begged anyway. Let the hero Amsberg's house shelter them for a while and keep Erna close by as much as he could. Mrs. Amsberg knew this was a fight for the throne, meaning his wish couldn't possibly come true. The Amsberg family belonged to a hero, so they got locked out of helping in the war for the throne, and Arnold even admitted their choice could count as lending a hand to the king. His Majesty, the Emperor, fussed over Baru Muve like she was priceless, because if so much as one hair on her head was harmed, his wrath would come down like thunder. In this mess, the only truly safe spot for her was the hero's house, right with his family. Anna realized it instantly, and the young man knew she wasn't going to back down, at least not easily. She would have said yes in a heartbeat if his plea sounded like salvation. But somehow the prince's request always landed cold, and no warmth ever came out of it. She winked at him and warned, straight up, that he was going to regret it. The young man nodded, swore he'd take her warning to heart, and thanked her for worrying about him, because one day he was going to repay her. She let out a heavy sigh because time had sprinted past way too fast. While the prince was already stepping into the battle for the throne, she couldn't help seeing him as the same old crybaby, and deep down, she knew change was coming whether he was ready or not. The young man laughed through his tears and swore he couldn't cry forever. His words lit up Anna and the princess with smiles. Then he begged the girl to stick around a bit longer, as a guest, and he fully believed he'd have everything sorted out in no time. He couldn't stop wondering if he was about to get hurt. The prince laid it out flat. He and the others were going to strike Gordon and Xandra, and this battle would decide if they even got to keep going. But the princess shot back that he should have vanished and hid in a situation like this. Then he snapped that if it came to that, Leonard would be the one they went after. So he had to dodge the princess's gaze, meaning hiding wasn't an option. The young man knew, deep down, that at some point he'd get hit, ambushed by some ruthless killer. And the moment the girl heard him say it, she shot up from her seat. He told her to calm down fast, because Sebas was always right by his side, and if trouble showed up, help was coming. Fine just froze in place, clueless, and couldn't find a single word. 2 days later, Arnold was flying through a karate, while enemies sat there watching him from the sidelines, waiting for their moment. Among them stood a woman he'd never seen before. Then they decided her murder could only help Eric and Gordon, so they pinned every last piece of blame on Sandra. Sappi straightened his glove with purpose, then leaned in and demanded the prince hand him control of the situation. The boy nodded, then bolted toward the castle, and the man snapped that he had to stay sharp because an ambush could still strike at any moment. The young man shot a bright wink and said, "If a problem hits, I'll deal with it when it comes." Then the butler shot out of the carriage at full speed. Arnold felt it in his bones. An ambush was waiting just for him, and the enemy would try to distract Save Us first. So he had to hunt for answers fast, find out who was coming for his life, and then right in that moment, his worst fear hit. He got spotted. A stranger suddenly stepped onto the road ahead of the carriage, but the prince snapped his orders, "Keep driving," and the coachman didn't slow down. But the guy ignored the order, seized control of the crew, and bolted. He refused to die like that. The young man let out a heavy sigh. He'd already guessed they weren't treating him right, but this felt worse than he imagined, like they'd dropped his worth to nothing. Then a menacing voice outside snapped his name, calling him out. The mercenary never planned to pull him from that carriage, but the prince caught the truth. This was the only way the prince could pry inside and find out who was really in it. Then Arnold charged outside, and the enemy scoffed, thinking it was a dumb move to break away from the escort. The young man decided Xander had been all confidence, like an adventurer right around Class A, and he could feel it. The moment respect slipped wasn't even here, not yet. The masked man clocked that the prince wouldn't flinch so easily, then leaned in and asked how much he really trusted his butler, only for the young prince to snap back that Sabas would come for him soon. The adventurer couldn't help but admire how tight master and servant were. But no matter how fierce Arnold's guy was, he'd have to cut him down and crush his hopes, because 20 killers were coming, and there was no way he could sprint through that chaos and reach Arnold in time. But this didn't rattle the prince's trust in his butler one bit. A weapon started to materialize in the enemy's grip, and they barked the order to kill, but he refused. No, he wanted to trap the prince, then haul him straight back to his master. Arnold wasn't thrilled to get cornered by his sister, the queen of interrogations, so the adventurer snapped back that if she was desperate to find someone, he should start by dragging his brother into it. In the very next second, he swung that burning blade straight at the prince. Suddenly, a girl burst into the scene and slammed the attack back like it never stood a chance. He had zero clue she'd show up. He demanded to know who she was, and she just shrugged, saying she was only passing through. She puffed up and called herself an adventurer, then stepped in and stood up for the young man. That young man remembered one strange encounter. She turned out to be an A-rank adventurer. The man demanded she leave, because she wasn't even there when the assignment called. The girl snapped that she didn't have a clue who the guy behind her was, and she had no idea why someone would hit him like that. She had no duty, no reason. She just had zero motivation to save him. That foul, lingering taste of murder right under her nose made her gag, and the whole fight felt so brutal and unfair that the adventurer just had to step in and help. Rage churned in the mercenary's chest. If she backed out, the nobles would turn on her, and she knew it. The mercenary demanded confirmation of her choice, and the bravest stranger swore it was still the better move than pretending none of it was happening. The moment she answered, the adventurer lunged in, blades flying at her and Arnold all at once. And just like that, he trapped the girl in a nightmare. If she tried to dodge, that blade would slam into the prince. In the next heartbeat, the battlefield erupted in shock, right as the adventurer's sword snapped into a shield. With it, she met the enemy's blade head-on. No cuts, no losses. Arnold couldn't stop staring at her wild little object, and when she spoke up, she revealed she'd dug it out of the ruins, because this thing could pull off miracles no one should have believed in. She hefted the weapon up and spun it over her head, unleashing a wild whirlwind of noise. The man got yanked to his knees and slammed his hands over his face. He couldn't fight it. Even the top-tier monsters couldn't withstand this symphony. Tension made the mercenary press his hand to his forehead, while the prince, grinning from behind his savior, raised his hand and gave him a wave. Sebas burst in out of nowhere, completely baffled, like he had no idea what was going on. He confessed he'd stumbled into a terrifying death trap, until that stranger swooped in and saved him, and he couldn't stop thanking him. She didn't want thanks. She couldn't ignore the murder of a man. After checking the carriage, the adventurer knew the victim was nobility, and she was right. The seventh prince had to reveal himself. The savior yanked off her headdress, and the moment she did, she realized she'd just seen the legendary battle for the throne, while she was still scrambling to help the people around her. The adventurer was named Lymphia, and she had one goal: write down every piece of her fate and rush straight to the prince to tell her story. They rushed back to the castle, and Arnold finally promised to listen, though a doubt still gnawed at him because he wasn't sure he could actually help. She was born in a southern village in the empire, and she always thought that if someone listened closely, they could picture a whole settlement of migrants right in front of them. They'd torn themselves away from their homelands, war raging in their wake, monsters rising in the dark, and the prince knew it all too well because that nightmare was his problem too. Dozens of migrant villages stretched on, and even the empire couldn't fathom just how many, because they were thrown together with zero plan, and as one of the people living there, she wasn't about to complain. But now everyone was in trouble, and they had to beg the empire for help. Their villages were built by refugees, but now the nightmares are getting worse. More and more children and young girls are getting snatched away. The prince figured the kidnappings were just that, nothing to shock him, right? Then the whole world flipped when he realized there might be a hidden reason behind every single abduction. Linfia broke it down in one sentence. This was all because of heterochromia. One wild telltale sign of this trait was the pupils, each one a different color. And people like that were so rare they practically sparkled with destiny, master-level magic stirring in their bones, which is why everyone hunted them and prized them like treasure. If this kind of trade was on the table, the prince couldn't ignore it, especially with his eyes on the prize. But the girl figured it'd be smarter to hit the soldiers in the nearest big city first. She tried that already, and still, nobody listened and nobody moved. She got shoved out of the village, hunting down people who could actually change her fate. And on one of those missions, she heard a jaw-dropping rumor about Silver, like he might be tied to the imperial family. Linfia trekked all the way to the capital to meet him. Then, right as she thought that was the end of the road, something else powerful popped up along the way. The prince sat there fuming because her request got brushed aside, like someone wanted it buried. If the local heavyweights were in on it, then there was no way they'd have time to fix this. And the savior couldn't stop asking. Why would they do that? Her butler leaned in and told Olympia. Arnold was being sent overseas as an ambassador for at least 2 weeks, and if things dragged out, it could stretch even longer. He had no time for it, not even if he wanted to, and so Olympia immediately asked if she could at least get financial backing. She swore she'd hunt down trustworthy adventurers and post a reward to keep the villages safe, because her own home had barely any resources to hire guards, and what little she earned she poured into that effort, and still, it wasn't nearly enough. The young man finally got why she chased the life of an adventurer, but now he's got to figure out the real answer to the only question that matters. What was she supposed to do with it? Sure, she technically saved his life, but honestly, that young man wasn't even close to in danger in the first place. If he just left everything alone, people would start grumbling, so he had to act. He rushed to his savior and said he'd heard her request, then asked for ideas. Arnold couldn't step in fully until he got back, so for now he needed time. While he was gone, he mapped out a plan to hand the village's defense to trusted adventurers. After he laid out every term, the young man asked the girl straight up if she was satisfied. And since she didn't have to worry about paying, her doubts still lingered about whether his confidence was real. The butler leaned in and hissed to the prince that this was a powder keg, dragged them into the wrong trouble, and it turns into their weak spot, and the recent attack could strike again. Olympia caught every word, then stepped in and promised she could help. To keep the village safe, the girl stepped up, promising to guard them and everything they cared about, and then she turned to the prince and asked what he thought of that deal. He couldn't help but like the offer, so he pushed one more time. Are you truly sure? The rescuer shrugged that the kidnappers weren't that dangerous, so she figured there'd be plenty of A-class adventurers to keep the residents safe. Arnold figured she just wanted to make sure his promise meant more than empty words. Then he tested her, knowing she'd always balance duty with caution, and straight up asked what would happen if he walked away from everything he had to do. So Olympia was about to slip into the other camp, carrying every scrap of dirt on the princes with her. And once the reward hit, she'd finally have what she needed to save the village. Arnold pressed again, demanding to know what would happen if he straight up refused the deal altogether. Then the girl just planned to use the same words on everyone else, while piling onto his refusal by making it even clearer she wouldn't back down. The adventurer stayed cool, scanned the whole situation, and slid the pieces into place, because she knew that young man wasn't just playing, he was testing her. Then the boy leaned in and grilled Sevas for his take, and the man shrugged it off, no doubts at all, leaving their fresh new connection poised to turn into a deadly ally. The prince flashed a bright grin and admitted, "I don't have a choice," then nodded to her plan. Now they'd team up and help each other, and Lymphia's cheeks burned because he'd actually said it out loud. Arnold said his brother was a harmless softy, and the Duke's daughter had been backing him all the way. If he refused, everyone would explode with anger and charge in to handle it themselves. So the only smart move was to nod and agree right now. Honestly, the adventurer was stunned. Most of the people living there roasted him hard, and all they would ever call him was a brother in name only. But she could tell those rumors were total lies, because the prince wasn't weak or helpless at all. She even wondered if this was the same Prince Leonard, but the young man told her to drop it, because this was Arnold, no doubt about it. Then it hit him hard. He'd totally forgotten his part as the powerless one. The young man shot his hand out toward her, begging for a handshake to seal the deal, because everything he had was riding on Olympia. Erna spotted Arnold by the gate and grilled him. Shouldn't he be locked and preparing to leave? But he just waved her off and said he'd handed the whole mess over to Leo. That girl snorted in disgust and snapped at him, but he wouldn't back down. He told her plain as day that if his brother couldn't land a job, he'd start hunting one himself. And right then, the prince suddenly asked her, "So, are you free or what?" He broke the ice by teasing her that he was about to ask her out, and she clocked it immediately, like she somehow knew exactly what he was about to do. She stared at her friend, completely stunned, like she couldn't make sense of what she was seeing. Erna was totally naive, and she even thanked him for hiding the fine. But he should have told her first so she wouldn't get confused. Still, the real problem for him was that she had to get to her meeting with the Count, and he'd thrown off her whole schedule. She told him not to sweat it, because she'd been dying to wander the capital after so long, and Arnold snapped, "I only mentioned lunch." The girl's hat wasn't just fashion. It was magic armor that hid her face from anyone who tried to recognize her. As Amsberg strolled through the streets, nothing looked different at all. So his mind snapped straight back to that exact spot where Al got bullied, and the memory still stung more than he ever wanted to admit. Erna battled the kids who were raining blows on him, but he had to shut them down fast. Because if he delayed, all that stopping would be pointless, and the prince wouldn't stand a chance either. Still, none of them had any idea who he really was. To the hero's daughter, that was unforgivable, because they didn't just cross the line, they made her comrade cry. Right after he realized she misremembered everything, she dragged him into fencing lessons and taunted him non-stop, until he was crying. Then she insisted with full confidence that she'd done absolutely nothing wrong. She only wanted him to finally stand on his own, at least enough to fight like a real prince, not just dress like one. The young man let out a nervous laugh, like he could talk his way out of it. But her answer didn't land because she drove an elbow straight into his stomach. The boy doubled over in pain, and Erna snapped that she'd only been trapped in sweet memories. But Arnold was convinced it was all an act, like she'd been made to look harmless. Right when he stepped outside, something felt off. Because she was always there, like the moment he left the door, fate dragged her into his path. The hero's daughter shrugged and said Sabas had told her everything, no more, no less. The young man's teeth ground together in pure frustration, so that Butler really did lock things down too tight. The girl's father ordered her to stick close to the prince, and even waved her off from skipping class, while the hero just couldn't shake the deep respect he had for the royal family. But then it hit her. She just knew there was way more to the story than that. His friend shot out her hand, hauled him up, and promised that someday she'd tell him everything. But right now, they had to move on. Erna became a Knight of the Guard at just 11, and from then on, she never stopped moving, always blazing through one mission after the next. One job for the Knights of the Guard was to ride across the Empire as the Emperor's very eyes. Amsberg's hero daughter didn't just grow up. She turned into the family's genius, summoning the sacred sword at only 12. And the moment she appeared at the borders, peace talks clicked into place and diplomacy finally took root. It was pure, wild luck. She only made the trip back to the capital once a year, and somehow she crossed paths with him. The moment she got her next mission, she was shoved into motion and told to hit a whole new place right away. Erna had only one shot to wander the capital, but once the boys wrapped lunch, her window would slam shut. Still, that young man was already burning with gratitude for the chance to hang out with her like this. Then he leaned in and asked where they should head next, but she grinned and insisted they'd figure it out step by step. Then boom, rain came out of nowhere, and Arnold couldn't help but grimace at how brutally short-sighted that choice was. No one had a choice, so the girl snapped, "Let's hit the nearest restaurant now." He clocked her speeding steps and fired the question, "Where are you heading?" After his fun, the young man headed straight to the hotel. He told her to stop, but his friend acted like nothing was wrong, like it was all fine. Because if she said she wanted to go there, she'd go. Knights never broke their word. Arnold exhaled and dropped the argument. He realized the quickest way was letting her see it all firsthand. When they finally hit the right spot, Erna stopped dead from sheer shock, and the young man told her the truth. Years back, the owner changed, A huge renovation happened, and now the hotel only lets in couples, because if anyone recognized her and saw her there, it would have smashed her reputation. So the prince suggested they find another spot, but his girlfriend dug in her heels and demanded they go inside. He stared at her like the answer might be hiding in her eyes. Then he spotted her soaked clothes, and the question vanished on its own. They had no choice but to find shelter and ride out the storm. The girl curled up on the bed with her head tucked into her knee, and right then the prince stepped out of the shower and told her he was done. She clocked that he cleaned up fast, but he acted like there was absolutely no reason to go overboard. He dropped into his seat, brooding over how this went so wrong, because Erna warned him loud and clear. If he ever spied on her, he'd pay for it. The guy let out an even heavier sigh, and then it hit him all at once. The girl started stripping off her clothes. The prince could feel danger closing in, because he knew one wrong move could cost him everything, even his life. But her reflection stared back from the window, so he slapped a towel over his head and hunched down to the floor, because deep in his chest, Arnold just wanted this nightmare to be over fast. Soon Erna was done with her shower, and she stepped out wrapped in a dry robe. The girl shot right under the covers, and the young man snapped that if she was that mortified, they never should have walked into the hotel in the first place. But Amsberg thought, if that night breaks his promise even once, then every word he said, his nickname, his oath, all of it, gets dragged into doubt. And still, the prince wouldn't give her that kind of suspicion over something so small. Al heard her choking sobs and snapped that he wouldn't comfort her. Yet the girl still pointed at him and blamed him for everything. He couldn't wrap his head around his own guilt until she laid it out. His provocation was the spark. He knew it was a love hotel, because he'd been here before with her. Only now he figured the woman his companion was bringing was the same one the other girls had been talking about. He grinned. If she still had the strength to nag him, then his friend was okay. But she told him not to dodge the answer. Then he had to spill the truth. The brothel he sometimes visited kept girls trapped into doing things they never chose, all because they'd been robbed of freedom when they were kids. Yet Erna just couldn't see how those dots connected. The prince forked over the money for those girls, hauled them to the hotel, got them checked in, and then personally walked them back out. One day, the kids spotted him. Then the truth hit hard. Women like that weren't allowed into the shop alone, but they could walk in with his escort like it was routine. And nobody expected that the prince himself was personally leading them. His friends still couldn't grasp why he'd do it, so he snapped the truth into them. Those women had no choice but brothels, and it was still better than starving to death. But these girls just wanted to break free and roam, so he steered them outside that way. Arnold figured it wouldn't change a thing, yet even this fake kindness beat having nothing. Erna got it. When danger hits, you just want to move. But the prince had to slam the brakes, because if Ward found out a royal family member was in the city just for fun, it could ignite a whole mess. She was freaking out over his reputation, but he didn't care one bit. Those rumors about him hooking up with women couldn't shake what he had already decided. Out of nowhere, the girl blurted, "Tell me, was all of this actually hard for you?" He knew that if he'd been left alone, he never would have made it through, but his friends held him up, plus Erna herself was right there cheering him on. She clutched the blanket tighter, pulling herself in like it could shield her, because what he asked felt downright cruel. Departure day finally hit, and Leonard decided to dump all the messy business on Marie. He was sure an attack would hit the moment they were gone, but the prince trusted her completely. She assured him that he could count on her to handle everything. Still, she couldn't shake her fear for that young man. He flashed a grin and treated her words like a flashing sign that his allies couldn't be trusted. Marie didn't really fear for his safety. Erna would be with him. But she still worried the rest of the team wasn't up to the task, and Leo tried to reassure her by saying his brother would be there, which somehow only cranked her anxiety even higher. The prince saw Arnold as a true standout, but Marie had no clue. Then he tried to sway her, and it flopped. She just stayed sure the second twin had been dressed up with exaggerations. Leo prayed that one day she'd finally see the truth, that calling his brother the lost prince was a lie and nothing more. This kid had zero shame and could tackle anything he set his mind to. But Al was a whole different monster. If he wanted something, he grabbed it, no effort required. So the young man leaned in again and told Marie, "Don't worry, I'll have a brother right here beside me." She bowed and took his confidence to heart. Like, if he truly believed, then there was no reason for her to panic either. Then she sent him off with a warm wish for a wonderful journey, and the prince quickly apologized for dumping all that weight on her shoulders. Soon everything was set, every last prep done. The Knights' Corps stood ready, flags with the family insignia snapped onto their lances and carriages, and Fine and Marie escorted the ambassador and his entourage straight on their way. So the imperial delegation tore out of the capital, racing for the south of the continent, the kind of borderland everyone feared, right between two raging countries. Arnold and Leonard got shipped off as diplomats to a southern land on the Vogel continent, the Duchy of Rondon. The prince cracked open the letter, and it revealed the shocking truth. Only two countries had managed to survive the civil war. The young man saw Erna shaking and urged her to cross the sea a different way, because the calm water terrified her, and Erna snapped that it was her friend's fault since he was the one who'd brought her along. She could have snapped at him, gotten offended, even unleashed a curse. But nope, she still refused to forgive all three of them. Amsberg pulled a pillow over her head and snuggled into the bed, because guard knights were usually sent with the diplomat to keep him safe. So her young man's relatives had insisted she'd be protected. This plan could have wiped out at least one of the Emperor's loyal supporters. But the moment that guy left Raffia in the capital to handle their moves, everything stayed perfectly under control. The prince perched on the edge of the bed and fired off a question. How had nobody spilled her secret yet? With her voice shaking, she confessed that nobody from the hero's family, the ones who wielded the sacred sword, had ever vanished from the Empire for long, and that's why she'd been studying the weapon summons with pure desperation. Erna only did all of this because she absolutely refused to step foot on a boat. Arnold just snorted the second he heard why. She hated hearing her friend laugh, and when the young man reminded her that she'd developed aquaphobia after seeing him nearly go under, thanks to her, she froze as the boat bumped the waves, and Erna let out a terrifying scream. The girl's panic exploded as the ship lurched violently, her mind racing to the worst, like the bottom might have cracked. Arnold grabbed her nerves and told her it wasn't a hole, not like that could have happened, and the only thing that would have made damage like that was if a sea dragon had slammed into them. Amsberg's breath hitched as the shock slammed in. Her life could have been snuffed out right here, just like that. Arnold let out a heavy sigh, then snapped a protective barrier around the ship, and the violent shaking finally eased, right when a knock slammed on their cabin door and threw Erna off. The deputy captain of the 3rd Detachment of the Garden Knights stormed into them. With shaky breaths, the girl finally forced out, "I'm still alive," and the man wasted no time. He kicked off his report. The Duchy of Albatro's ships demanded permission to talk, and he couldn't stop thinking about what answer he dared to give them. The prince nearly choked on his own surprise when that ship slid into their waters already, because they'd agreed on a clear, unblocked passage to Rondon, not on being dragged into negotiations, and that sudden turn screamed something off to him. Erna snapped into action, ordering every knight back to their cabins, no more chances to stir up albatross men. The boy nodded along, then added that his brother had finally replied, and the second-in-command fumbled out the truth. Leonard hadn't been feeling well. The young man let out a shaky breath. There was no way out. They were marching straight to Leo's ship. They slipped onto the neighboring deck, and he quickly checked on his twin, only to find the prince was getting wrecked by seasickness. Arnold clocked it right away. The symptoms didn't match Ernaz's at all, and that only made it worse. Then, out of nowhere, he snapped into action and started running his fingers through his brother's hair. Then the young man slicked his curls the way Leo did, and declared he was taking his position, telling him to relax and wait on the next ship. The deputy yanked the second twin off, and the boy chased after him, begging him to tell the others that Prince Arnold wasn't feeling well, because the man was convinced that sparing him would only stain his reputation all over again. The young man was sure nothing could get worse. Then the knight shot one more look at him and slammed the door shut. Al ditched his own clothes and slipped into Leo's outfit, because a negotiation request was about to land, and he knew getting ready mattered. The hero said he'd spotted a brand new generation ship, packed with magical weapons, just like you'd expect from the ruler of the seas, but would they actually dare to strike? That night the man beside him warned, "If we do this, war will ignite between our countries." The hero shot back, "Then what's the point? Would it even be worth bringing the other two back?" He said their position was hanging by a thread. If the party crashed, a high-ranking official would have to stop them, so why risk the substitution at all? The knight snapped back. "Don't just change the plan, make sure nobody ever even figures out the substitution." The hero finally understood. He said it meant they both had to carry out their parts with razor-sharp precision. A girl strode onto the deck and blurted out how insanely grateful she was that they actually agreed to meet. She called herself Evangelina d'Albatro, Princess of Albatro, but begged them to just call her Eva. Then someone behind him snapped for his sister to wait, and when the swaying boy spun around, Giorgio realized it was her little brother, Giulio d'Albatro. The shock hit hard. The prince and princess looked like twins. Giorgio swallowed his surprise and introduced himself as Leonardo Rex Adler, the Empire's 8th prince, saying it was an honor to finally meet them. He told her he'd just been named a diplomat in the Duchy of Rondon and that he was rushing there right now. While the princess confessed she'd been hearing rumors about him. Then when the tsunami slammed the east, it was him who rallied the knights and fought back, proving exactly what an imperial prince is made of with fearless guts and deadly strategy. Rex said it all came down to the knights who fought with pure courage, and when it came to strategy, he insisted both of them were fully equipped. Then, boom, 2 crowned heads showed up on a warship just to meet him for that one single meeting. They had a clear goal in mind. Albatra can't afford to block a passage that's already been cleared without losing trust from every nation fast. So the real mystery is simple. What are they after? Maybe their target is out here in these waters, and they just happen to stumble right into it by chance. Eva snapped at her brother like he was a fool and demanded he keep a straight face. Then he rushed to apologize to his sister. She took a deep breath, spoke without sugarcoating it, and said they wanted them to change course. They weren't blocking their way to Rondon. They just insisted they take the most remote route. The hero demanded to know the real reason, but she snapped back that she wasn't going to spill it. She didn't trust him, and she definitely didn't trust the Empire. When a mighty empire collides with a tiny duchy, we all know how this ends. So the only reason they're still pushing is something nasty hiding underneath. Hyrule snapped the order, change course, hit the detour to Rondon, and the knight warned the prince it would burn several extra days, but Rex waved it off. Rondon would shrug off even a huge delay, and he'd already decided. He turned to the princess and asked if this was okay, then saw their faces and instantly got it, and just like that, he replaced Leo. Honestly, it's hilarious. Eva said, like clockwork for a man who'd claimed the throne, he handled everything with real wisdom. She praised his brilliant choice, then they turned and left together. The hero told the team to pack up and move out too. If they're still watching their every move, Leo's little performance might buy them a few more precious minutes, but the real danger is Albatross's goal. The knight snapped a question at the prince, and the prince shot back. If we're gearing up for battle like this, then what in the world are the prince and princess doing on board? There's no point at all. And wasting a warship on anything but fighting is just criminal. He weighed the idea of a full-blown recon strike. Could these two actually scout, or were they just pretending? And what were they even hunting for out here? Pirates near the Duchy of Albatro. He'd never once heard of that. Out of nowhere, their ship jolted violently. Right after the sky went clear, a knight burst into their cabin, yelling that a storm had trapped them. So the prince stormed out onto the deck, staring in disbelief like, was someone messing with him? Then he spotted another ship out in the distance. The hero yelled at the captain that they couldn't slip away from his brother's ship, and the captain snapped back that the only thing left was stopping them from capsizing. Because this storm wasn't normal. It slammed in with zero warning. The hero blurted out in shock, thinking, is this some sea monster's doing? No ordinary beast could whip up a storm this huge. So were those two really aware a sea dragon had surfaced in their waters, and that they'd come straight to investigate it? They couldn't even give them an answer. The Duchy of Albatro lives and dies by maritime trade. So if word spread that a sea dragon was terrorizing their waters, that business would collapse overnight, and it would be basically suicide. The hero raced to judge how far the storm was spreading, and when he checked the pattern, he realized they were nowhere near the epicenter. The center was almost certainly out in Albatro's waters, and their ships were already steering straight into it. Worst case, they'd have to clash with the sea dragon on its home turf, and somehow he couldn't help feeling bad for them. After a while, the hero leaned in and demanded the captain tell him exactly where they were right now. He said they'd probably drifted way off course in the Duchy of Albatro's waters, and that this wild storm was way too close to the one the sea dragon caused, the story his grandfather once told him. He said that even if someone miraculously survived the storm, a dragon would still be waiting in the middle, because the sea dragon is the strongest apex monster in the whole ocean, and just seeing its form means you're staring down your own death. If that sea dragon is really rampaging through these waters, Albatro's Duchy, the one that lives off maritime trade, is going to get smashed, so they launched a secret expedition, and somehow they're the ones who just raked the dragon's wrath straight over their heads. It was probably Eva's crew that sparked the storm, and yeah, it's tragic you can't survive something like this. Hero snapped that if that's the case, the longer route is a waste, because his brother will freak out if they don't reach Rondon fast. Before he could finish, someone burst in, yelling, "Everybody look overboard." The Duchy ship's wreckage bobbed in the water, trapped in the very same storm that tore them apart. So the knight swore Prince Leonardo would have sent men to scour for survivors, but the hero cut him off. They had no time to waste, because the sea dragon might still be lurking nearby. The knight swore he'd have to play pretend, Prince Leonardo, right up until the very end, because if anyone learned the Empire's ambassador wasn't the same one who had met the twins, the mess would never stop. The prince understood it, but the crew was wrecked from the storm. Still, not a soul showed the faintest doubt. The knight snapped that was exactly why he had to act just like Prince Leonardo, because one tiny mismatch could spark suspicion, and that suspicion would snowball into something deadly. It's a noble gesture, sure, but it helps them absolutely nothing. The Duchy of Albatro isn't their ally, and it's not even close to home. Saving people from some distant realm in waters crawling with sea dragons is pure nonsense, and it'll only slam the brakes on their arrival in Rondon. Even if Leo reaches Rondon first, he's still wearing Prince Arnold's disguise, and every attempt to strike up a partnership is going to light up alarms. As the whole substitution shuffle drags on, it's getting under his skin fast. But if they drag in a huge pack of survivors, they'll be forced to head straight to Albatro, and that's a nightmare for everyone involved. Will the Duchy of Albatro finally swallow their pride and release the Prince of the Empire, the very one who just uncovered a secret they've been desperately hiding? If it happened like that, he and Leo would be stuck taking turns for ages, and they couldn't afford that. O told the knight the hunt for survivors was mostly a dead end, so they had to shove off fast. Right then the crew screamed, survivors were clinging to the wreckage. The knight turned to the prince and demanded, "So what do we do now?" The prince barked an order to drop the rope and haul them up right now, and to keep their eyes on the water, because there could be more survivors out there. The hero started grumbling to himself as obstacle after obstacle blocked his path, and if God really existed, he let loose a furious curse. They started hauling people out, and the worker on the scene said that based on what the rescued kept saying, more survivors were still out there. The hero grumbled that the Duchy of Albatro was nothing but bad luck wrapped in silk, and the knight snapped at him to shut that talk down, because this mess would only make Prince Leo look like a saint, and Rodin would be thrilled to hear Rodin had rescued people from danger, leaving them with zero chance to criticize Prince Leo. The hero remembered how Rondine and Albatro had been clawing at each other for dominance in the south, so it didn't make sense. Why would they ever get praised for helping the enemy? The knight shrugged and said all they needed to do was prove how great they really were. And as for the Empire, it was strong, and none of this southern mess was its problem. The knight told him, "If you say yes, you'd better have the courage to finish it." The hero already fumed at the whole idea and kept asking himself how to wriggle out without wrecking Leo's reputation. Leo realized there was no other option. He'd step in to help no matter what, even if it meant taking the blame, and it turned out to be his own fault. He snapped at the captain to hunt for survivors, and the captain shot back, "Are you out of your mind?" He knew more monsters lurked here than just the sea dragon, so he insisted nothing would dare near the sea dragon's route, then figured things would be calm for a couple of days. The captain warned that the sun was already slipping away, and that hunting for survivors in the dark was a death trap, since the fading light could lure a sea dragon. The hero bowed and apologized, but as the authorized ambassador, he had one order: pull every available force to search for the surviving subjects of the Duchy of Albatro. He said we can't leave the survivors behind, no matter what. The captain said he'd only heard rumors, but once he saw the prince, it turned out he was way more righteous, and that sealed it. He's against this, but he can't defy orders, so they'll start searching, and the hero totally understood and agreed, yet doing this is still pure foolishness. But that was Leo every single time. Giulio snapped, asking if everyone was still alive. The villagers shoved the prince toward the boat, but he'd been soaking in the water since nightfall, and he still refused, staring straight into the boat like it was the last thing he'd ever do. He shouted at his unconscious sister, and to prove the sea dragon had truly been resurrected, they only had one move: use magic. A while back, they intertwined their fingers and poured magic into the moment. Just then, storm-dark clouds rolled in overhead, and the sky cracked open into a furious downpour. Their ship slammed and bucked, and Giulio got flung straight into the ocean. To save her brother, Eva threw herself in with him. Next thing they knew, they were plunging into the water. Now Giulio stared at his sister, thinking, if it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. The prince shouted that rescue was guaranteed. An imperial ship had to be nearby. He was certain Prince Leonard would come for them. Then the worker beside him snapped back. Didn't the Empire always save their country while it was rotting from the inside? While they bled, the Empire piled up coin, and they weren't about to go hunting anyone in waters this deadly. Giulio shot back that Prince Leonardo was pure kindness. He never turns a blind eye when someone's in trouble, so things will be okay. because he's certain the prince will rush in and save the day. The man snapped that if their allies ever got stuck like that, they wouldn't lift a finger to rescue them. Once the storm cleared, they'd just wave and walk away from whoever was left behind, and they'd never, ever step into waters where a sea dragon could be lurking. The prince felt every ounce of strength drain away, clinging to nothing but dread. Then he spotted a ship blazing toward them. Leonardo, the Empire's 8th prince, broke the silence and said their ship was finally hauling in the survivors of the Duchy of Albatro, pulling them aboard one by one, so anyone still standing should make it to the ship under their own power. He told them, if you can't move on your own yet, hang back for a bit. You'll still help save everyone, I promise. The prince pressed forward, shouting encouragement as the bodies of the victims were left behind. Then a nearby worker barked that a huge group of survivors was at starboard, at least 50. The hero gasped in disbelief, yelling, "There's no way we've got room for that many." The knight demanded what they were going to do with the survivors. There were way more than anyone expected. The hero just smirked and said that if luck really had them beat, then what was happening right now was basically unavoidable. He'd figured it out somehow because they had 3 ships, while the hero only had 1. The knight, already knowing this plan would have to be in his head by now, couldn't help but wonder if he'd been thinking about the rest of it the whole time. Al Ronald roared a command to heave every bit of baggage from the warehouse into the sea. Everything, except the provisions and those gifts meant for Rondon. The knight blurted, "Is this normal?" And the hero snapped back, "Not even close. They were meant to load up on provisions and fresh water in Albatro, but now it's too late, and with a sea dragon prowling the deep, nobody knows when they'll finally claw their way to Rondon." Even so, he clung to Leo's authority, then swore he'd rescue the survivors no matter what, refusing to trade jewelry for human lives, and vowing that not a single living person would be allowed to die. That grin hit the knight like a flashback from his past, like, "Yeah, the hero's a hawk all right, claws tucked away." The hero asked again, louder this time, but the knight just smirked and said the ballast's discharge could be handed to the Empire's knights. The hero roared at everyone, ordering them to keep the rescue operation going. He barked the order to save every soul they could, and then he owned the whole risk himself. He cared most about the prince and princess, and once he had them in his grip, his bargaining power with the duchy went through the roof. When Prince Giulio appeared, the hero barked at him to scramble up right away. Giulio demanded they deal with the wounded first, and the hero nodded, telling everyone to hang on just a little longer. "We've started hauling the princess into the cargo hold." The hero screamed at Giulio that he was the only one left, yanked a rope into his hands, and ordered him to grab on. Giulio erupted in pure joy, thank goodness. But the moment he needed it most, his strength had already vanished. As the water clawed at his lungs, he finally exhaled, because everyone else had been saved. The hero lunged into the water right after him, yanking on his arm and clinging tight. He yanked him up from the water and screamed for someone to throw him a rope. Everyone stared in disbelief when the prince leaped straight into the water. Crazy, especially with a sea dragon possibly lurking nearby, and the crowd rushed after him without hesitation. The hero stared as Giulio grappled with the rope, and he couldn't believe the sheer willpower it took. Then someone stepped in and offered him a hand. The knight said, "With how icy you talk, I'd swear your heart runs warmer than mine," and the hero thanked him for saving him. Then the knight shrugged and went, "Nah, it's just routine hauling you out of the water, soaked to the bone." The hero stared, totally lost, like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" The knight wasn't even shocked he couldn't remember a thing. He'd been out cold, so the prince leaned in and asked, "When did it happen?" The knight finally admitted it. He was the one who dragged the hero out of the bathtub in the Duke's mansion when he nearly drowned. Dee started out as a knight there, but the hero's house, that twist left him totally stunned. The man swore that when the captain rode into the Knights of the Empire, he became one too, and he never once imagined he'd ever lay eyes on the prince drenched and soaked again. The hero snapped at him to stop turning it into his fault, because yeah, the first time he nearly drowned, and the second time he still bolted in to save him, even if he didn't care about the reasons. The knight shot back, "That's dead on." And that's when the hero froze. He hadn't heard his name at all, so he demanded, "What's your name?" The man tipped his head and introduced himself as Mark Tyver, the deputy captain of the 3rd Squad of the Imperial Knights. Then he swore you could count on him. The hero admitted he wanted their alliance to be nothing but a quick stop, over fast, and Mark swore he'd do everything in his power. So after ripping 80 survivors out of danger, they finally swung the ship toward the Duchy of Albatro. The knight strode into Prince Arnold's presence and blurted out that the captain wanted to know, should they go hunting for Prince Leonardo's ship? The prince snapped that this same mess was happening again, and then swore that Leo would somehow fix it, Yet he still looked sick to his bones. He snapped that I shouldn't pester him with stupid questions because he'd have no patience, and then the night raced away. Meanwhile, the girl on the side watched his show and slapped a 50 on it. She insisted that everyone would have ordered the captain to deal with it himself, and Leo shot back that, yeah, it's still a little tricky. The captain warned that keeping his identity hidden would take serious effort, or everything would blow up. Then Leo shot back, "Is your brother okay?" The girl smiled and said, "He's totally fine," because Mark's right there, and when disaster hits, he catches on fast. She was convinced Leo was the real problem. Then he admitted he couldn't copy his older brother right now. She said, "Good thing, too. Al's not widely known, and even if he acts out of character, nothing bad's going to happen." But the boy didn't get what out of character meant, and that's when he called her. He leaned in and asked Elna if she really thought it was smart to keep acting like that in front of him. And Elna snapped back that it was exactly what made Al so out of character. Al would have blamed it on forgetting her leggings today, or teased, "Yeah, I'm in white," just to watch her reaction. Then Leo shot it down, saying he wouldn't spill anything like that. She admitted it was brutal for him to fully act like Al. And honestly, it felt wild they'd grown up so differently when they were both princes. Leo said his brother was a freedom chaser, gone every single day somewhere beyond the territory, coming back in tears. Elna insisted she was only trying to toughen him up. Leo got it. She always pushed for her brother's sake. But it still crushed her, because no matter what she did, it looked like her efforts only stirred up more trouble for Al. Leo said he didn't think Al saw her as a burden. Actually, ever since she joined, his brother got way freer to speak his mind and show what he felt, like his soul finally found the support it was craving. The girl remembered it clearly. Leo still kept hiring that adventurer, even while she was right there. The prince said she came along to help her village, not because her brother hired her. Then she added that it'd be great if he himself spoke up about it, because she'd promised she'd do her best as Finn's bodyguard. It's tough for her to be Al's bodyguard. He's impulsive, cunning, and a sharp, wild adventurer who moves with his own lightning-fast thoughts. Leo told her she was good in her own way, because some things only she could pull off. So tell me, wasn't it her who saved his brother, or is he wrong? She got it in her head, but her heart refused to believe it, because protecting Finn was on her shoulders. Leo told her she still hated losing, that they were stuck with barely any allies, but at least they could defend themselves. And if Elna ever got free, her brother would finally trust her. Elna asked if it felt like Al thought she was just a nuisance, and Leo snapped back that it was her stubbornness talking, not Al's real feelings, and then he hit her with the truth. He had nobody else to lean on right now, so let her sulk and start giving him some advice. He asked what to do if he ever ran into King Rondon, and she sighed like it was inevitable. Then told him Al already knew the basics of etiquette, so all he had to do was walk up and greet him. But no extras, no praise at all, just the barest etiquette-approved greeting. The man leaned in and told the prince, "There are way too many victims," then swore they'd do everything they could, though the prince still had to press the question. The man sighed, insisted they'd try, but admitted he couldn't promise a thing, and after the prince thanked him, the man walked off muttering, "Honestly, it's not worth it." Mark snapped that their only play was betting everything on the ship's doctor, but the prince shot back that Mark had no standing to talk. There was nothing he could do, and he'd sworn today's rescued would live, while the night cut in to remind them they weren't gods. Al told him to trust this world, because even when impossible things happen, it still finds a way. It's not so cruel that it can't protect a tiny group of people, and they've already laid down a price high enough to make him listen. He's more than earned their lives back with imperial treasures, so he can do whatever he wants with them, because the defensive line is coming up fast. Someone yelled for the imperial ship to answer its approach, because their country had gotten zero word from it. He warned them again, but the comms stayed dead. The hero blurted out that Leonardo Rex Adler, the Empire's 8th prince, was talking to them, and on the way to Rondon they stumbled on their country's wrecked ships, hauling about 80 survivors aboard. He said a prince and princess were with them and demanded entry to the port. So the man agreed, but ordered them to pause there first, because safety meant they had to inspect the ship. The prince nodded and snapped back that those rescued men were in serious danger and needed medical help right now, so he begged to rush them straight to port. But they still told him to wait, because he didn't have the authority to enter port without His Majesty's okay. Rage boiled in the hero's chest. This delay couldn't be the moment to fear spies, so he grabbed Mark and demanded what was wrong with the prince and princess. Mark admitted they still hadn't snapped back to consciousness, and only if even one woke up would things finally start looking better. Mark snapped that the mess wasn't theirs anymore, Because they'd already brought the survivors here, the burden had now shifted to their country. But the prince shot back that the blame had been his from the start, neck deep in all of this, and he'd fight for them all the way to the end. But if they kept closing the distance, there'd be no option left, only one brutal outcome: an attack. The hero's gut screamed that maybe force was the only way through, so he blasted his voice on the loudspeaker, demanding they listen right now, because one of them was already teetering on the edge of death. They clawed their way through the hell of drifting at sea, and now their fate is trapped in the hands of people who won't even let them in. So he begged for permission to enter the Uat, just to deliver the shipment. They thanked him for sticking up for their people, but the law didn't care. Rules were rules. Even with aristocrats backing them, they still had to sit tight and wait for the king to decide, and the hero fired back, asking, "So who's the captain of our ship?" What? The man nodded, and the hero broke it down. "We took the gamble, paid the price, and risked everything just to save you. Only one reason matters: stop anyone from dying. Because they need to know how brutal it feels to be stranded in the open sea, and then they push them to make the call." The captain snapped back that 2 of his sons were on those 3 ships, and he could only pray they were still alive. But once you're a soldier, regulations tighten your hands no matter what, and he couldn't defy them even if it broke his heart. The hero couldn't wrap his head around it, and Mark barely managed. "That's enough." Right then the doctor roared that everything was critical, and the hero snapped at the captain to set course for port. The man barked that they had no permission. Al already knew, but if they stalled, those men would die. The captain leaned in and asked the hero, "So you want to ignore the warning and sail into port for a crew that doesn't matter politically, knowing that if we get sunk here, you won't even be able to send a single protest note?" What? Al barked, "As long as the prince and princess are aboard, we're not letting this ship sink, so for now we'll do everything we can to save everyone's life." Then he slammed down the decision. No changing the plan, it was time to enter port. Mark snapped back that it was too drastic, and Prince Leo would never go for something that extreme. Al just smirked and said, "You've got it." He said this was the perfect chance to make a real impression, because if Leo set his mind on something, nobody could stop him. The hero told Mark, "Even if this choice doesn't look like something Leo would do, if you can just nudge his reputation a bit, people will start seeing him differently." Mark shot back, "Then you're saying Prince Leo will be stuck making harder calls from here on out?" The hero grinned and said, "Don't sweat it, he's my younger brother after all." He was absolutely certain. No matter what he tried, Leo could do it better every single time. The captain grilled the prince about whether he knew that sneaking into the port could land him in prison, and Al didn't even flinch. He already knew. The man insisted he could grab supplies and roll straight to Rondon, but Al saw no reason to gamble his life for people who carried 0 political power. The prince told them straight up that every person on this ship mattered to someone at home, and that staying would only put everyone in danger. Then the man bristled, remembering the prince was gunning for the throne, and if this got twisted against him, the throne would slip even farther away, and the prince just ended it by saying he'd think on it later. Al said this is the captain's ship, and every crew member's life rests on his hands, so he won't act rude by taking it over and steering it himself. The captain admitted he thought the naive prince act was real, but nope, and now he prefers him this way. Then he roared at the crew, "Get ready, port entrance incoming." The other side barked back, "We're docking now and we can't wait anymore." They told them to halt immediately, because if they didn't, they'd open fire, then demand permission to board and inspect the ship. The captain got a killer idea and demanded they raise a white flag. The prince declared he'd go ahead knowing every ship in their empire had never once raised a white flag. And the captain knew because he was standing on the very first ship, the Monument. Everyone kept saying, of course no one would shoot a ship that flies a white flag. But the real question hit like a hammer. Did they even need it in the first place? The man bragged that he had a whole fleet of stubborn captains, and told them to give their superiors a reason to back off. Because, hey, he was a ship's captain too and knew exactly how trapped they felt. The hero got it, and they sprinted to raise the flag. The prince stormed out to the port once more and told everyone, right now, our ship's packed with survivors from our country's wrecked ships. Because the survivors' condition is dire, they slip into the port without a single official nod, yet their ship has no plans to attack the place. They barely made it through the disaster, so he grabs them and demands their help, then turns to the fleet captains and tells them the fate of their own people, dangling by a thread, is on their hands. The hero prayed the captains would finally choose the wisest move. Every last victim started getting yanked off the transport and thrown onto the ground. Mark said, it's just a formality, but it means we're POWs now. The hero shot back, yeah, because I already raised the white flag. Al said it was time to move, go straight to the Duchy King and talk about the Sea Dragon, and he was convinced the king would be totally fine with it too. Somewhere else a girl was snapping a whip and laying into a man blow after blow. She snapped the whip in pure rage, with zero clue how it all had gone that wrong so fast. A nearby man snapped that they were reading every step she took, so she blurted out, asking if he really thought this naive white-winged princess was messing around. He swore Leo had to have picked up some trickster in his crew, and before they could move on, they had to reach Gordon and report that the attack had bombed. Turns out their new guy was straight-up extraordinary, and it burned the girl up because they were climbing the social ladder right while he stole the spotlight. She even bit her own finger, whispering that it was unforgivable. The man told him to back off Leo's company and chase the real culprit who stole the Minister of Construction from them. So she shot him down and ordered him to come up with something tailor-made for her instead. Her rage couldn't find another outlet on this one poor victim crumpled after the beating, so she gave the order, and he swallowed it, already plotting how tomorrow this place could be his. Elsewhere, the butler lit up and said that with a tiny bit of intel and a few hard-earned lessons, you could see the enemy's next move before they even make it. Just like the adventurer said, it's the same as reading a monster's attack before it strikes. Linfa said that when your choices run out, you'll act any way you can, and she snapped that warning to the guards to stay sharp, because right now the second princess is about to crank up her vigilance and get torn up by the horrible doubt of whether she'll ever be able to attack again. The princess showered Linfa with praise, calling her magnificent, then noticed her stare and asked, "Is everything okay?" Linfa answered with a quiet curiosity, "I just can't help wondering why you trust me so much." The girl said Master Al would never tolerate anyone you couldn't trust, and Linfa shot back asking if it didn't get under her skin when new faces started poking into her business. Then the princess just smiled and said, "If it's for Al's sake, I don't care." Because really, who's steering the ship? They're all in this together. Linda watched the princess shrink her own worth, and the butler snapped, "Lady Finn always puts everyone else first." Linda couldn't wrap her head around why she'd still battle for the throne, apologized for what she'd said, and admitted, "I don't belong here." What? Finn's cheeks burned, and she blurted out, "Yeah, I thought that too." Finny told Mr. Owl, "I can't really help you or anyone else, at least not with anything else, but I'm still hoping I can be useful with what I have, the title and the power." Linda told her not to fret, because having Mrs. Finn with them would somehow work in their favor. Then she answered, "Good, if that's actually true." The adventurers snapped back to the hero's command, protect Finn no matter what. She offered to prove her worth. She could do it in a way nobody else could, and that kind of usefulness was all the rage in the capital. Turns out plenty of people there were desperate for that popularity, especially traders. She said the company running things in the capital refuses to let her fame keep climbing, and that behind the scenes, they're backing another candidate to grab the throne. So she started eyeing other companies, especially the half-human ones, because if they can forge a cooperation channel before the prince comes back, it'll be nothing but a huge win. The butler nodded and admitted the princes had been watching the demi-human company for ages, so she had to tell him. Did Linda even know why none of them had reached out yet? She said, "Because their leader is a vampire." After that brutal incident in the capital, people turned hard on vampires, so they keep dodging any attempt to reach them. Yet nothing stops them from trying. Linda knew this was her shot. Fina offered to meet up, said she had a ton to talk about and wanted to size her up, so they quickly set a meeting with her. Leaning at the window, the princess pledged to Mr. Owl that she'd handle everything. Then, just a few days later, Linda pointed out that the demi-human company lives up to its name. Demi-humans run the show, built tough, fast, and fearless. They stay nimble on their feet, each one mastering their own specialty, and the results hit harder than anything other companies can churn out. They're creeping their influence across the eastern side of the continent, but right before that branch was set to open, the capital erupts in unrest. So the branch never opens, and to this day, there's zero sign of the demi-human company in the capital. The company's boss is a vampire, and the emperor got ambushed by vampires. So now the empire's on high alert toward the demi-human company, and honestly, they have every right to be. Finn snapped that if they hadn't done anything, they've got nothing to hide, because they weren't the ones who struck the emperor. Linda said the world would finally chill out if everyone thought like Finn. But then she shrugged, because people can't stand half-humans, and the truth is every single person sees things their own way. The adventurers warned, her enemies could twist every word she says into a plea for the demi-humans, and that would smash her authority. And they pushed. If she even cares about the prince, she'd better watch what she says. Then the princess finally admitted she'd messed up. Linda told him her opponent today belonged to a massive trade association, and if she even slipped up once, they'd have him tricked in seconds. So she demanded he stay razor-sharp and super careful. The half-human company in the Capital branch opened the scene, and the girl jabbed a finger at the door, saying their representative was waiting and urging them to come in. When the girls stepped inside, they froze. There was nothing but an empty chair in front of them, and the second they spun around, the door had already slammed shut. She shot Linda a quick look and asked if they'd ended up in the wrong room, but Linda snapped back that the escort brought them straight here. No mix-up, period. Because this kind of delay trick was normal when the enemy needed time, so they should just stay put and wait. They spotted a teapot, grabbed the moment, and poured themselves tea while they waited. A little later, Linda urged them to head back. Then 2 more hours crawled by and the representative still never showed, so it was crystal clear he didn't want anything to do with them. Finna snapped back that if they didn't want to meet, they wouldn't have let them in at all, so maybe there was a reason and they should just wait. Then Linda turned to the princess and asked if she didn't think it was rude to pull that kind of move. Finn shot back that she was the one who called for the meeting, so of course she'd wait, especially if tomorrow was inconvenient. And if tomorrow truly wouldn't work, then she'd thank the girl for worrying about her the day after. That was all she could do. A voice echoed through the room, and she couldn't hide her amazement. A girl burst into the room and shot a question. What were they waiting for all this time? The moment she stepped in, the girl shot out her name, Fine Van Cornert, and made it clear she was exactly what I'd been told, a representative from the half-human company. And yeah, Yulia stepped right up, introduced herself like she owned the place, and told them they could call her whatever they wanted, while Linda immediately shot back, demanding where the apology for the long wait was. Lee shot back that if they didn't want to wait, they could have left. She wasn't the one who called for this meeting. Linda snapped that's not how you treat business partners. Julia shot back that the choice was hers. She'd decide if they'd take partners. They desperately needed a foothold in the Empire's capital, but they weren't going to grab whoever came first. Still, she was thrilled to welcome Princess Blau, the white-winged one. Mew. She admitted, straight to the point, that she wasn't great with all the subtle rules of society, and she hoped Phinia would cut her some slack. Then she poured them a drink, and when Phinia asked what she was so wrapped up in, Yulia just smiled and said she was only out there watching people. Linda finally clocked it. She'd kept them waiting on purpose because she needed eyes on everything from a safe distance. Then Yulia broke it down. All 4 throne candidates had their own representatives sitting there, desperate to cooperate. Meeting them all and negotiating drained her completely, so today she left everyone stuck in a boring waiting game, each one in a different spot, while representatives from Prince Eric and Prince Leonard were brought in. She added that the other 2 candidates were whisked to a different spot. Then, boom, they snapped with rage and stormed off. Linda immediately asked if they'd truly won, and Yulia said Prince Eric's representative threw in the towel and vanished after just 2 hours. Linda realized this organization was way tougher than she ever imagined. Julia finally pushed for real talk, business first, because they needed an ally in the fight for the throne, and with the other candidates backed by giant trading companies, they'd never stand a chance without the money. Sure, if those half-humans joined their side, they'd drag trouble down on themselves, so what do they even gain from it, and what are they offering back? The vampire hissed. Linda stared, completely lost on what they were supposed to do now, and Finn snapped that she'd be the one to guarantee the negotiations. She told them they could use her any way they wanted, so she leaned in and demanded they lend her their power. Julia blurted, "What if I want more than a duke's daughter can even have?" And Finny shot back, "Don't overthink it. If they ask, you'll do it." The vampire fired the question at her, "Do you understand?" And she shot back, "I'm the one offering that price," meaning she couldn't even fight what they'd do to her. Then she shrugged and said it didn't matter. She just wanted to be useful to the princes. Julia pressed, "So you'd really do anything for cooperation?" And the real sting hit as she wondered, was Prince Leo actually worth that kind of sacrifice? Finna snapped back that he was absolutely worthy, because even if her death paved the way for him to climb toward becoming emperor, she'd still throw everything she had at the task without flinching. Julia snapped that she was a problem child, then caved and told her, "Fine, no more tricks now," because that's exactly what they're after. Linda said they needed financial backing, and they also wanted them to start undercutting the merchants and trading companies that were funding the other candidates for the throne. Yulia shot back that the company wants the right to use the fans' names, and if they can manage it, her face too. She praised this country's princes for their sharp judgment, raved that Fan was incredible, gorgeous, and fearless, and boldly said she wouldn't mind being Fan's lover. Fan nearly melted from the compliment, but she refused because letting anyone lay a hand on her would cut down her worth. Julia snapped, asking if it wasn't all just the princes stirring up this throne brawl, and how the heck they'd managed to rope her in. Finn shot back that she was the daughter of a ducal family, so she had every right to fight for the throne too. Finn swore the people deserved an emperor, and they could wear that pride loud and proud. But if they demanded her straight truth, she'd tell them exactly how it was. She said she just naturally wanted to stand by the one she loved, and Yulia snapped back that she couldn't stand dates like that, cold, awkward, and boring. Everyone knew it had to be one of the twins, but which twin? And Finn just smiled and said, "That part's a secret." Yulia said she'd already run into so many different people that she instantly knew Fine was something special, and that Fine needed to value herself, because if she didn't respect her own worth, nobody else would. And then Yulia vowed she'd never forget those words. Yulia told Linda to watch the princess, and Linda snapped back that she was already doing it, and warned Yulia to remember they were allies now, so Yulia better stay away from anyone tied to the other candidates. Yulia agreed. Linda promised she'd reach out to the company if it became necessary. Then she straight up told them to back off and not contact them at all. So they finally said goodbye. Goosebumps erupted across Yulia's skin. She never saw this kind of pressure coming. Then she couldn't stop wondering, who was this man and why did he have that lady looking so wrecked? Yulia's curiosity kept climbing as a servant burst into the office to announce everything was ready to open, and Yulia snapped that they should start trading at once and funnel every profit straight to Leonard's forces. Julia told him that if he hits her kind of taste, she'd be ready to fight for him, because that would get genuinely interesting fast. Albatro Castle. They got marched into the castle with shocking politeness, and it turned out the Duke wasn't hostile at all. The knight marched them straight to the room. The king dropped into a deep bow, beams lighting up his face as he welcomed Prince Leonardo. Then he stepped forward and introduced himself as the Duke of Albatro, Donat de Albatro. He said it all went down because people in his country were narrow-minded, and he even apologized for causing them trouble, and honestly, that was shocking. The countries were clearly different in size, sure, but watching the ruler of one kingdom bow to the prince of another. That kind of humility was totally unheard of. The knights bowed as the king, heart full, thanked them for saving the survivors, his own children included. Then the knights rushed in with sincere apologies. The prince reached out his hand to the shocked king, like, "Come on, take it." He dropped into a deep bow, asked permission to introduce himself as the Empire's 8th prince, Leonardo Rex Adler, and even apologized for the commotion his actions had kicked up. He told the king he didn't need any thanks. He only saved people who were drowning right in front of him, and if the same disaster struck their ship, they'd do the exact same thing. The hero told him, "I get it. Your king's duty means you have to make it right or they'll just shrug you off. Then you'll have to refill the water and supplies and toss in a few jewels too, only then will they stop complaining." Alex snapped that they'd been forced to toss the gifts they were carrying to Rondon straight into the sea, and the king nearly fell out of his chair, shocked they'd do something like that. Then insisted they didn't need to bring it up and promised their country would make up for everything. The prince thanked them and said he'd rather talk about something else. He said he needed to talk about the crisis their country was facing, because if they kept stalling, it would ripple across the whole continent, and the king finally let out a heavy sigh, trapped with no way to argue it wasn't their business anymore. They had the right to know. He said the hero already knew it. Something monstrous was tearing up their waters, a sea dragon called Leviathan, and it had been slumbering beneath the waves for 200 years. So the king explained it was forced into that sleep with an ancient magical artifact. 200 years back, the South was ruled by one royal family, until Leviathan, the dragon, tore into the land and wrecked everything in its path, forcing them to take it on. In the end, that magical item helped put the beast to sleep, but the royal family's strength got shattered, and the kingdom slid straight into brutal internal warfare. Since then, the Duchy of Albatro was handed the right to guard that staff. Then the thing broke, and they were forced to rush out and tear through the waters they controlled, checking every inch fast. The king snapped that they should have called the Adventurers Guild right away, and he apologized for dragging them into this mess. And the hero shot back, "So what are we doing now?" He shot back that with everything hitting at once, they had no choice, so they went straight to the Adventurers Guild for help. The hero answered, "I can't blindly trust some pro-monster slayer," then leaned in with a proposition. He proposed an alliance with Rodna to take down the dragon, and once they sized up the current situation, they'd realize, right now is not asterisk the moment to turn on each other. The king admitted they'd thought of it too, but after years of war, they were too disconnected to snap together a real alliance. so the hero swore he'd carry the proposal himself. Once an approved imperial diplomat stepped in, their objections wouldn't stand a chance. The king asked the hero if he'd be okay with the elders hearing his proposal, and the hero nodded fast, saying it'd be better if he made the call right away. Rondon should have already gotten word that this country was in trouble, so now was the perfect moment to strike. A little later, the hero crawled into bed, exhausted, and he couldn't stop wondering how Leo was holding up. He shut that thought down completely, because all he could do was push forward and hope he stayed hidden. Right now, his mind had to lock onto one thing: how the hell to take down the sea dragon Leviathan. Only a few people can even stand up to him, because of course he's an S-class monster. If he had to bet, he'd name just two who can put a dragon down: Silver and Elna, the hero who fights with the sacred sword. Maybe he should send a request to the Emperor, and make the Emperor's will official through him. Before the message even landed, Silver had zero reason to show up in the south, so he figured it'd be way smarter to hit the Adventurers Guild straight on. To take on Rondon's ground troops, the Duchy of Albatro bankrolled its friendly neighbors, paying for soldiers and loading them up with gear. The Adventurers Guild could have helped smash the dragon, but their price would have wrecked the budget, so Albatro didn't go begging for them right away. To crush the dragon threat, the Albatro and Rondine duchies need to bury their differences. Then they'll finally turn their full focus on destroying that dragon once and for all. First, we had to reach Rondon, so I raced us there, and then a knock hit the door. Our hero swung it open and let them in. It turns out the princess showed up in person just to thank him. The hero figured, yeah, he wanted her awake fast. He just never expected her to be this reckless, so he snapped, asking if she was truly okay and if she'd recovered enough to walk on her own. She nodded, said she was fine, and thanked him again. She said that everyone agreed, loud and clear, that it was all his doing, proof he was brave to the bone and kind through and through. She fired back that the whole crew had risked everything to pull them out, so thanking only him would be unfair. Then she added that as Julian's older sister, she owed him her gratitude, because she'd heard he was the first one to dive into the sea after her brother. She snapped that no ordinary person would ever dare dive into the sea when a sea dragon ruled the waters, so this was true, terrifying bravery. He suddenly understood. If he kept pushing like this, things were about to get ugly. And the girls? Sooner or later they'd fall for him, and that would blow up everything the moment he came back. So what was he supposed to do, make her hate him somehow? But that was impossible too. If he acted even slightly out of character, she'd clock it instantly. Then she apologized, admitted it felt awkward to keep talking like that, and asked if they could continue inside the room. The hero froze at the sudden interruption. So was she really that aggressive? He shot back, asking if she was disturbing him. He shot her down, saying he was only drafting a report on the Empire, and her offer hit him like a compliment so sweet it almost knocked him off his feet, though he still had to wrap it up fast. Still, her smile stole his breath, and now he was falling harder with no clue how he was supposed to handle it. She apologized for barging in and begged to push it to later. Maybe they could grab lunch together, while he shrugged and said he'd be totally fine as long as his schedule cooperated. The second he stepped into the room, he knew things were already going terribly wrong. He couldn't even find the words for Leo, so he had to move fast. This sudden crush of hers, tangled up with straight-up admiration, couldn't wait. Now, ever since the heroic prince risked everything to save her brother, her head is totally scrambled. She can't just sit there and do nothing, so if she keeps her moves clean, her feelings will burn out with time, because he's faced problems way worse than this. Right now, it was smarter to drop everything and report straight to the Empire. He needed to warn Leo. With the sea dragon rising, the Empire was almost guaranteed to take heavy losses, so to keep peace with Albatro, he, an authorized diplomat, would ask his father for permission to wield the holy sword. But if things go south, when he finally reaches this place, that little southern country will already be erased from the face of the earth. Next day, Duke Albatro jumped on the idea of teaming up with Rondon, swearing he trusted the prince with everything he had. While the hero shot back that he wouldn't let him down, and the king immediately pressed, "Are you really set on going by sea? Because I remember Leviatano is still lurking in these waters." The hero snapped back that there was zero time to waste. Sea travel was the quickest, and they'd been handed magical weapons. Plus, Leviathan would probably stay out of sight for a bit, terrified of getting put to sleep again. Julian barked from the prince's side that the duke had to stay razor-sharp and watch every single thing unfolding. The hero said Hyro was Hyro, the prince himself. And then he asked if he was tough enough to handle those long walks, but Hyro snapped back that before he ever left, he should have thanked Hyro for saving his people. Al blurted that he needed help, and that was the only thing he'd ever done. Giulio snapped back that it didn't erase what he'd done. He'd saved everyone, and Giulio would never forget his kindness. The hero scoffed that Giulio was exaggerating, but if that made things easier, then just pay him back the same way. Julian blasted out that he wanted to become just like the hero, and demanded to know exactly how to do it. The hero snapped that Prince Leonardo Rex Adler isn't nearly as great as he thinks. Sure, some people praise him as brave and kind, but just as many shout that he's careless and reckless. He admits his dreams feel way too perfect for the real world, but that's the price of being an imperial prince. And if anyone asks for advice, he tells them, never doubt your convictions and be proud of them to the bone. The king's flaws might be covered by the people around him, but every choice lands on him alone, and once he commits to what he believes, he never bends or breaks. That's exactly how he decided to save the survivors. He looked at them and decided, I have to help, then acted. Even if everything went sideways, he still stands by it, because in his heart it was the right call. He told Giulio to stand tall as a prince, and never let shame crush his belief that he was right. Giulio swore he'd carve this into his very soul, and honestly the hero didn't buy that Leo was emperor material. Unlike the crown prince and the older relatives, Leo charges ahead on pure impulse, but when it's time to move, he never hesitates. He fights for the throne for the empire's sake, an emperor who will make the hard, right calls, so the hero throws his full support behind him. The other three are chasing the same throne too, but they always put themselves first, so they have to be stopped, and the hero is sure Leo would say, your older brother, you should have done better. Great-grandfather swore that idleness is a sin for an emperor, and damn, he was right, because just a few days of trying to mimic Leo had him wiped out mentally. The hero couldn't wait to bolt back to his peaceful, idle life. But to keep the youngest on top, we've got to grit our teeth and hold out just a bit longer. He barked the order to get moving, and the whole team's final stop was the Duchy of Rondon. At Rondon Castle, Leo threw his name out like a challenge, 7th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Rixadora, and stormed in to demand an audience with the King of Rondon. The king welcomed him with open arms, saying he'd heard Leo's younger brother's ship had been hammered by a storm, and praying he was safe and healthy. Leo bowed his thanks right back. The king leaned in and demanded, is it true, because my brother's away, you'll act as chief envoy? Leo nodded, confirming everything, and the king immediately struck back. They'd already sent a request for help, and he wanted to hear what the emperor was going to say. Leo said a knight from the Imperial Guard would bring it straight to them, and Elna Bood lit up, claiming it'd be an honor to meet the king face to face. Then introduced herself as Elna von Amsberg, commander of the 3rd Knightly Order of the Imperial Guard. The king's jaw dropped when he realized she wasn't just anyone. She was a celebrated genius tied to the bloodline of a legendary hero, and the Imperial Guard had already been dispatched as an escort, but not Elna. Then she leaned in and asked if he was really stunned that the wielder of the sacred sword had finally arrived, telling him not to panic, because she was banned from using it outside the Empire. He snapped back that he wasn't worried at all, even apologizing if his words hurt her, and she nodded, telling him she understood that the very existence of the Amsberg family mattered beyond measure, because her appearance was a message from the emperor himself, and the king still had no clue what any of it meant. She bragged that their empire is a military monster with the deadliest army, so the moment their troops march, every rival country's soldiers start marching too. Then she claimed, if she officially shows up in their kingdom as support for their side, their enemies won't even hesitate. They'll rush in and gladly extend a helping hand to Albatro. This was just the spark before total chaos, and with both southern countries burning, the emperor couldn't even answer his plea for reinforcements. So the king warned that trying to stop Albato by himself would be brutal. Elna said, you'll get it right away, so this will count as their goodwill. Sure enough, the emperor will help you, but only in small, carefully measured doses. She told the king the empire had picked her first just to flex its power. Then she smirked and asked how he liked the gesture, and if he wanted to see whether the great hero's family could still stand up to the test. The king grinned and said it wasn't a bad plan, but one-on-one was impossible since no one in the kingdom could match her. So he told her he wouldn't mind taking her head-on with a whole lineup, and the girl agreed on the spot when he proposed 10 opponents. She nodded and went along with it, and the king's jaw practically dropped in shock. She barked that she'd take every last one of them down in one crushing sweep, and since they were knights, they couldn't back down from their master, or Rondon's name would be shamed. Meanwhile, Leo swallowed his rage, because pretending to be his brother meant he felt trapped and useless against Elna. He couldn't believe how brutal it felt to stay apathetic, and he kept wondering if his brother was fighting the same battle right now. A few days later, Mark announced they were plunging into the waters of Rondine, and all could think about was swapping places with Leo, until they suddenly heard a sound. They stared out the window, wondering if the sea was really roaring like that, and Mark snapped his soldiers into battle gear. Then, just to be safe, the hero threw up a barrier to block any intruders, never imagining he'd actually run into him in the waters of Rondine. The hero snapped at everyone to calm down, because they were already running late, and all they could do was cling on and brace themselves. The sea dragon was already lurking right beneath them. The whole room went stone-cold silent, everyone holding their breath as they waited. Mark said he believed it was over, then admitted he'd been reckless. They still couldn't figure out why he'd shown up here, or if all humans were enemies to him, or if he'd planned to hit Rondine and slip away afterward. Because that wouldn't bring peace to Rondine, not a chance. The servant called the prince. He blurted that monster hordes were tearing into Rondine, and Mark snapped at him to never say something like that out loud again, because next time he wouldn't even hesitate. Mark shrugged and said it felt like the hero's every word became truth. Then the hero snapped back that it was all divine power, and he didn't have a drop of it himself. Still, he'd shouted the order to go full speed to help his older brother, because this was his one shot to come back. In the kingdom of Rondine, the crew spotted Mondin and rushed to the captain, only for him to snap, "Don't distract him. He has to stay locked on what's right in front of us." And right ahead, a sea serpent coiled into view, Class AA Appelé. Leo pushed back at the captain, insisting they didn't have to crash into battle. They could run aground instead. The captain snapped that it was nonsense and ordered him to stop talking and hide in the cabin if he was scared. Leo couldn't help wondering how his older brother always pulled this kind of thing off, how he convinced everyone to do things his way. He yelled at the captain to swing left and go around the sea serpent, and when the captain tried to argue, he snapped again, "Do exactly as he was told." He yelled that Leo was already here. They locked eyes, moved in perfect sync, and struck at the same moment. Then they yelled at the captain to come charging in from the left. They blasted the cannons on the starboard side, and then decided to cram that monstrous serpent full, pouring magical cores into it to the very brim. Both princes fired the command at the exact same moment, "Attack." The shells slammed into the monster with a brutal, shaking impact. The captain's power was so terrifying he barked out another volley. Then the hero leaned in and asked, "Can we close side by side? The monsters are charging my brother's ship." The captain shot back, nothing to it. He barked orders for the knights to get ready to board, because these invaders weren't going down from a distance. They'd be crushed in close combat. He shouted for Mark to follow, promising he'd rescue his brother. Mark didn't hesitate and accepted the call. He told them the hero could count on him, no matter what. Renaud barked the command. Soldiers surged forward, and his sword felt like a mountain in his hands. While the chaos raged and everyone threw down, he tore through the noise searching for Leo, because they had to meet fast and duck into some cabin to switch places. But there was zero time to waste. Everything had to change right now, at this very second. When he spotted his brother, he blurted his name and hurled his sword to the ground. He snatched it out of the air and launched forward with a jump. The punch landed dead center in the monster's eye. He landed behind Al, grin flashing, and said his brother was running late. Al snapped an apology back, insisting the trouble had erupted out of nowhere. Leo asked if this was going to be worse than it already was, and the hero snapped back that once he started telling everything, Leo would be blown away by just how massive the real problem was. Leo asked his brother, "Did you mess up while you were playing me?" He shot back, "Of course not, I crushed it and yeah, I'm wiped out." Leo nodded like, "Same, I'm beat from trying to play my part." Then the hero leaned in and said, "If you'd said you were going to try while you were pretending, that means you failed." The hero told Leo the rest was his job, and he'd sprint off to defend the harbor. Leo snapped that meant he was stuck cleaning up the mess, and the hero shot back that his brother knew Elna could handle things on land, so the sea had to be his. Leo called him incorrigible, but fine, back to their usual roles, right on cue. The captain snapped his head to Al and demanded how far they could fall back from the defensive line. Al shrugged and said it was the captain's call, then headed to his cabin to sleep, and the captain was left totally stunned. He waved them off, promising they could do whatever they wanted, and that Leo would take care of everything. Then the captain let out a heavy sigh, insisting Prince Arnold had acted a lot more decently while Leonhardt was away. When the hero finally snapped awake, the chaos had died down to silence, like the battle had ended for good. He stormed out of the cabin, told the captain the fight was finished, and that it was time to head back to Rondine, because all he wanted was to crawl into bed in his own castle. They plunged back in, crashing through the water like a mission. No big casualties, no major losses. Arnold didn't just survive the chaos. He watched those attacking monsters get wiped out too, and someone shouted his name. It was Elna, and the hero thanked her for saving him. She just smiled and said he fought just as strong. He admitted he was wiped out, and Elna leaned in, asking what the hell happened. He warned her not to get too high, and she snapped back not to play pretend like he was Leo. So he shot back that it was all fine, he'd just ignore it, but Alina swore she couldn't be tricked because she had every angle covered. He admitted it, something finally shattered right through. She said maybe he just didn't notice, and he shot back that he'd already told her. He wasn't paying attention at all, and yeah, it was just some plain, dull color. She snapped, demanding to know where the tear was and calling him a liar, and he shot back that maybe it was fine, but he still should go for a brighter color. She blew up again, yelling that she never asked for advice at all. Later, the king got word that the sea dragon had finally awakened. Al stormed in to say it had already wrecked 3 of Albatraz's brand new ships, and the king demanded to know why any of it mattered. That answer hit exactly the mark, so Elna snapped, "Switch roles right now?" And he had to jump back in as Leo again. He agreed the king was right, but said Albatra was pushing for diplomatic ties with Rondon. He told them, straight as an Empire rep, to drop the old grudges and rally behind Albatru as the disaster hits, and he swore the Empire would back them with every last bit of support. The moment he clocked the king's doubts, he leaned in and demanded what was wrong. Then the king snapped, asking if Rondon would face losses. The hero shook his head, said it wasn't set in stone, and then admitted the twist. En route, a dragon crossed his path, and it was charging straight for Rondon's shores. This time, everything worked out. But it was obvious the monster snapped into action the moment a sea dragon surfaced, one that had never once come near the continents before, and the king still couldn't shake his doubts. Hyro leaned in and said the dragon was stalking the shores of Rondon, so the southern sea trade routes were basically dead. Only land paths were left, no direct connections at all, meaning Rondon was about to be sealed off from the world. If they ignore this crisis, they can't expect the Empire to swoop in. Rondon's isolation and collapse are already sealing their fate, sure. They could forge a new route and keep fighting Albatro, but what the Empire will do next? The hero has no clue. At last, the king swallowed his doubts and nodded, agreeing that Albater's plan would take them straight into the dragon fight, then ordering his fleet to sail at once to Albater, which meant Albater could finally pivot to the guild. Next morning, Rondon launched an entire armada of ships to back Albatross, and Leo and Elna jumped aboard too. The boys bid Nord farewell and pushed, "You'll stay, right?" And he smiled, saying he only wished the sea dragon fight would play out in Albatraz, because somehow he believed he could finally find peace right here. He leaned in and asked Elna how she was, and she shrugged like she'd somehow make it through. Then he spun to Leo and ordered him to watch over her before firing back, "We'll be back soon, don't worry." Al said that was good, and he fully expected them to smash that dragon into the ground, because what chance did he have to get back to the Empire if a dragon was still lurking in the sea? Out of sight, the hero vanished. Rondon Adventurers Guild. A weary worker hauled a stack of documents through the chaos, shouting directions at half-drunk adventurers. Then the door slammed open, and someone finally stepped inside. Now the hero, about to step behind the curtains and start pulling the strings. She pressed him for his name again, and the man snapped back. Silver, an SS-rank adventurer from the Capital's Guild. He didn't want to pull her into danger, so he quietly knocked her companions out and even apologized for scaring them, and the girl's eyes widened, because Silver was the same Aga people feared as the Silver Doom. He blurted that he wanted to rent a meeting room. He burst into the room and called for the deputy guild leader, Glide, who went wide-eyed and demanded how in the world he'd ended up in the southern lands. Silver said he was meeting someone there, and the guild's deputy blinked in shock. "You've actually got friends." The hero shrugged it off and fired back that it didn't matter. What mattered was he'd heard rumors and needed to know if they were real. Glide didn't bother hiding anything. "Yeah, we were ordered to subdue the sea dragon." And the moment the words hit, the whole guild went into pure, stunned dismay. Silver nodded like, "Yeah, that tracks," then leaned in and demanded to know the mission's rank. Glide said it started as an S, but once that dragon started tearing everything apart, they bumped it up to SS, meaning they're only calling in mages at the top tier. Silver snapped back that it's overkill. Even if they manage to wipe out the dragon, Albatross is still doomed to burn and crumble into ruins. Glide told the hero, "Take charge of the dragon then." The hero snapped back, saying he was doing a favor by going. He'd head back to the capital once it was finished, and asking if they could even wait for him. Then he insisted, "Don't waste time." They tried to keep it all quiet, but word leaked into the capital anyway, and now people were already scrambling to figure out how to save Albatru. The hero caught the brutal truth. If they won, the southern lands would drown in huge loans, but if they failed, things would spiral even worse, and it was all but guaranteed. Glide did hesitate, deal with the dragon before the Empire steps in. Silver was on board, but one problem gnawed at him. They still had no clue when or where the monster would strike. So he decided, once the dragon clawed its way onto dry land, he'd bolt to it without wasting a second. Glide nodded and told Silver to hang tight, wait for his signal, and bolt the second he got the word. Then they both set that plan in motion. The guild's secret had slipped out, and a nasty dread hit him, like someone was sure to use all this chaos to their advantage. If he does nothing, disaster is coming, right at his doorstep. He has to rush back to the capital because he needs to see how everything's unfolding and what the imperial authorities are really planning. With magic, he conjured a clone meant to sleep like a stone for the whole time. After he vanished, he suddenly materialized in a castle in the imperial capital. And before he could even catch his breath, someone welcomed him back with loud cheers and praise. Turns out it was the butler all along, so the hero grilled him, asking how he knew he'd come, and the butler just said, "I've been waiting for you every single day." The hero stared in shock at that insane willpower, then shrugged it off as nothing more than a butler's duty. Don Silver burst in again and demanded what was happening, and Sebastian shot back that the war was going great and Linfa was crushing it. So the hero finally realized he hadn't been wrong. The butler said that, just like they planned, Mrs. Finn teamed up with Linfa and headed straight into the negotiations, only for Finn to offer herself as collateral and swear she'd grant whatever half-humans asked for. You can't brush that off, and sure enough, the deal got sealed, with their alliance already starting to pay off. As expected, they trade on Mrs. Finney's name, exactly the way it's supposed to go. The hero snaps that she's always causing trouble, but they shut him down fast, telling him it's none of his business. He pushes for answers, asking the old man what that even means, and the old guy hits him back. The hero's just like that. He can't see himself the way everyone else can. Al said he was right now, and he wasn't about to box himself in. Then the old man shot back that Finney was probably saying the same thing, convinced she'd made the right choice. Nothing crushed the old man harder than kids being shoved into adulthood too soon, and the butler nodded along. The hero even claimed that if only someone had stopped clawing for the throne, he never would have been dragged out of childhood in the first place. And that's how they're supposed to find a wise ruler and end the throne war. But it never happens. The fight for power just keeps roaring with no end in sight, and if you can't seize the throne, you're stuck serving whoever will. Loyal allies are rarer than gold, and that's where the old man, Arnold, comes in. He told her not to blame herself and prayed the hero finally got the message. Then he snapped back, "I'm not about to do that." He stormed out of the room, and Finn watched as Silver strolled straight toward him. The hooded man leaned in and told Mrs. Finn he just wanted to talk, and she nodded along, so he turned to the girl in the cap, asked if they'd met at Duke Klainert's, and demanded they get some privacy. She froze in surprise that he remembered her, and her smile turned sweet with pride. Then she said, "I'm the one they assigned to guard Mrs. Finney." He demanded a private word, swore it would be quick. She apologized, then admitted she just couldn't agree. I figured she was just doing her job, but man, she was unbearable. So the butler stepped in and promised he'd handle protecting the mistress. He told her, "You're safe here, don't worry," then ordered Mrs. Linfa to wait in the next room. The girl said, "If you back me up, then I'll drop it, I won't finish." Finn shot the question back, "Are you here?" Because that only meant one thing, trouble was already in motion, and the man confirmed it, then promised they'd hash out every detail later. He told me it looked like she was about to meet the half-humans. She said it all went smoothly, and even their rep was genuinely nice. Then the hero blurted, "This might be a bad idea for me to say, but promise me you'll hear me out." And then he told her straight up to stop putting herself last and start thinking about herself more. The young man snapped that he couldn't stand watching her throw herself away and that they shouldn't take it that far. Finney shot back that she'd be useless, then immediately added, "No, she's special." And she leaned in, breathing out Prince Arnold's name like it was a secret prayer. He told her, "I can only take off my mask in front of you, Sebastian too." And then he added that Sebastian has always been there for him, acting like a father. And he told her this. Out of everyone, she was the very first person he ever let in, and once she knew his secret, she stopped being a stranger and became someone he truly trusted. He swore Leo was the only brother he had, that she was one of a kind too, and that every single person in the room had their own special part to play. The hero said, I'm good as long as you're close, and I finally have someone I can spill my secret to. Finn snapped that she wasn't special at all. She could never measure up to him or Prince Leo, and then stopped mid-sentence because she knew his secret. With tears spilling down her face, she insisted, I have to be useful to him. The young man thanked her with a shaky breath, told her she'd always come through for him, and apologized for not speaking to her sooner. The girl snapped that he had nothing to apologize for, and then he shot back that maybe they both shared the blame. She fully believed she'd never escape her own castle. Then the second she landed in the capital, confusion hit, but determination followed hard as she tried to prove she could still be useful. He, though, never saw her, and once he was told she'd gambled her life and now got pulled into a brutal fight for the throne, the weight hit him. This responsibility was his, no excuses. She told him that it's all okay now, everything's finally fine. Then she pressed, tell me everything about the southern lands, and she swore she'd back her up and help. He nodded and told her straight up, I'm counting on you. The prince hurriedly apologized for making her wait, then the girl snapped, what happened? And he told her a sea dragon had surged out of the south, asking if she finally grasped how bad this was. Linfa gasped in pure terror, was that a dragon? Finny told us that Mr. Silver says we've gotta hold tight and wait for the guild's word. The protagonist snapped that things were totally different now. The two southern states had joined forces and were moving as one, because stepping in right now would only muddy everything up. The young man snapped that this dragon was a beast even S-rank adventurers wouldn't handle alone, so they'd need reinforcements. Then the girl just shrugged, saying, of course. And she demanded to know why he'd come here in the first place. He swore there was a girl in the southern lands who could wield the sacred sword, and together they could cut down the dragon, but he demanded a representative from the emperor. She said only someone from the imperial family could raise the sacred sword. Then she pushed back, saying if Lady Finn backed him, she was sure the Empire would finally hear him and grasp why the southern lands had to be helped. Arnold said the capital already has the info, somebody from the guild spilled it, but now the guild is terrified the Empire's stepping in. He said the guild wanted to keep everything under lock and key and deal with it themselves, but if they tagged along an imperial family member with him, they'd also be on the hook for an entire army, so he desperately tried to dodge that. Linfa demanded to know why he even needed Lady Finn, and what wild plan he was cooking up. He swore that 3 princes, all ready to fight for the throne, would jump in to ride with him, Prince Gordon leading the charge. So together they'd send an army and guards to shield him. Then he'd use magic to move everyone and shut the whole thing down fast. The girl told him, if you want Lady Finn to convince them to send someone else, cool. But we've got to jack up the price for the throne battle, because those 3 princes will never go along with your plan. The protagonist flat out said they'd take charge of the army, fight right in the thick of battle, but nobody had a clue if they'd actually pull it off in the end. The guard cut him off and told him, if he needed someone who wasn't caught up in the brawl, she was the one. And she straight up asked, so you're saying you want to bring the 4th prince with you? The young man nodded, certain it was exactly that, and admitted it looked like he'd rather study than mess with intrigue. Arnold told them his mom was the emperor's wife, but she held zero sway in the palace, and he wanted nothing to do with chasing power himself. Finny promised she'd step in and talk them around. He shot it down, saying he'd refuse even if she begged him to. They're saying this is Troggett Rex Adler, the 4th prince, and he just revealed he's pouring his heart into what he calls his best work. The protagonist praised the emperor's son as sharp and hardworking, but said he had zero literary spark. And the moment people looked down on him, they only snickered, while his older brothers were the real head-turners. The young man asked if he was the same Silver who'd confirmed it earlier, and when the Silver said yes, the young man admitted he'd never met him before, then immediately asked if it was his idea to come knocking for help. Silver said a sea dragon showed up not long after, and he swore it would back the imperial family, while the prince snapped back that the southern states weren't even part of the empire, so he owed them nothing. He asked whether it was smart to send just a few men to stretch the army's strength, and Finny told him to focus on the brothers already stuck in the south. He said he didn't want to look heartless, but Arnold and Leonard were grown, and he didn't think he could really help. Then the girl snapped back that if he refused, they'd be forced to beg the same people he was meant to protect. He asked if she was hinting at her younger brother and sister, and she snapped back that when it comes to it, all bets are off. The boy confessed he'd always love his little brother, because Krista, with that golden heart, was their precious treasure, and there was no way in hell they'd ever send her to the battlefield. He told him he couldn't ignore his own unfinished masterpiece either, and doubts were eating him alive, so Finny said, if doubts are chasing you, take them with you. She insisted that the more experience a writer has, the stronger the book, and she swore she'd save her sister while stacking up priceless experience. By helping the southern lands, she'd earn a stellar reputation, and everyone would finally hear his name. She swore that every second was totally worth it, and the young man shot back. "So why are you going this hard? Are you really fighting for the throne, or is there something else driving you?" The girl blurted that she'd help someone she loved get out of trouble, and he told her, straight up, that was noble. Traugott shot back that her answer was heartbreakingly beautiful, warned that if he didn't agree he'd look like a fool among writers, then demanded, right there, that she let him use her words in the book. The young man leaned in and told his father that Traugott's son had showed up and laid out a request. His father snapped, asking where all his manners went, and demanding to know if he'd even noticed he had guests waiting. He shot out a quick apology, and then vanished before anyone could stop him. And he snapped that he'd been screamed at, and the main character just thought, with someone like him, the throne fight is already doomed. The prince flashed a confident grin, called himself Silver, and demanded an audience. The king demanded to know what made someone dare show up at his castle without permission, because anyone who barges in like that will get punished. He blurted out that he couldn't follow the formalities because everything was urgent, then begged the man, who once saved his life, not to stay mad. The ruler leaned in and demanded, "You mean the southern lands?" And he shot back, "Yes, exactly." He warned that the guild's secrets were slipping out, and he feared the man might snap and do something reckless, so the man pressed, "Is helping the southern lands really undesirable?" And Silver shot back, "I just want to stop this from getting worse." The protagonist promised, "I'll explain everything now," right as the king demanded to know how she was. The girl said she was fine, thanked them for taking them in, and Traugott immediately begged his father to send him south as the family's representative. She snapped, calling him fat, and he shot back that Mrs. Zandra was just cruel like always. Then he jabbed, asking if that was why she'd never snag a husband. Her smile vanished, and she said it was time she got punished. Finny told the prince she'd handled it herself, no need to throw troops south, and the king immediately snapped, "So you understand military matters." And she warned him, if he marched an army, the trip would drag on for days. Nobody knew if that force could beat the dragon, and she made it clear the flotilla wouldn't be trouble for him at all. She explained that long ago they didn't send huge armies to battle the dragon, because back then it wasn't the numbers that mattered, it was pure skill. The girl insisted he should be sent, claiming that with his help they'd finally wield the sacred sword, and that the Empire's contribution would be priceless. The king agreed she might be right, yet he still couldn't wrap his head around why it had to be him. Finn snapped back that for them, it was as simple as handing over the sword, and that a small job like that didn't match the mighty reputation those other princes were known for. And she told him he had nothing to worry about, and Traugott couldn't help but feel that hit like an insult. But hey, what wouldn't he do for a sweet girl? Prince Gordon declared that he and the seasoned commander should strike out first. Then the army would rally in support of whoever clutched the sacred sword. She shot back that he might snatch the win, just not right away, and then confirmed that Mr. Silver would cast magic to instantly fling several people straight to the southern lands. The girl swore, "If we've got the guild's strongest mage and the strongest swordsman with a sacred sword, then we don't need an army at all." And she promised the Empire would snatch victory with 0 casualties, 0 losses. The woman snapped that it was all a lie. Her empire could seize victory on its own, no help from some measly guild. The king turned to Eric and demanded his take. Eric said he was with Finny, but warned that Zandra would just light a fire with the guild, and then he nailed the real fear. People would spread the rumors that the Empire's heir only showed up to hand over the sword. Gordon said this was his shot to crush the southern lands and beg for the job. Then the king shut him down cold, saying he didn't care about the South at all. And then he swore they'd take Finny's advice and stick to it. Xander warned his father not to buy the guild's con games. They'd already dragged them into too much chaos. But his father said, "Silver's running these negotiations, and I actually trust him," then told Trout to come over. He named him his messenger and ordered him to race the sacred sword into the southern lands. And he swore he'd trust his son to him. Silver promised he'd bring him back safe and sound. The prince demanded beautiful girls to stand guard, and the hero shot back, "Not yet. Down in the southern lands you'll meet a deadly swordswoman, so hang tight and be patient." And he demanded one thing. Only the not-too-strong girls should be picked to serve as his security. Finny leaned in, wished them luck, and promised she'd stay put until they came back. They said this was the Duchy of Albatra. Duke Albatra welcomed Duke Radon, and Radon just shook his head like it was a damn shame it had to be like this. The girl announced the first stage was done, and the boy shot back. Now I'm freaking out. How are we even supposed to face the dragon? She screamed that he was here and barked orders for everyone to scramble into battle positions. Protect the prince and the dukes no matter what. And she dropped the name, saying it was Leviathan. The duke leaned in and bragged that he wasn't just big. He was even bigger than the legends ever said. The warrior urged the dukes to hide in the dungeon, and Leo shot a look at Elna, telling her to stay behind and organize the townfolk's evacuation. He said they had to scare the dragon off the shore, or the city would get wiped out, and then she snapped, "So what are you planning?" He shot back that the ships were in chaos and someone had to step in and lead them. The girl screamed that it was another country's fleet, and that they'd just clashed with them in this total chaos. Then she grinned and said they'd just wipe him out. The boy shot back that his brother had bargained for his peace, so he refused to sit back while that alliance crumbled. Alma snapped at the kids that this place was deadly and told them to run out fast right now. She barked orders at the soldiers, get the people out, because she'd stay behind and stall the dragon as hard as she could, even knowing the whole city couldn't be defended forever and that one blocked strike could nearly shut her arm down. And she shot the words straight through the air, deciding right then that even a sacred sword wouldn't let her stop mid-sentence. It would have stood toe-to-toe with the dragon. The boy barked at the captain to open fire, but the captain shot back that cannonballs were basically like pellets to a dragon. Leo snapped that they'd try anyway, and the man couldn't believe the nonsense he was hearing. He blurted that the dragon was closing in and that they had to act, then introduced himself as Leonard Rex Adler, the Empire's 8th prince, and called out to the fleets of Rondon and Albetter. The young man snapped that they'd open fire to tear the dragon's focus away, and if any brave souls were still standing, they should run with them. Then he said a couple of frigates would be plenty as long as they could bait the dragon off the port, and he didn't even pretend otherwise. They might not come back. Someone yelled that he and the captain had clocked it. This was the very same ship that saved them the last time. The young man swore it was really him. Like, yeah, he only knew the guy from his brother's wild stories. And he couldn't help thinking his brother had always been able to pull off the impossible, while he still had to keep worrying about him. He thanked them for their courage and loyalty, grinning at what an amazing brother he had, then barked orders to fire every gun, turning the dragon's attention straight onto him. The girl blurted that a monstrous nightmare had risen from the sea, and that she was ordered to rush out of the guild at once and get to safety. She pleaded to save the country because every single soul in Alcatraz was in a death grip, losing ground to the dragon and about to get wiped out, so they'd take any help they could get. People erupted into panic, shouting over each other about what to do next, until one voice insisted wailing would never help, and a man shot back. "She's not asking for guesses, she's asking for help." They told him to just swallow his feelings in silence, but the girl shook her head, tears streaming, and begged for help, because she was sure they'd never make it in time. Then she demanded to know who he was, and the masked man smiled and called himself Silver, an SSS-rank adventurer from the Imperial Guild. He told them, "I'm here to help you right now." Silver snapped, "I did it," then shoved her to safety, run and take cover. She shot back that if he pulled off his plan, he'd come straight here, and the prince grinned, saying that's just how the southern lands are, and that traveling with magic is pure wonder. The hero shut down the idea of an outing. He had to announce the sword's use permit first. Traugott snapped back that it wasn't that easy, and it had to be done right in Elna's presence. Arnold cut in that they couldn't just talk. They needed to dive straight into the thick of the battle. The prince demanded, "Can I take you on?" And he shot back, "Yeah, but doing it solo won't be easy." The girl bragged that this attack was even stronger than the last one, and Silver immediately saw doom in it. If that blast hit the city, everything would be wiped out. So he screamed at Leviathan, "I'm here." She knew the only way out was to pull the dragon's attention away, then race in and save the townspeople. The dragon snarled, "What's that foul sound?" But with barely any strength left and the whole world tearing at his peace, he finally decided he would win. He promised her a swift victory for her bravery, and the girl apologized to her parents and her sister. Silver grabbed her by the heart and told her to apologize face to face, then threw up a shield, made by the greatest god to save lives, while his name thundered in everyone's ears, and even other gods can't shatter it. And he said that this shield would finally level the playing field. The sister insisted everything was okay, help had finally shown up. Then the masked man leaned in and demanded if they were the heirs to the Elbeter throne. She shot back, "I'm Julio de Elbeter." And when he asked who she was, Julio revealed herself, while he answered by saying he was an SS-rank mage from the Adventurers Guild. Traugott Rex Adler stepped up and introduced himself right then and there. He thought girls and tears were gorgeous, but the main character snapped at him to stop getting distracted. The prince pressed, "How long will this shield hold?" And the knight answered, "Long enough to carry us past its limits." Then the boy snapped to attention. He had to step up and finish his duty. Traugott said her actions meant everything to him, and it hit hard, because he used to believe the only people who could die for the people were his brothers. So he followed her lead, chasing the chance to make everyone proud, and he stepped up to address the residents of Albetter Est. He told them he'd crossed into these lands for his father, not to save anyone, but to serve as the emperor's messenger. And he demanded to know, was there a brave, unbreakable knight among them, someone willing to risk everything for his country? He told him, "If you do that, I'll bless you, straight up, so you'll have the power to take down that dragon." They burst out, yelling that they'd finally answer the call. She stepped forward and introduced herself as Elna von Amsberg, and then he declared, "In the name of Emperor Johannes Rex Adler, I command you." And he commanded them to raise the sacred sword in his name. She shot him a grateful smile and thanked him. Traugott brushed off the thanks, saying he was only doing his duty. Then he leaned back, ready to watch the battle from where he stood, thrilled that their dragon fight would make a killer episode for a book. Arnold smirked and said, "Technically, you're my employers." Then he demanded they listen, because he needed to clear up a few things. He asked if they wanted to take down the sea dragon, and the girls practically shouted, "Yes," saying their only hope was right there with them. Elna warned him to stay out of it, and he fired back with the same question. The masked guy was convinced he had to slam up a protective wall before anything could get through. Traugott's appeal lit a fire in the locals, and if his temper hadn't wrecked everything, he might have walked straight into the throne as emperor. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "Can you hear me?" She fired the question, "Do you have a plan?" And if he didn't, she laid it out, everything would run on her rules. Arnold said the plan was for the swordsman to strike, then asked how he could help. So Elna snapped back that they had to guard the villagers and cause a distraction while she went in, and Arnold shot back, "Of course, you'd use me as bait." The dragon demanded to know if Silver had battled him at sea, then admitted it stunned him, so Silver snapped back that it stunned him too and pressed him hard. Why go after innocent people? The monster snapped back that they'd yanked him from his sleep, and warned that if he didn't strike back, he'd watch his dragon pride crumble because he ruled every living thing. Then the protagonist shot back, "So dignity matters more than life." Leviathan challenged Arnold, asking if he was really saying he could beat him. Arnold shot back that he could, then warned him not to be so suspicious of people. And he made it crystal clear, he wasn't about to sit back and tolerate humans brushing him aside. He warned never underestimate people, then pressed, "Are you really expecting to win?" He knew this was getting ugly fast. The dragon had the upper hand, his defenses wouldn't last, and he was running out of time before he made his move. The young man asked if she could even fight on water, and she shut that down fast, saying it wasn't like that, because the real truth was way, way creepier than he expected. Silver proposed a role swap, but the girl snapped that she wouldn't change a thing. He'd stay the fighter and she'd stay the bait. And she leaned in and demanded to know whether he realized she was terrified of water. He told himself to breathe, because right now she was Arnold, she was Silver. And he figured he had nothing to hide, so he saw no reason to scramble for excuses. The masked man leaned in and demanded if it really mattered. Then she snapped back, "Who sent you?" He told himself to shut out all that empty talk, because right in the middle of a battle, starting a fight would mean certain doom. Arnold shut down the guessing game right there, pointed to the dragon shifting in the distance, and told him to drop the argument. Then ordered, "Tell me everything later." Silver decided the dragon mattered more, and her sharp spine proved it. Then he screwed up, and the whole situation snapped into focus. Leviathan said he hadn't taken a real wound in ages, especially not from a man, and warned him not to be underestimated. He said he'd only landed one blow, but the girl came from the bloodline of the hero who once defeated the Demon King, and she still wielded that filthy blade. Then the protagonist pressed him. "So what are you gonna do? Are you surrendering or not?" The dragon snapped that he wasn't playing around, and he'd never blink or flinch in front of a man. She said, "We pulled off one attack," and then fired a question at them. "So you ready for his reply?" He smirked and said, "Do it first, then we can brag." Silver pressed her for answers, and she admitted she was backing off because she was terrified he'd hurl her straight into the water. Arnold leaned in and asked her what her plan was, even pushing for another attack. But she snapped back that it wouldn't work. He wouldn't bite the same bait twice, and if he hadn't been lurking in the water, taking him down would have been way simpler. Then he leaned in and said, After that, there's only one thing left, and she snapped, "What are you thinking?" He told everyone he'd handle the sea part himself. The protagonist said he could split the water with a barrier, then leaned in and asked her if that meant she could finally strike him. She asked if he could use the barrier in the sea to build an empty box shape, and she was convinced it could actually work. The girl demanded, "If the barrier falls, what happens to us?" And he answered, "We'll end up in the sea." Elna snapped, "No way, if I beat that dragon, the barrier will collapse." But the boy shot back, "You're not letting him anywhere near the city, and since I'm the one in charge, this call is mine." He said his plan was the only way, anything else would drag on forever, and Was's rise would be unavoidable. And then the girl snapped, "Why should I trust you if you can't even show your face?" Silver hesitated, thinking he didn't want to drag the hydrophobic girl into something like this. But in battle, there were no clean answers. She stared him down and demanded to know how he'd guessed her fear, then ordered him to answer her question. He snapped back that they'd traded intel with Prince Arnold while he was back in his motherland, and that's exactly when it hit him. She told him she didn't trust everybody, she'd never hand over important info to just anyone, and then she snapped, "So, did you get it out of them by deception?" He demanded to know how he could earn her trust. Elna fired off, "So what else did Arnold say?" And the protagonist hesitated, figuring out what to answer, and wrestling with how he could possibly justify sharing a stranger's weaknesses. He told her he'd asked her to look after his close friend, knowing full well about her phobia, and confessing that he was terrified she'd get hurt. The girl admitted that he's the kind of guy who can't stop worrying. The young man leaned in and asked if she was on board with his plan. She nodded, then pressed him to make sure he understood her exactly. She says Arnold believes him, and she believes him too, but it doesn't melt the fire of her hostility toward him one bit. Silver snapped, "All right, let's start," and the moment ignited. The dragon taunted her, asking if she'd really picked a one-on-one fight and if she was that fearless. Then she snapped back that it wasn't confidence at all, because her worst nightmare was finally marching right toward her. Alma swore she wasn't backing down, and begged her childhood friend not to worry about her. He insisted she was stuck in a stupor, swore he had to pull her out, and figured she might at least manage to say thank you afterward. She snapped back that he didn't need to patronize her, and insisted his barrier was nothing but flimsy glass. Then he swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted her punch had already shattered it. I grilled him, "What are you doing?" And he shot back, "That dragon's sellable, an S-rank one too, and the money should be just what it takes to bring the city back." And he added, "Normally the winner grabs everything, but in our asterisk case, that money has to go to the injured party." She shot back that it was noble, and honestly, she respected him a little more now, and he snapped that he wasn't some knight just itching to swing a sword. The young man said, "We'll talk later," and bolted out, gone in a flash. Elna shot back, "How'd you even know Arnold?" Silver said they make plans and hit back together, so yeah, they're allies, and then let him ask for the rest. People claim this is Arnold's castle. He was relieved, like things finally fell into place. Casting that spell took serious work, and Elna nearly tore it open anyway. And I told myself the first thing I had to do was drag Trogget back home. The prince leaned in and asked if she'd be his muse, and promised he'd be thrilled if she started calling him Big Brother. The hero hesitated, then figured, maybe I should bail on this and leave it right here. People say a few days slipped by after the dragon fight, and the boy figured that since he'd heard they won, he'd ditched Rondon and sailed off, until the warrior leaned in and said, "We're out near the coast of Albatra, ah." He knew this was a disaster. How could he possibly not pass that crucial info straight to Leo? And I couldn't stop thinking about it. Eva was in love, and I just wanted to believe my brother could find a way out. But she was the ruler's daughter, and one tiny spark was all it would take for a scandal to explode. I realized the dragon fight ignited the second Rondon's ships pulled in. So Leo and Eva never even got a moment to talk, and Eva sure wasn't the kind of girl who could sit around for days. The young man figured, if anyone can fix this, it's my brother, and he couldn't even ignore the proof right in front of him. Trade was booming and the port was packed. He froze in shock, totally baffled. Why was his brother, of all people, showing up in his position with a girl? He figured she was staring at him nonstop like it was completely normal, and like she truly believed he was drop-dead gorgeous. She told him her father was swamped with urgent matters, so he'd sent her instead. Then she stepped forward and introduced herself as Evangelina de Albatra, insisting he call her simply Eva. Leo leaned in and asked if Arnold was worn out from the journey, and told him they had a lot to talk about. Then Arnold said he could finally rest, because a break after the battle wouldn't hurt. His brother shoved him toward a carriage and ordered him to rush to the castle while they wrapped up their business. The warrior shouted that the carriage was ready. The hero told Mark his brother's honor had been shattered, and now he had a girlfriend. The man shot back, "Were you the one who charmed Eva?" And he couldn't even explain why that suspicion hit so fast. Arnold snapped, "What are you talking about?" And he'd already noticed. Mark said it was impossible to miss. Her face screamed love, and she'd even gone straight to the guards to ask about him. The prince agreed, saying her feelings were written all over her. And he swore he'd followed every order, then rushed back to report it all to Prince Leonard. And that kid called it straight up a gift from heaven. The young man said there was nothing left to worry about. Then the other man sighed in relief, because all he could think about was something else entirely. The protagonist demanded to know what the new problem was, and he shot back that now he'd finally calmed down, so had everything else. Arnold warned Mark there was real danger. His life hung by a thread. Then Mark snapped, "Don't panic, I'll take care of it. I'll save you from the threat." He swore she was furious at him, and honestly, she had every right to be because he'd spilled her secret. He figured no one was in that carriage to save him, and he braced for a brutal conversation. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "So, do you have anything to say?" He asked if she was hurt, and she snapped back, asking why she should be hurt, and who the heck he thought he was taking her for. Arnold said that once he heard they'd be forced to fight at sea, worry hit him hard, so he told Silver about her fear of water. He swallowed his pride, apologized for hurting her, then leaned in and demanded, who else but him should worry over her? After all, old friends are meant to watch each other's backs. Alma snapped that it felt downright humiliating, like she was too weak to stand on her own and needed someone to shield her, and she asked if he'd really keep talking like this. He just told her, "Yeah," and didn't back down. The girl snapped that she'd bury the fact that he spilled her secret to that masked, insolent guy, and that wasn't even what kept her up at night. The young man leaned in and asked if she wanted to hear what else he'd told her. She said he claimed they had some kind of agreement, and then he'd asked if they were close enough that he even knew her fears and what they were planning. He realized if he stayed silent, she'd never let him breathe, so he blurted out that him and Silver had already teamed up to help Leo seize the throne. He figured that slipping into the prince title and riding the fame of that magician would pull in as many supporters as he could, so he went straight for Duke Clannert and made him his ally. Arnold told Elna that during the chaos in the eastern lands, he and Silver never lost touch, and that was exactly how things were going now too. Elna shot back, asking if he was pushing this hard just for Leo's sake. He said the mage and Leo were totally in cahoots and that he'd been moving in secret. Then the girl snapped, "Does your brother know?" And he answered, "No, we're keeping it to ourselves," giving her the details only in broad strokes. He claimed it was him who sent Silver to the capital for the Empire, and who also reached out to Finn. Because of her, they dragged the Imperial troops to a halt just long enough for the throne fight to ignite, and once that chaos started, casualties were guaranteed. She asked straight up if he really thought his siblings could beat him and his brother, because in his mind, as long as Elna was around, there'd never been even a hint of hostility. The young man shot back a memory. Eric always sat with the younger ones, never laying a hand on them. Gordon burned to become a great commander, while Xander threw himself into magic training every day. I really thought these days would stay peaceful, but then the fight for the throne erupted and everything went to war. The protagonist snapped that all three had ambitions they'd buried for years, but the grind had stripped them of all humanity. So he vowed they'd be beaten for good, along with everyone they had close to them, and he'd crown Leo emperor no matter what it took. He told her, "I warned you forever ago, stay out of this. If you keep helping them, you'll endanger yourself and your whole family." Arnold leaned in and demanded, "Tell me you got it, do you understand?" Elna shot back that her family wanted zero part in politics, and that ever since childhood, they'd been drilled to believe they were nothing but blades, made to swing and strike. She told him, "Back then, years ago, I already made my choice." The girl swore she'd never abandon him or break her oath, even if it meant standing against the emperor, and if he wanted Leo on the throne, she'd back his play all the way. She said she'd gladly drop her family title if it ever got in the way, because when she promises, she keeps it. And then the young man pressed, "So you know if you renounce your family, they'll strip you of your knighthood too, right?" Elna told him she was stubborn, and that he'd better damn well know it. Arnold shot back that yeah, she definitely was, and if she really meant going that far, then he was honestly blown away. The girl said she'd finally settled down, and now there was only one thing left to do, follow the plan. He snapped, "Enough with the joy, now let's get serious. Her family's support is a massive advantage, and it'll let us go full scale." Then she challenged him, asking if he thought she didn't get it and what was wrong with her enthusiasm. And she told him, clear as day, he didn't have to lurk in the shadows anymore. No more secrets. The young man blurted out whether the gift he'd handed her for his knighthood had finally arrived, and she confirmed it, then grilled him if he'd been hunting it all over the world, and he admitted he'd already sent Leo to go grab it. He finally thought, so that's it, no more secrets, and then admitted it anyway. No matter what, he'd still kept Silver's identity hidden. Arnold thought Elna was finally on his side, and he'd gotten so much done across the southern lands, until Leo ran to tell his father about every win, and that news blasted the throne battle into overdrive. From here on out, there was zero room for error. He thought he'd finally made it home. Then the girl hit him with, "We worked our tails off and it shows." The young man blinked in shock, muttering that he never expected to find her there, then demanded to know what happened. She just smiled and said she'd made it back home. She told him she couldn't even swing a sword like Elna. She wasn't anywhere near as sharp as Rinfrey, and she could barely offer him any real help at all. And she said, "So I'll do everything I can." Finn said, "I've always got somewhere to come back to. And this place isn't some talentless prince's dream or the Empire's strongest mage's throne. It's just Arnold's home, so yeah, she's here." She promised to make things cozy for him, see him out, greet him at the door, cheer him for his victory, and thank him for all the work, only for him to snap back that he didn't need any more help. She told him, "I'm like a bird. I'll wait for you to come back home, and if you don't, I can't bear it." So she begged him to always return. He shot back, "I'll do my absolute best, because if Arnold's needed by someone, who in the world would have the right to stay away?" Finney asked, "Will there ever be a day when I can finally be Arnold outside my own home?" The young man said the same truth. Power struggles had to end first, because once Leo seized the throne, he'd finally slip into a quiet, unnoticed life, with no more daily run-ins with ministers or aristocrats. The heroine told him, "Don't break down. One day you won't have to gamble your life anymore because you'll have me. And when the secrets finally stop needing hiding, every problem will vanish." Then the girl added, "I want you to be seen as part of the imperial family." He told himself he'd already poured every last ounce of his strength into this fight for the throne, and once it was done, he'd finally live his own way. So why confess now? He figured if he chose someone he truly trusted, he could let everything out and finally feel free instead of starved of the truth. He said he didn't need a thing. He just wanted their calm, normal life back, the one they'd lived before with his family close, and he was ready to spend his whole life soaking in their smiles. He admitted he was chasing this normal life, but he refused to lose anyone else again. Arnold realized he couldn't stop every loss by himself, but the throne war kept piling targets in front of him, and now he had a mountain of problems magic couldn't touch. One wrong move, and someone would get hurt. Finney told him she believed in him just as hard as Leo and Elna did. And she promised, "Together we'll get through this, because he's not facing it alone." He flashed her a grateful nod, then felt it. His own long road was waiting right around the corner. He asked for another cup of tea, telling himself he'd never let his guard slip. Yet right here, he could finally breathe and rest. He told her the fight had been brutal, that Leo pushed him to the edge. Then the girl asked what it was like, and he snapped that he never wanted to relive it because he had someone in his corner, the keeper of all his secrets. Gordon snapped that they'd just wasted their time. The man swore they'd dumped a fortune just to get intel on the Adventurers Guild. But it ended with the fight being kicked off by some mystery person, not him, and he insisted that if they'd just followed his plan, the battle would have started already. Another man claimed the rumors were flying, that the emperor had crumbled after the prince was gone, and that their army had fallen off hard. So the prince snapped back, "Don't you dare show weakness or someone will strike," insisting the empire had to stay untouchable and undefeated. Someone chimed in, saying Prince Gordon, the next heir, could turn the whole country into a powerhouse, then demanded to know why the empire just wouldn't see it. And he said that Prince Leo, back in the last crisis and right now, had been sabotaged by him while he snatched all the credit like it was his to own. But when it was all said and done, he didn't win at all, Silver and the swordswoman did, and he was left playing second fiddle. Gordon told him the magician stepped in to save Leonard both this time and last time, and because of that, they're both cranking up their influence with every move. He claimed the mage is sitting on ancient magic, but he keeps his head down, and he's got to know that balance can't be allowed to tip. That's why he won't step in openly for Leonard. Silver only shows up when disaster strikes, and by then it's already too late because the balance of power is about to flip. The prince made up his mind. No more waiting, because only he would seize the throne in that battle. The men swore this was the way it was always meant to be, and even Prince Eric couldn't stack up to him in battle, while Prince Leonard and Princess Sandra had no chance of being his rivals. Gordon shot back that he wasn't just another sibling. He was a true general, built for the battlefield, and if the heir had the same bloodlust in a fight, the empire would have fallen to him long ago. He demanded to know what happened to the weapons he was told to grab, and they admitted they were still being prepared. But it wouldn't take long now. The prince just waved it off, saying there was no rush because the empire already had enemies waiting and the battle would kick off sooner or later. The prince decided that if he moved right then, his father would finally see what he could do, realize how fast he could restore order, and everyone would be lined up to serve him with smiles. He hammered home that the army had to be forged at any cost, and that only he could command it, promising he'd do anything to make the imperial forces unbeatable. Then he ordered them not to forget Eric and his sister. Gordon shot back that after her brother's death, she'd finally loosened up, and he had nothing left to fear. Then word spread that Fleet Admiral Riza Rot and a whole stack of army commanders kept backing her up, and almost everyone else felt the same sting of sympathy. And he said that in wartime, that princess could shine so brightly people couldn't ignore her. The prince demanded to know if she was saying she'd move around him. The man apologized and begged him not to be angry, but Gordon snapped back that he had to kick him out. He didn't want idiots around, only vigilance. The man laughed and claimed the woman ruling the eastern lands wasn't his match. And once he seized the throne, he'd crush her first, because an imperial family couldn't have two commanders-in-chief. Eric realized his brother had just cast away yet another trusted confidant, and it all felt exactly like him. And I couldn't help thinking he was acting like a fool, because if he kept pushing that attitude, pretty soon there'd be nothing left around him but sycophants, eager to flatter. Someone asked what they'd do if he set his mind on it, and the prince snapped back. They'd stop the two from tearing into each other. Then the survivor would be turned into his rival. He leaned in, asking himself who it could possibly be. The woman leaned in and asked what tale to tell Krista, and Krista answered, "Tell them it's about me, and how it all starts in the imperial castle." The girl leaned toward her mom and blurted, "Why is there a chunk of stone sitting here, like half of it is missing?" 11 years back, the empire was locked in a brutal war with Paralin, while at the same time Sakar launched an attack on the dwarves, and wave after wave of them thundered into the empire seeking refuge. The Sicarians set their sights on the dwarves' magical tech and demanded everyone stand aside, no questions asked. So the emperor kicked his own son into the chaos, fully knowing he'd have to give something up to seal the deal. Chancellor France admitted they were trapped in a nightmare. If they kicked out the dwarves they'd sworn to protect, every Eastern people would revolt and turn on them. Emperor Johann snapped back that if they didn't drive the dwarves out, every other side would burst into war, because trouble was coming no matter what, either from the Eastern peoples or from a rival state. The Chancellor shot back with a bold plan: give the dwarfs magical techniques to calm Sakar for now, and the Emperor immediately demanded to know which specific technique. They say Sakar stays stitched together with magic, but here's the catch. It has no magical stones, and those things soak up and spit out energy, with the bigger ones packing the biggest value. The Emperor shot a worried question: isn't this too big a sacrifice? And the Chancellor answered, no, it'll save the refugees' lives and stop a war on two fronts. The Emperor cracked open a deal, giving Sakar a bigger stone to cool him off, because in that moment they had no better move and the odds were against them. A few days later, a diplomat from Sakar showed up, bowed, and thanked him for the reception. And when the Chancellor asked the Emperor if they should stick to the plan, he nodded, fully on board. He leaned in and asked how the castle's security was holding up, begging for advice, then told Elna to wait right there for him. The girl flashed a quick smile and said, "It's totally fine." She figured her father was still talking, then spotted a gorgeous butterfly, and she sprinted after it, begging it to wait. She pushed through the tall grass, her eyes scanning every inch, desperate to find out what, if anything, was out there. She spotted this massive magic circle and blurted out in shock. The girl snatched the sword up with pure excitement and blurted, "This is a magic sword." She stared at the shattered stone, heard it crying, and hurried over to ask, "What do I do now?" The boy peered out from behind the curtain and told everyone, "It's pitch dark in here." The boy asked if she was crying, and she nodded hard. Then he blurted that it was the exact royal stone people swear they hand to the prince. Someone called out to him, "Your Highness," and while he begged the girl not to cry, she wouldn't stop. The boy shoved her to run. Then he charged in, buying time as the man stepped inside and blurted that a magic stone was stashed right there. The boy grabbed his father's attention and apologized right away, confessing that he'd shattered the stone by accident. Arnold's father demanded to know if he was truly guilty, and if every word he said was the truth, and the boy nodded, confirming it all. His father lunged forward and swung hard to smash him. He snapped in rage at the idiot move he'd made, screaming that this stone was the key to peace between the states, then admitting he'd smashed it. He snapped a command and had the rascal shoved into prison, then ordered he wouldn't be freed for a full week. Elna's father snapped, "Where were you?" And she burst into tears, shouting, "Prince." The man leaned in and laid out every detail to His Majesty, admitting he never watched his daughter, and that made him the one to blame. One nobleman snapped that the prince's good name mattered more than his reputation, and she should have spoken up. But another guy shot back that it all went down in front of the ambassador, so there was no way they could claim they were wrong. One of them snapped that this slip would unleash serious consequences, and that His Majesty would be blamed for the prince. The next voice shot back that the real problem was everyone was already convinced the prince was behind it. She figured if the other side slammed the peace treaty shut, there'd be nothing left to say, then the truth hit her hard. It was all her fault. The emperor admitted he figured Arnold was guarding someone, but he never saw it coming, that it was the duke's daughter. Then he leaned in and revealed the truth. The box holding the stone was sealed with a special spell. The man told him, "I asked you again," but he wouldn't back down. Then he snapped that he couldn't do it because he had to save face in front of the ambassador. He said Elna's confession was suddenly pointless, and he admitted he couldn't take on Arnold's punishment. Then Elna blurted, "How could that possibly be?" The woman demanded to know if someone really could just stare at a little kid like that. A voice tore through the crowd, "Ms. Mitsuba." The woman demanded, "Are you the Duke's daughter?" And the girl nodded, then she praised her for bearing everything like it was the only truth that mattered. The man demanded whether they'd come to talk about Prince Leonardo, and the woman shot back that she was there only because she'd been invited, and that from now on, she'd stop fighting over Leo because he'd stood up for the girl. The boy slumped in prison, convinced he could dodge his punishment, while the emperor leaned in and promised Mitsuba that if she dared to ask, he'd free Arnold, because Arnold made that choice with his own full intent. She always drilled it into him. The responsibility was all on his shoulders. The girl warned that swapping the stone wouldn't calm the ambassador's rage, and he'd storm out. So the man snapped back that debating politics with her was pointless, but he'd have another stone sent to the ambassador instead. The emperor admitted he wasn't good at politics, and Mitsuba shot back that if she had been a minister, she'd never march into a hopeless war. She said she'd finally get it. Perlin would get backed by Albetter, and if she kept him close, she could force a non-aggression pact with Sakar, then slam the door shut and kick off the military assault. The man snapped, "That can't be true," and then claimed the wise minister saw this chaos coming. Mitsuba pressed him, could she trust him to share his experience, even though she didn't know a thing about politics. Mitsuba said the idea came from him, that he suggested handing the stone to Sakar. And when the man heard that, he admitted he was terrified that any sign of weakness would spark non-stop rumors. The man demanded which position they meant, and Mitsuba snapped back that if the empire announced its stance, Perlin would be forced to mirror it, so they'd have to send a minister to negotiate. The emperor snapped, asking if that wasn't exactly what he was fighting for, protecting the dwarves, then warned that if they failed, they'd be condemned at home and abroad, all while sacrificing even the people's survival. She told him he'd shown determination worthy of a crowned prince and a true man, and the boy finally felt like he'd conquered his goal. She said people tear him apart, but she stands up and sings his praises, and then she drives the point home. A prince and an emperor need a steel will and unbreakable determination. The man snapped, "Why won't the emperor marry you? Aren't you sweet?" And the emperor shot back, "I can't resist Lady Mitsuba, and no, you weren't wrong about that." The emperor barked an order. Every commander in his army had to race to the throne room and assemble. He demanded we prove it, show him what a real emperor is supposed to look like. The emperor bowed and apologized for his son, then said, "We've got another stone ready," and urged them to grab it and go. The ambassador declared he'd struck gold, those stones from the dwarves' lands, but he didn't just want them sitting there. He demanded the dwarves be handed over so he could learn how to forge them himself. The emperor warned that if the ambassador refused, he'd report back that they had zero intention of forming diplomatic ties. Then the ambassador snapped, "Got it, I'll deliver that message." The ambassador demanded, "Are you planning to wage war?" And the emperor snapped back that if their gift couldn't satisfy, then all this talk was meaningless, and that the empire never casts out the people it once sheltered. The ambassador leaned in and asked if opening a second front was smart. After all, they were already at war with Perlin. The emperor shot back that he'd already dispatched an ambassador to Perlin, determined they'd finally get why he needed to protect the refugees. The emperor declared that once the dwarves begged for asylum, they were now under his rule, and his job was simple: protect everyone who lived under his banner. He dared anyone who wanted to fight him to come try it. And right then, they were ready to prove their resolve, while he personally took charge and led the troops. The Chancellor figured nobody would dare gripe when they finally drew steel to defend the refugees, no matter how many kingdoms got wiped out in the process. The Emperor bellowed at the ambassador to get back to his homeland and tell them negotiations were dead. The Emperor boasted that he makes the call. Those are his duties, and he'll do it no matter what the world throws at him. The Emperor told Arnold, "Maybe one day you'll take my throne, so remember this moment," and Arnold shot back, "Got it." The Emperor told Arnold, "If you ever sit on this throne, then copy my path, pick a successor who looks like you too, and that's the reward you'll get from me." The girl thanked her for the kindness, apologized for what happened to Arnold, and then Mrs. Mitsuba stepped out for good. She turned to the girl and promised, "Help me someday at the perfect moment." With her sword gripped tight, the girl swore she'd never let Arnold down again. The woman demanded, "What's the treasure?" And the other woman snapped back that it was that legendary sword, one Arnold kept trying to lift but just couldn't wield. The man insisted Arnold himself never clocked it, and the girl chimed in that she figured Elna would come clean to him one day. People said once Arnold figured out the kind of emperor he wanted, he pushed to make Leo the ruler, because Arnold didn't crave the throne at all. He just wanted to steer his brother's climb to power. A frantic message hit. He wasn't even in the future picture, and the woman snapped that Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold were coming soon, so they had to get ready right now. He said the clash with the sea dragon proved Albatron and Rondon are bonded so tightly, nothing can tear them apart. And then he vowed that peace would finally settle over the southern lands for a long, long time. The Emperor said he'd met every hardship with honor, even if his burden crushed harder than he ever imagined. Then the young man bowed and thanked him. The Emperor leaned in and demanded what he wanted as a prize, so he guessed maybe he'd land a fancy ministerial role. He shot back that those words made him feel honored, but he wasn't about to sign up to be a minister, not yet. He knew climbing toward power meant moving like a ghost, because one wrong step and he'd get blasted in the crossfire. He claimed there was no need to chase another post, because he already had one minister backing him, and then the Emperor leaned in and asked if he had any other wishes. He shot back, "Yeah, I will." Then he vowed to rush in and save a girl from the southern lands before a dragon ever struck. The Emperor demanded, "Why come to me instead of the local ruler?" He clenched his jaw and said, "Because people are vanishing in the refugee village, and the local authorities shut their eyes and refused to help." He said the girl insisted it all began around 11 years ago. The Emperor snapped, "What kind of news is this? So my word means nothing." The Chancellor begged Your Majesty not to snap with anger, but then he demanded, "How could I not be angry?" He reminded you, 11 years ago I gave the local rulers an order. If they didn't obey, they'd rise up and rebel against me. The Chancellor warned Your Majesty not to head to the borderlands, and begged you to hand the whole investigation to Prince Leonard instead, because he was already itching to crack the mystery himself. She swore she could do it better and demanded they trust her with the job, then snapped that in the palace she was basically useless, so she wanted to fight for the Empire instead, sword in hand. The Emperor barked that it was his own business, shoved the spotlight onto the throne fight, and then snapped, "You idiots." The woman leaned in and told Gordon that his mom, Xandra, hailed from the southern lands, then warned that this detail could set the whole conflict on fire. She demanded to know where his foresight even was, and snapped that stuff couldn't be handed to some warrior. The Emperor slammed the verdict down. Kidnapping was the most serious crime, and then named Leonardo as his envoy to dig into the truth, ordering that everyone tangled in it would be punished. The woman insisted Xandra's mom's family was tangled up in all of this. Once they figured it out, they'd knock Xandra off her position in one brutal sweep. He figured the dragon's grand entrance had just crowned Leonard as the true heir, and now, this is where the real war finally kicks off. The Emperor leaned in and demanded he stick around for a while. The Emperor told Arnold to stay, and Arnold's mind instantly raced. Why was he the only one picked to remain? The Emperor ordered Franz to speak, and Franz shot back that he was the one who wanted to do it. Franz told Prince Arnold that His Majesty wanted to speak with him about the crown princess. Then Arnold snapped, asking if anything had happened to his sister. Franz shot back, "No, I've got to talk to you about marriage." Arnold snapped that he wouldn't do it, period. Franz announced that His Majesty had 3 daughters, yet Princess Krista was still too young, and Xandra had 0 plans to marry. So Arnold snapped back that there was no point trying to convince his sister. Arnold leaned in and demanded to know if she was running the eastern border troops, then warned her that only her father could ever give her orders. The emperor claimed this was her excuse for dodging marriage, even though she'd already hit 25, and Arnold snapped that the emperor should go talk to her himself. The emperor claimed he'd hurled 1,000,000 letters at her, yet all he got back was non-stop bickering, even after she threatened to renounce her title, and he insisted that, since he was her father, he had every right to panic for what came next. The emperor handed the mission to Arnold and commanded him to write his sister a persuasive letter, begging her to come to the capital. The emperor said that if it didn't work, he'd march straight to the border, and Arnold snapped that it was the most ridiculous idea ever. Since taking over guard duty on the eastern border, Sakar went deadly quiet. She reshuffled the troops into a war-ready machine, and now everyone says she's the Empire's strongest warrior. The girl demanded to know what kind of person she really was, and then she realized with a sinking gut that the rumors were dead on. People say her biggest craving is battle, and the real thrill for her is winning without a single loss. The girl snapped that the rumors had painted her far more vividly than the truth ever could, and he just smirked. No doubt in his mind, because it's almost impossible not to get bewitched by a sister. She said, "They look totally different, but trust me, they're basically the same." She leaned in and asked, "Did you really say that because coming from the master makes it feel like the biggest compliment ever?" She told him people kept showering her with compliments, then pushed him to explain what she should even be embarrassed about, only for her to shrug and say it all comes down to who's looking. The chancellor shrugged it off as just another prenuptial deal, and at first glance, everything looked totally fine. Then he smirked that if a man dares to pitch a marriage proposal to his sister, he's clearly got guts, and chances are he's already heard she's the spitting image of his majesty. The girl leaned in and asked, "Is Her Majesty Princess Krista?" And they shot back, "No, she's the Empress," famed not just for her beauty, but for her gentle soul because she never threw a single mean word at anyone. He said, "That's why my father loved her." Then the butler chimed in, "And his older sisters, nothing like their mother, because your father spotted the same kindness in her." She leaned in and asked, "Do you hate me?" Because everyone said the emperor loved every child and wife the same, yet his obsession with Princess Sandra felt way too cold, like he was punishing his third wife. He insisted he never let it show and that he treated everyone the same, and she pressed, "So what rumors are flying about your third wife?" He shot back that a rumor was flying around, that she had murdered her second wife. He told me his dad's second and third wives were the same age and got compared non-stop. His second marriage sparked from love, but the third was just for convenience, and the moment his second wife gave birth, her status shot up like a rocket. She pressed him, was the murder fueled by envy? He shrugged and said he had no idea, since his third wife had a rock-solid alibi. They said the third wife was with the Empress, so she couldn't have been the one who did the murder herself, and even then, nobody could prove she paid someone to do it. She demanded to know if they suspected her. After all, she'd trained Xandra herself. They say Xandra is sitting on forbidden magic the Empire outlawed long ago, and she's been studying it in secret, hunting for techniques she can wield for the Empire's benefit, where that raw power could be the key they've been missing. They said the Emperor's third wife, the mother of Xandra, had kicked off the research, and she was deep in studying spells so dangerous they could get you killed. He said the rumors kicked off when those forbidden techniques turned out to unleash deadly curses. She snapped that even if that were true, it still wouldn't prove a thing, because anyone could have committed the murder. 3 years ago the prince died, and the biggest, most ruthless investigation turned up nothing, just like it did after his second wife's death. He told her his father doesn't trust his own wife. He swore that when the crown prince died, he was battling on the front lines while Xandra and her mother stayed stuck in the capital. There's zero proof for any of it, so nobody's moving to ban Xandra's magic, and the whole accusation just sounds wildly made up. He said everything would be fine, so she wrestled with the idea of following him in secret, winked and laughed. "Don't worry, it's just like always." The woman leaned in and asked Councillor Bajel if he really meant to propose building a brand new road at the council meeting. Then he nodded and confirmed it. He said he'd built his approach off the papers she'd once prepared for the Marquise's case, and he was sure she'd cook up a killer plan. Then she thanked him for all the work he put in. He said Prince Leonard had a great team backing him up, and she told him goodbye, until they crossed paths again. Someone pulled her in and asked her to hang out with them. She flashed a warm smile and said, yeah, she wanted to join them too. He leaned in and asked, "Are you cooperative?" Because he was already convinced she'd be nothing but mischievous the second she slipped into that maid costume. The man let out a brutal scream of pain. She pressed a knife to his throat and demanded, "Who gave the order to chase me?" He said a stranger slid up to him and dangled a reward if he could set up her kidnapping, so she handed over the money and told him to get to work and lay off the week. She ordered them to spread the word all the way to the capital. Prince Leonard had saved countless lives, and she made it crystal clear. This wasn't gossip, it was the unshakable truth. She said her employer's reputation was spotless, no stories needed. Yet when he pushed again, she finally gave in. She leaned in and demanded to know why their client never said a word, then introduced herself as the one working for Prince Leonard, ordering them to go out and find work. She told them, if you're running out of food, come straight to the castle. Then she promised, Prince Leonard will never turn away anyone who's chosen to walk the road of reform. Someone cooked up a plan to bait the enemy's minions away, clearing the path and boosting Leo's reputation in the process. A friend asked Mistress Elna if she was out patrolling, and she snapped back that she chose to volunteer. Because you learn nothing from hiding in the castle. Arnold taught her that too, since he storms out into the city to scout the scene and read the situation. A friend pressed her, asking if Prince Arnold was using those walks as a cover story, and she shot back that it had to be. Because somehow, even in the South, he'd still pulled off the impossible. She told Miss Elna to tail the men, then grilled her. Where did that client come from and could he reach them? She promised she'd tell her later what she'd uncovered, thanked her, and walked off, only to assume it was one of Princess Sandra's supporters, suddenly getting louder after Prince Leonard's big triumph. He thanked Marie and swore he couldn't have pulled it off without her. Then Marie laid out the report of her meeting with the Count Belts. He demanded she show the report to his brother too, and she hesitated, saying it wasn't necessary. But because he wouldn't let it go, she agreed. With a bright knowing smile, the girl waved Marie inside. The girl asked if Prince Arnold was in and they told her, yeah, then admitted he was still asleep. Still, he said he'd help. The maid told her it was Count Belts' proposal for their next meeting, and the girl nodded, fully getting it, then thanked her. The maid leaned in and asked Mrs. Finn if she was going too easy on Prince Arnold. The girl shot back, do you really think so? And she snapped that someone this wiped out needed real sleep, because in her eyes he looked terrible too. Still, she figured it was safer not to earn a name as the guy who slacks off. The girl shrugged and said, it's fine, like she had zero reason to stress over what random strangers thought, especially since the prince was always busy working. The maid stared at everyone and swore they looked absolutely incredible, and then realized she'd been way too blunt. So she vowed to watch her words from now on, and with that, she made her exit. He demanded to know who'd stand for the Beastman, and he even called it a good man, so she pressed him. Why? And he snapped back that her judgment wasn't exactly reliable. He grilled her about how she ended up serving the Beastman, telling her he'd heard there was an elven secretary. And she shot back that elves usually keep to themselves, because that's just how their people are. She confessed she'd always dreamed of the outside world, and when she finally reached it, she got cast out by her own people too. But the truth hit hard, because the outside world was way crueler than she ever imagined. She told him she'd been invited to a trading company that actually helped people like her, so he pressed. So it's an inspiring story. And the maid grinned, if it's real, then yes, it would be. Her smile lit up the moment she finally met Prince Arnold. Then she introduced herself as Julia and said she represented the Beastman Trading Company. He swore she was a vampire too, like those other two. She said she wasn't responsible for what her fellow tribesmen had done, but she still bowed her head and apologized, because she was truly heartbroken that His Highness and His Majesty's lives were put in danger. He bowed, introduced himself as Arnold Blake Sadler, the 7th Prince, and when she demanded to know why he was there, he admitted he wasn't trying to wreck the bond Fanny worked so hard to build. He promised he'd skip the small talk and go straight for the answer. Then he pressed them on how they planned to use Finna. She demanded to know why he was talking like she was the villain, then snapped that he'd better show respect. Because he wasn't dealing with a client, he was her business partner. He said he was weak, nothing but a useless loser, and if she knew his nickname, then she already knew everything, right? She fired back, all curious, wondering what this dry prince was really capable of. He pitched the idea of using it as advertising, swearing Finn had even stepped into their shop. Then he warned they'd probably never earn her trust, and joked they might end up selling her painting anyway. She blinked in shock, claiming he was just pretending to be useless, while the truth was he was razor-sharp. He shot back that all his fame came from staying totally locked in on himself, ignoring everything around him, but now, things were different. He swore he'd chosen his younger brother, almost as green as Finn, to become emperor, so he could stay close and cover their backs. He swore he'd tear apart anyone who tried to trick them. She nodded and agreed. He'd totally read her mind about how she wanted to use Finny. Then he leaned in, dead sure the cosmetics she picked would snatch sales right off the shelves and send their company's image soaring. She told him, "Don't frame it like we're the only ones who'd win," and he snapped back that they had to crush the competing companies first. Then they'd need financing, with him offering 3/4. The girl promised she'd do everything she could and asked how much money they needed. Then he waved it off, saying he didn't need funding right now, but when the time came it would show up, and he told Finna they were heading out. She snapped, "Why are you sprinting like this? Are you trying to keep me in the dark?" And he shot back, "We've still got a mountain of work, so we'll reach out when the timing is perfect." She leaned in and promised, "If you want it, I'll do anything you ask." Then she smiled and warned him she wasn't alone, because if he wanted, she'd line up as many non-humans as he could ever dream of. He snapped back that this wasn't the moment. When the right time hits, he'll need her. But until then, he refused to make promises that gave her nothing. The Emperor promised that next, he'd name Leonard as his envoy, and Leonard nodded, ready to go. He swore he'd be their eyes and ears, then promised he'd rip the mask off every betrayal and expose every single injustice. The Emperor bragged that Leonardo usually handled the job, but this time he wasn't showing up, and Arnold snapped back that he wanted to prove what he could do solo, doubting he'd mess it up even once. The Emperor claimed he was finally at peace, then turned to Arnold and demanded, "So what will you do?" Because even if he wasn't there, someone would step in for Leonard. After all, he was the kind of guy who could pull people to his side. He promised that the older sister would show up, and that he'd fight with everything he had. Then the Emperor answered, "Got it, I understand." The Emperor admitted he'd already crossed 50 and felt time slipping away. So he demanded one thing. He needed to see his daughter married before it was too late. The Emperor told Arnold, "One day I'll be gone and someone will step in." And when Arnold sensed something was off, the Emperor insisted he felt fine, until he warned that everything can flip fast. The Emperor told everyone about a strange dream, himself seeing the crown prince and his second wife. And when Arnold heard it, he snapped, saying that at his age, that kind of omen could only spell trouble. Arnold urged him to drop the throne war, crown a prince, and scatter the rest to other territories. But the Emperor snapped back that it would never work, because the price of winning mattered more than anything. The Emperor promised that if Arnold took the throne, he'd become a force strong enough to crush any threat and defend the empire. Then he snapped at him to stop acting weak. Arnold claimed the truth was everywhere, but no one had the nerve to speak up, because they couldn't even explain why they should fight for the throne, and that cowardice dragged his younger brother into the mess, while the Emperor refused to show a single crack in weakness. He swore he wouldn't let him back down now. The Emperor admitted he never thought Arnold would come in and scold him, then hurriedly apologized, only for Arnold to grin and say, "Yeah, of course," and ask him to just drop what he'd said earlier. The Emperor brushed his worries aside and swore, "You'll never forget this." Then he leaned in, saying he'd never forget his own words from that moment either. He figured there was only one way out. He had to win no matter what. The woman screamed at them, demanding how much longer they'd stand there and soak in the humiliation, and she barked that their main support was right there, waiting. She shrieked for them to shut their mouths, then straight up declared they were only good for one thing, getting beaten. Someone told her to stop fretting, but she couldn't, because if Leonard, the one itching to dig into this, uncovered what happened, she knew she wouldn't get away with it. Susan, the Empire's fifth princess, stepped forward and told them the southern troubles were in her brother's hands, claiming everything would be fine. The daughter warned, "If we back the South, we'll lose all support." And the mother snapped back, "Don't panic. If anything turns up there, it'll be him alone who pays the price." She told him, "If my investigation hits the mark, you've got nothing to fear. If everything goes right, we'll seize the throne, and then all we'll have to do is show respect to the nobles in the South." She declared they'd throw their weight behind the strongest one and follow them. The daughter nodded like she got it, and the mother warned her that, by the king's command, she'd been cut off from research. She'd have to rely on herself from now on. She leaned in and told her beloved daughter, "You absolutely deserve to become empress." Then she added that she carried all her finest traits in her. She ordered her to track down the right guinea pigs and wrap up the research for good. She promised to unleash a curse on anyone who dared get in their way, and her daughter shot back, "You're right." Their mother snapped, "Never forget your principle, take out anyone who gets in your way," and the daughter shot back, "Mom." He thought he'd finally turned south for good. The purple robe meant he was a messenger, and with that cloak on, Leo believed nothing could ever stop him. She thanked him for everything and said her name was Lindia. Then he fired back that he was grateful she'd protected him and Fiend, and promised he'd wipe out the troubles haunting her village. He swore that inside the bag, 10 times bigger than it looked, sat the money they handed him as a prince. He'd meant to use it to claw his way onto the throne, but once he locked in a connection with the trading company, he didn't need that cash anymore. He told her she could handle the money way better than Leo, so she wouldn't have to pay it back. Then he demanded she rebuild the village and bring it to him. He promised he'd go with her if he could, but it just wouldn't happen. She told him she believed in him anyway, even if she couldn't witness the whole thing from start to finish. She admitted it might sound wild, but she was secretly grateful they got attacked back then, because it's how she finally met him, and when he reached out his hand, her whole chest calmed to peace. She told him she finally understood why Madame Fine trusted him so fiercely, thanked him with all her heart, and swore she'd never, ever forget his kindness. He said he was leaving, and if she was going to quit, she'd better turn back right now. His brother winked, then smirked that he could drop the act any second too, because his sister was more terrifying than any aristocrat. Lanefort, just 26, the fierce young head of a ducal family, was brought into the spotlight, ruling lands stretched between the south and the east. He figured his sister didn't care about status, but her partner clearly didn't know martial arts, while his own little patch of land was still raking in cash through trade. The butler leaned in and told Mr. Arnold that Duke Laneford would probably slip into the capital incognito to thank him. Mr. Arnold figured his sister was acting like a soldier with a weakness for strong men, and he nearly choked on the shock that she hadn't already snapped his neck. Arnold shot, "So this is gratitude for me accepting your marriage proposal." And the butler snapped back, "Gratitude? Son, they've been hearing you propose for 10 whole years." Arnold pegged the Duke as the kind of man who goes after the impossible, and now it feels like a breathtaking tale. The butler went on that more applicants kept flooding them with offers, but Arnold still couldn't shake how moved he was that he'd actually been picked. He told them, "I'm coming in right now." The man stepped up and greeted him like it was their very first time, then fired off his name, Jurgen von Reinfeldt. He stepped forward and introduced himself as Arnold Rex Adler, the 7th Prince, and thinking he was nothing like the guys his sister usually went for, he waved him in and told him to have a seat. Jurgen demanded to know if it was real, that he'd actually agreed to play mediator between him and Lyslot, just like His Majesty ordered. Then Arnold shot back a clear yes. Eugen swore he felt at peace after learning that Her Highness had only opened her heart to him. And Krista. Arnold just couldn't stop asking who spilled that secret, and whether they were quietly trading messages with his sister through correspondence. Jurgen snapped that he wasn't into pen pals since he only got one reply for every 3 letters. Arnold, sure he didn't want that kind of persistence, shot back, "I get it. He told me he met her 20 years back at an aristocrats tournament. His opponent was older and built like a wall, and he got crushed. Then right after, a little girl walked up to him. She snapped that judging someone just by looks is pointless, then hit the real truth. It's not age or muscle, it's who's willing to throw down harder to take the win. He found out the young lady was 5-year-old Lee's own. Plus, she'd been in this tournament before and even came out on top. Shame burned across his face as he admitted he'd burst into tears over something so small. And then, right after, he confessed that he'd fallen for her the moment he laid eyes on her. He swore that the moment the tournament ended, he'd begged to marry her, only for her to crush him with a ruthless no, and she told him, "Prove you're worthy first, then I'll think about it." The hero admitted he'd never been great at martial arts, so he dove into commerce instead. Then at 15, he landed his first real win, went back to her with hope, and she shut him down again. He shot back that he was completely and totally smitten with Her Highness. He swore he couldn't love anyone else, then he begged for help. Arnold promised he'd do his best, but Jurgen brushed it off. Like, don't count on it, and still, one real shot was all it took. Eugen told her, "Every time I get a letter, I ask if I can come, but they always shut me down." And this time he was desperate to finally find out how her brothers and sisters were doing. Arnold figured his sister was worried about him too, just like Leo, and he decided that while he was busy hammering out the engagement, he'd finally ask her why she backed away from her brother 3 years ago. He believed he could finally help the Duke, who'd never quit in 20 years, and even show his father and sister, dressed for the wedding, his future. Still, doubt gnawed at him, wondering if he truly had the guts to follow through. Eugen stepped up and promised to back him in the fight for the throne, swearing he'd stand by him no matter what, because he'd already been loyal to Leonard. Arnold promised it'd be simpler from here, and Jurgen urged them to switch gears into strategy. Then the butler produced a wooden sword, and Jurgen threw him an apology for how rough their first meeting turned out. Arnold flashed a grin and asked if he'd really go toe-to-toe with him. Arnold insisted he wasn't bad, and that it had been ages since he'd faced someone his equal. Then Eugen shot back, "Same here." Eugen swore he'd trained hard and told him to take a shot at the Helbert. He told me he'd met Lislata 10 years ago, right when he was proposing marriage, and she shut him down fast. She wouldn't marry anyone who couldn't handle a weapon, and his spear skills just couldn't cut it with her. She snapped that his punches didn't pack a punch at all, too weak to matter. He told me back then he was skinny and short, so he couldn't land a hit strong enough to take her down, so he grabbed something heavier instead. Arnold demanded to know if he'd packed on the pounds on purpose, since he couldn't seem to build muscle at all, then figured his sister would totally flip out. He bragged that he'd packed on weight, his punches had turned brutal, and even swinging heavy weapons felt steadier. Voretsky realized that this progress had just replaced his training. Arnold realized he was scrambling for any escape at all, and that sheer desperation is exactly why he deserves your admiration. Jurgen swore he loved her more than his own life and begged to buy her love, while the butler shot back that Her Majesty's heart can't be purchased, and that he was already sliding down the wrong road. Eugen pictured a future where he'd be left alone, and she'd end up with some handsome, strong guy, and his heart just sank. He blurted out that he was pathetic, like the whole world weighed him down, because he couldn't keep up with her, then said he'd gladly take any role she wanted, even if it meant letting her pick other men, like the lazy ones. Jurgen asked for advice, and Arnold hit back saying he could take any road he wanted. Then Jurgen admitted he'd always thought love was a cruel curse, until Arnold's lesson, and he thanked him with real conviction. Jurgen asked if the hard-working man's image turned his head, then told him to swap outfits. And when the butler agreed, Arnold pushed it further and said they should show the guy just how hard he'd been working. Jurgen blurted out what he could do to please Her Highness, and Arnold shot back that nothing had ever stopped him before. Arnold told the story of 11 years ago, when he stepped in to protect a girl who had shattered a gemstone. He told her older sister showed up and demanded he point out the culprit, swearing she wouldn't get her punished by their father. Yet he stayed silent right up until the final moment. He spilled the truth right at the end of his sentence, only to watch her march up and point out, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, that he was her younger brother. Arnold said this was music to the Duke's ears. Then he pointed out how his sister had always praised his grit, and how he'd never once thrown in the towel. Jurgen said they had to hit the capital, and Arnold nodded, telling Sevis it was go time. Sevis snapped back that he'd get everything ready immediately. Arnold said that was the best move. The butler leaned in and said, "So much time has slipped by since you left, and there's a real chance someone out there could interfere." Arnold nodded, "I get it." The man leaned in and demanded whether Princess Sandra had called him. He leaned in and demanded, "Are you really sure Duke Rienfeld is weak, and that you're not worried he's been courting the first princess for ages, yet still hasn't landed a single win?" She shot back a yes, and just like that, it all clicked. Now Arnold had joined his side, and if she signed on too, Leonard's faction was about to get way stronger. She snapped, "We can't let this happen," and he shot back, "Don't worry, everything's fine." He told her, "Sure, the Empire's toughest defense unit is us, but if I marry your highness, it won't matter a lick when the fight for the throne starts." People swore this duke was a born genius when it came to business. So sharp, nobody else could match him, and that he'd be the perfect next prime minister, with plenty of nobles practically begging to see him take that seat. She couldn't believe it. He actually praised himself like crazy, and when she asked, he snapped that if he joined Leonard's faction, there'd be no doubt it would shoot to even more power. She said she never thought he'd pull it off. Then he snapped back that nothing looked like progress yet, but he couldn't bring himself to admit failure. He warned that Duke Rienfeld was the king's favorite, and if anyone dared touch him, the wrath would come crashing down. Meanwhile, Leonard was stuck dealing with the mess of the exiles down south. She blurted that her uncle ran things down south, and if Leonard grabbed power there, it would be catastrophic. Then she demanded, "Should I just sit back and watch?" He promised he'd figure out a way to stop their marriage if it ever happened. Then she pressed, "What does that even mean?" And he snapped back that His Majesty started getting downright irritable with her after what went down with Count Bell. She asked, "What if it's all fake? No sincerity at all?" And the butler snapped back that the king would still bless their marriage, as long as the Duke's feelings were real, because he'd been courting the princess for ages. He told me he had a buddy who ran a brothel, then promised to send a prostitute. He claimed Duke Riefeld had summoned her. He swore His Majesty wouldn't cut him any slack, and Her Highness would go nuclear, punishing him on the spot, because there'd be no marriage at all. She said it was a brilliant idea, and honestly letting him tag along was the right call. He thanked her on the spot and promised he'd handle everything, and she shot back that she'd make him her trusted confidant. He figured they were up to something, so he stayed glued to her like a shadow. Then he asked what they were going to do, acting clueless, just to make them think they were doing it the right way. The butler bragged that this plan would supercharge Princess Xandra's faction and that their very presence would make them stronger. And when Arnold shot back that they'd definitely leave the prostitute's clothes and scent in the Duke's bedroom, he snapped the maids into action. Watch everything, report everything. He said they could borrow his plan, just like that. He blurted in terror, "Why are they here? I told you to toss them straight into the Duke's room." The Emperor roared that it was all his fault, swearing he'd summoned a prostitute while he was married and turned the palace into a brothel. Then the man swallowed his shame and apologized, admitting he couldn't wrap his head around how it all went down. He figured once he left the capital, nothing could go wrong. Xandra had already lost a powerhouse ally, and with Eric and Gordon locked under their father's control, Leonard's side should finally be safe. He told his father he was done with his work and ready to leave, and yeah, he already knew the Duke was expecting him. His father ordered him to warn the Duke and make sure nothing stayed unfinished, and Arnold thanked him. Then the butler chimed in. The Duke had been writing Lislet every single day for 20 years, until recently, one day got missed. Now he wanted to know if he could ask her something. He demanded to know if it happened just because he wasn't in the capital that day, and asked if it had something to do with his sister. Then the butler confirmed it. He said that from where he stood, he'd never run into a single one of his gifts or letters. Then he figured the princess had shredded them, but somehow it looked like she'd read them anyway. The butler swore she always devoured his letters and gladly accepted his gifts, then kept that same vow even when she marched straight into the battlefield. And he'd be begging for them to tie the knot right then and there. Arnold couldn't believe how hard they kept pushing. Then he admitted straight up that he'd been alone the entire time. Jurgen hurried back, apologized for putting her and the princess through all that trouble, and then he refused to quit. The butler admitted, "I don't want to get dragged into this, but I'm backing you anyway." And in his eyes, Lislata mattered more than his own life. Arnold pressed his father, asking what would happen if his sister refused to answer or marry at all. And his father just told him, plain and simple, there was nothing he could do. He figured that once his sister got married, she might get pulled out of the fight for the throne. The Emperor warned her that she could lose her royal family title. And then he basically said he'd never dare throw away a damn good general for the army. Arnold promised he'd do his absolute best, even while he had no clue what good news he'd actually deliver. Because in his mind, marriage meant forcing her to commit, and he didn't think she could find the answer on her own. He figured the smartest move was simple. First, he'd listen to what she had to say. The biggest city in South Wuma went on full display. Duke Kruger thanked him for his help, and Leonard shook his head, saying he didn't deserve the praise. Sven von Kruger, brother to the Emperor's fifth concubine and Xander's uncle, told the aristocrat to team up with the inspector. Leonard claimed he knew the South better than anyone and pressed, "Have you noticed anything weird with the local aristocrats?" The Duke shot back that nothing looked suspicious, and that the aristocrats living on his lands never once dared to disobey. Leonard smugly thought he'd dodge the questions and get nothing useful out of him, but that hunch proved nothing, so he decided to watch him a lot closer from now on. The merchant snapped, "Yeah, sure," and leaned in asking if anything weird had gone down, only for the girl to shrug and say nothing strange had slipped her mind. She thanked him, but the moment it was over, she figured it all out. Collecting info in this city was pointless. While Mr. Leonard was still trapped in his meeting, she couldn't sit still. So she slipped away, found him, and asked if she could fire one quick question. Grandpa leaned in, asking what hurt, and she snapped back that everyone here was pure mean. Then he admitted he'd gotten lost 3 days ago, begged to see the city gates, and she agreed to take him there. She said he'd helped her. No, he'd even handed her away to kill time, and he just shot back, "That's interesting." He insisted he didn't need a thing and told her to hang on for a second. She hit back, saying, "Don't be shy." Grandfather insisted they'd go that way, swore it wasn't far, and said it should be around here. But when she told him they'd already reached the gate, his surprise hit fast. He handed her a whistle carved from a sacred tree and told her, "Use it when you're in trouble, maybe I can come running." But she refused to take it. He ordered her to hold on to it and never let it slip, then leaned in and said, "Trusting someone doesn't make you weak, it makes you human." She paced in her head, wondering where she should go next, and trusting that voice to drag her forward. A full week had smashed by since he left the capital. Then he burst in, greeted Leonard and Els, and proudly declared, "That mansion is mine." He told him to take a bath, bragging that his mansion even had a bathhouse. Then bam, a man burst in screaming that trouble was here. The man announced that Her Highness had arrived and that he'd come with her. Arnold shot back, "I'm no prince, so don't call me that." And the woman snapped, "Then call me Marshal." Arnold fired off a question to rise, right as shock exploded in the air. Rizalata Rex, first princess of the Empire and the Imperial Army's deadliest general, was introduced, and she flat-out told everyone, "The moment we arrive, we send that letter." Arnold said it had been way too long, and seeing her healthy again made him breathe easier. Then she shot back, "So this is how you greet me after my long absence." She asked about Mom and Krista, and he said they were doing great. Krista had already made friends and was smiling a lot more, so he stayed on guard to make sure she kept safe. "You're about to apologize for wrecking their plans." She told him he didn't have to, because she'd been drilling new recruits lately, and once they said they were coming, she jumped on it and took charge. She grilled Arnold on why he was with Ergen, and he snapped back that his father had pulled him in. Then she smirked and said she could see straight through him, knowing exactly what his father was capable of. She leaned in and asked Jurgen what he and her brother were planning, and he shot back the same answer, word for word. She flat-out declared she'd never marry him. She didn't want a husband who couldn't stay alive at her side. Arnold demanded privacy and offered to pay for his room, but Jurgen shrugged it off. Then she chimed in that he didn't care either. Arnold told Eugen they were getting along great, and she lit up saying she wanted to freshen up too, then suggested all three of them go wash up together. She told me not to panic. She had a body she wasn't ashamed to show anyone. Arnold asked how the Duke was, and he just said he was fine, like it was no big deal. Then Arnold realized she'd always been this way, always circling him, always playing with him. Jurgen said they had no choice for now, and they'd have to follow her rules. Arnold nodded along, but you could tell he was holding on to hope that they'd finally get a chance to strike back. Arnold told her, "Look, as your younger brother, I'm sure you're a positive force after all." And Jurgen shot back, "So, is the real reason they turned you down really what you said?" Arnold told them they'd get their shot only if they proved he was worthy. Then worry clawed at him, because he knew his sister had everything she could to keep Bergen out of the army, and that scared him even more since she hadn't shut down his own path to becoming an adjutant. Jurgen demanded he had to prove his worth and show her what his training had forged, while Arnold couldn't stop worrying that something might go terribly wrong. She leaned in and demanded to know why it took them forever, just to wash every inch of their bodies. Jurgen snapped that washing and not loving the bath was heresy. Then Arnold shot back that it was a brilliant line, slammed the truth home. Water was priceless on the battlefield, not for enjoying, and he immediately shoved Jurgen the reward. Arnold couldn't believe it. His sister was handing him a reward, even though she'd barely given him anything his whole life. Jurgen thanked her and she waved it off like, nothing to complain about. Then she leaned in and told him the story. Some high-ranking aristocrat had actually laid hands on one of her people, so she stormed straight into his house, said her men were under her protection and their lives were on her shoulders, and then she decked him right in the face. He couldn't wrap his head around it. She'd actually shared her sweets with him, and somehow he just knew she had to be in a great mood. She snapped, asking if he'd misunderstood her, and he shot back that it felt weird to him she was actually in a good mood. Jurgen swore it was a brother and sister situation, and that Arnold had tried to swipe his candy, but Arnold snapped back that there were three of them, and the candy was staring right at him, so it was his. Arnold shot her an apology, saying he'd meant to grab her sweets. Then she shrugged it off and said she felt way better. She winked and snapped that if he was her brother, then everything they handed him was hers. Arnold blew up, furious that it was pure tyranny, and claiming it made no sense at all. Krista's mother leaned in and asked if she'd been hit by a nightmare, and Krista snapped back that, yeah, she had. She said Dad fell,